At the center of the world, in a blinding white desert, there existed a monster. A white serpent that swallowed glaciers, a gray bear that shook the planet, a loathsome rat that defiled the oceans, but an emperor who had survived and returned from the white desert said, "The most dangerous thing there is the monsters." At that time in the white desert, unceasing tremors erupted, and a barefoot girl felled a monster amid the blizzard. Not far away, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. The firm hand of a man clamped onto the monster's claw, and he shouted a piercing roar, asserting his power. At that moment, another man slowly approached. At the sight of him, the monster trembled in terror. He gripped a sharp weapon, and with quick, decisive slashes, the monster received a free ticket to the altar. Afterwards, he stood with the two others. Only the man tribe dared to boast such stupidity. He walked up to the bewildered girl and asked, "How much longer must I linger with these crude fools?" She stared at him like a 3-year-old. "What is foolish? Is it edible?" Hearing this, he sighed in resignation and left. Thus, the bald-headed youth and the naive girl sat back and leisurely enjoyed the monster's meat. Just then, Kental, like a demon, strode up to them. "I told you not to eat that, it will kill you." A vicious aura rose from him. "Not even a week and you've eaten it all." The girl sat there awkwardly at a loss for words, meaning. The two then put on an unconvincing performance together, a tremendously noble test. "And you call that something to be proud of?" No sooner had he finished than Greta's pupils contracted. Her face turned ashen as if stricken. She writhed in pain, trembling foam forming at her mouth. Then Greta collapsed amid the girl's panic. "Greta, what's wrong? Wake up." On the other side, Kental only exhaled. "I told you so and you wouldn't listen." He turned and walked away, leaving the girl to repeatedly punch Greta in the face. "Wake up, Greta. Come on, get up." Kental kept his back turned, standing in the blizzard, and softly said, "This is not what I want." Begin Main's inner monologue. "In a world full of magic and wonder, I quit my job and set out to wander. I climbed the highest mountain on Earth. I set foot at the very center of the planet, and even reached the southernmost point of the globe. But of course nothing happened. Reality was the farthest thing from imagination. Every night I prayed that when I woke I would be inside a dream, and then one day that prayer came true." Cut to a place not far away, a carriage and its people plodding through the blizzard. Damn, it's bone-chilling. A man with a golden head glanced at his companion. "Then wrap yourself up tight unless you want to freeze to death." The young man covered his face with his hand and replied with difficulty, I'm wrapped up, sir." Beside him, another man hurriedly said, "Captain, no matter how great the reward, this is still foolish. Crossing the white desert, have you been there?" But the captain only wore a resolute expression. "Be silent." Didn't everyone agree to this? He avoided the gaze and thought to himself, "We had no idea it would be like this." Inside the carriage, the old steward, hearing this, clicked his tongue in discomfort. "Damn, it's freezing." He raised a hand and cleared his throat softly, then looked at the person before him timidly. "Miss, are you all right?" The girl with green hair smiled brightly like a flower. "Yes. Her name is Milna of the Akasa family," she cheerfully replied to the steward. "I'm fine." Outside, however, the laments continued. "Damn, I'm going to freeze out here." Unable to stand it any longer, the steward looked annoyed and glared outside, shouting, "How rude." Still, Milna was sympathetic. "Don't be too harsh. They're the only ones willing to escort us across the white desert." A trace of worry crossed her face. "Even so, shouldn't we let them come inside? They look like they're about to freeze." Outside, the blizzard intensified. People painfully shielded their faces with their hands, and the steward awkwardly looked at her. "No, you know what dwells in the white desert." Hearing that, Milna lowered her gaze. "Monsters, right." Long ago, an emperor with ambitions to rule the world set his sights on conquering the white desert. He led countless warriors and soldiers, and he himself advanced into the white desert. Years later, after the empire had fallen and been forgotten, that emperor returned, bereft of soldiers, battered and deranged. He had aged decades and spoke like a madman. He recounted that there were monsters in the white desert, but the greatest danger was not the monsters, but the man tribes. They had been there, and a familiar figure appeared, perhaps Kental. The old steward continued to speculate. "It's probably just a legend." Milna retorted, "But the emperor's words aren't baseless. Many of the monsters he described were later confirmed to exist." The steward smiled and reassured her. "Yet no one has ever actually seen a man tribesman." She then accepted that. "That's true. Countless tales have been passed down, but none mention the man tribe." Outside the carriage, suddenly the captain shouted loudly, "Everyone stop." He gritted his teeth and looked ahead. "There's something up ahead. What is it?" The captain squinted, trying to make out what was approaching. Finally, because the haze was too thick, he exclaimed, "I can't see clearly." A second later, his face turned horrified. "I have good news and bad news." The team urged at once. "Spit it out." The captain stood frozen. "Damn, the good news is it's fairly small. The bad news is." Kental's silhouette gradually took shape beneath the falling snow. It was advancing toward us. At that, everyone shared the same expression. The old steward's eyes widened as he peered outside. The captain immediately raised his guard, gripping the hilt of his sword at his side. His face filled with uninterrupted dread. The figure became clearer and clearer. A human appeared, his hair gray-white, with a six-pack and large scars. Kento strode proudly toward the group, his eyes flashing purple. A member of the team raised his axe, immediately recognizing him as a man tribesman. Kento's gaze was as sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping over everyone present. Then he spoke up, I took a walk because I was sick of seeing other man tribesmen, yet I run into outsiders in the snow. What luck. His mouth involuntarily lifted into an insinuating smile. Kento put on an excited expression. I didn't expect to meet anyone here, it's a pleasure. Then he glanced at the carriage. Are you merchants? They immediately affirmed yes. Kento continued with a question. And you are mercenaries hired to escort them, right? The captain answered honestly, yes. Suddenly Kento rubbed his chin and said, I advise you to turn back, though I suspect you will. Come this far, the captain's face showed some fear. Unexpectedly Kento realized something. There's someone in the carriage, isn't there? Inside, Malna immediately startled. The captain trembled uncontrollably, awaiting Kento's next words. Yet Kento smiled and uttered an unexpected line. I also want to be hired. Everyone immediately went on high alert. What? But Kento remained confident, hands on his hips. Have I not made myself clear? I'm offering to help you cross this desert. Hearing that, the captain pondered. A legendary man tribesman asking to join. Could that really be all he wanted? Then he cautiously asked, so you bear us no ill will? Kento coldly crossed his arms. If I did, you'd all be dead. As soon as he finished, everyone's eyes went blank as if suddenly enlightened. A young man in the group turned to the captain, and then slowly raised his hand. Did you hear that? Malna inside remained silent and did not respond. Then she immediately turned to look outside. The old steward looked puzzled, wondering what was happening. The captain continued to ask her. He says he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What do you want to do? Once again, Malna fell into thought and posed a question. What if we fight him? The captain, nodding the fierce killing intent radiating from Kento, hesitated and replied, personally, I wouldn't recommend that. Hearing this, she bowed her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Then Malna looked out the window and instructed them. Understood, tell him we accept. Receiving the order, the captain nodded. Very well. Thus Kento's request was approved. She agrees. Kento beamed with a satisfied smile upon hearing that. Although he appeared very pleased, his demeanor was terrifying to others. The two people immediately went weak at the knees. Kento stepped closer to the captain, who asked in surprise, what? Kento curled his lips in a smile, reassuring him. Calm down, you're just the hired hand. I need to meet the person in charge. At once, the captain's eyes flashed a warning. If you dare pull any tricks. Before he could finish, Kento cut him off. You will regret it. The captain had no choice but to let him approach the carriage. Seeing that, the young man in the group stared at him in bewilderment. Captain, is it really okay to let him see her? The employer already approved this. The boy beside him was also cautious. Still, we're mercenaries, shouldn't we somehow stop him? The captain replied, stop him. Kento's deadly silhouette remained within his sight. Seriously, don't be ridiculous. Inside, the old steward was frantic. Miss, what are you doing? Malna gently reassured him. Stay calm. Suddenly a voice made her start. May I come in? The old steward beside her was even more shocked, dropping his glasses in his alarm. Malna hesitated but agreed. Yes, come in. Receiving the answer, Kento slightly curled his lips into a smile, looking like a predatory demon. The steward recoiled, while Kento assumed an almost domineering stance. Kento closed his eyes, his expression cool and indifferent, advising, please remain calm. I do not intend to harm you. His tall body, seated in the carriage with the steward, nearly flattened him like a pancake. The steward went pale, secretly screaming, don't come any closer, you monster. Malna opposite him looked up a little dazed, overwhelmed by his figure. The legendary savage stood right before her. She shyly spoke, it's an honor to meet you. Kento politely replied, I'm pleased to meet you as well. Looking toward the snowy scene outside the window, he softly remarked, it's quite warm in here, isn't it? Even amid endless snow, it stays cozy. Malna, a bit surprised, explained, that's thanks to magic. He replied cheerfully, oh, truly magic, you know the world out there. His string of disjointed remarks left her puzzled. Kento looked out again and said, as you both know, this place is extremely dangerous. Even with mercenaries escorting you, the chance you'll pass through safely is slim. Therefore, I will ensure your safety. However, I have one request. The sudden words made Malna and the steward both freeze. Malna hesitated. A request, what do you want? Kento smiled, knowledge from beyond the snow plane evident. He said with a wry smile, the information you two possess is what I want. She looked puzzled, knowledge from beyond the frozen plain. Kento nodded firmly, yes. He even tried to persuade them, you will lose nothing. Malna pressed her lips in hesitation, worried inwardly. From the start, we had no choice. With no other way, Malna agreed, I understand. The steward beside her gaped in shock, frozen like stone. Kento smiled amiably. Good, what is your name? Malna placed her hand over her chest and answered solemnly, I am Malna of the Akasa family. He was delighted and generously introduced himself. I am Kento, pleased to cooperate with you. In my previous life, I longed for a fantastical world. Right on my desk were open-world game discs and a PlayStation in my hands. One day I woke up to find I'd become a savage in the frozen plain. The figure was a bit unsteady. It was hard to believe when I looked at my hands, and there was no time to figure out why. The only things that existed here were a crude axe and countless powerful monsters. I led a tribe across the wasteland, hunting to survive, gritting my teeth through each day. I lost track of how long time passed, of how many years went by. I kept striving to escape this horrific frozen plain, but every time my hand slammed against the barrier wall, countless system panels flashed in rapid succession. Quest incomplete. You may leave the frozen plain when you complete the quest. An invisible force prevented me from leaving this place. Just when I was about to give up, a rider suddenly appeared in the snowstorm. I couldn't understand why anyone would voluntarily set foot in this harsh land. Occasionally people from the outside world did appear, and I noticed Kental looked slightly dazed. The outside world beyond the frozen plain was the magical, fantastical world I had always dreamed of. Clear blue skies, warm gazes, green meadows stretching endlessly, villages or towns rising with beautiful ancient architecture. That was exactly the fantastical world. From then on, my actions were no longer just about survival. He chopped down monsters, quest 295, eliminate the lizards within the time limit. I slaughtered monsters, completed assigned quests to escape the frozen plain. One killing blow, blood spattering. Quest 295 completed. The next quest was provided with the belief that one day I'd get out of here. He thought since he couldn't leave this damned snowplane, the information gained from those coming from outside was invaluable. But Kental recalled that most people he'd met so far either panicked and drew their swords or were half mad, half crazed. He folded his arms calmly. This time someone had finally agreed to talk to him. How long has it been since I talked to a civilized person? I only deal with uneducated savages, so speaking with another civilized person is like a sedative. Suddenly his tone became leisurely. You too are transporting weapons, aren't you? Malna startled and answered, yes, how do you know? He glanced outside and replied, I heard the clanking of metal in the carts, it's hard not to notice. She was a little flustered, I see. Kental asked again, is there a war outside? Malna grew sad and softly replied, yes, the Empire and the Kingdom are at war, he said plainly. I see the outside world isn't entirely peaceful either. She immediately objected. Number Malna pictured two forces separated by a very small pile of ruins. She said, the Empire overwhelms in numbers and strength, yet the kingdom still refuses to yield. Sword mages and heroes are defending the borders. Kental curiously asked, heroes, sword mages, what kind of powers do they use? Malna tilted her head slightly, puzzled. You've never heard of mystic arts, Kental replied honestly. I've never left this place. She considered, I don't know all the details either, but there is a power called mystic arts in this world, and only a few people can sense or wield that power. Like spiritual force or mana, it gathers in the Danshan and they are granted one of 5 power tiers. First is Tier 3, magic can be gently called forth, manifesting in the palm. This is only for those who can sense mystic power. Next is Tier 2, which applies both magic and swordsmanship. From Tier 2 upward, a person can use mystic power. Then there is Tier 1, they can convert mystic energy into radiance or arcane force. Such individuals are typically mages, knights, or spirits. Beyond that level, all classifications lose meaning, for those are entities beyond human comprehension. If one must name it, call it the transcendent tier. These are beings who can freely wield mystic arts, powerful enough to reshape heaven and earth. Sword mages belong to this group. And above them are the heroes. They are monsters far beyond the capacity to control mystic power with influence over the entire world. Each hero is a living legend. Malna pondered and explained, the fact that their power is named and ranked is proof of its might. Even a Tier 3 is considered a master within a small region. Kental wished aloud, I hope to meet them. She froze, puzzled, Kental gave no answer, keeping that posture as he stared at the distant sky. He thought to himself, I don't remember how long I've been trapped here. I've only been surviving in despair. All I know is that the frozen plain lies within the fantastical world I can't escape from. He stood on a sharp cliff, facing the wind. The snowy scene belonged only to this place. Beyond it lay the fantastical world. Kental lowered his head, truly longing to leave. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Kental contradicted himself, but his face remained resolute. He was certain he would get out. Time passed, snow piled on the carriage roof, and they kept moving forward. Malna suddenly asked, Kental, you're really a savage, aren't you? Kental answered calmly, you could say that. From your expression, it seems you've heard of me. She admitted, yes, it's a legend. Hearing that left him bewildered, Kental exclaimed, a legend about me. She in turn was surprised, oh, you don't know. Malna told him everything. A while later, Ken-to chuckled with delight as he remembered and casually said, so that's it. The old emperor, he was an emperor, I thought he was just mad. She gaped, yes. Kental relaxed, never mind, that legend is true, it happened long ago. Malna stammered, really? He pondered and grew curious. All right. Judging by your caravan, you're carrying a large quantity of weapons. Why must you cross this frozen plain? She went blank, her lips trembling. We We need a great deal of money. Milna fell dark, lowering her head as she answered. He was surprised by that reason. Milna sadly said, our family has traded for generations and accumulated wealth, but rivals, jealous and destructive, ruined us and now we're drowning in debt. This trip is to save the family from collapse. Kento stroked his chin and guessed, a journey to settle debts, I see, he added. So you plan to sell the weapons to the kingdom that's at war with the empire, I understand. She answered in surprise, yes. He leisurely explained, you said the empire overwhelms in numbers, which means the empire isn't short on arms. If not the empire, then the kingdom is the one in need. When supply is scarce and demand high, prices soar. I don't know the market value out there, but that quantity must be huge, enough for you to risk crossing the frozen plain. Milna was stunned. Kentel continued, it seems you had to struggle through this place. Is there truly no other route to the kingdom? Your lands border the empire, don't they? She was astonished, eyes wide, and confirmed. Milna's mind went dark. She couldn't believe it. Impossible. I heard the legendary savage was just a miserable barbarian. She croaked cautiously, who are you? Are you truly a savage? Suddenly, a great jolt snapped Milna to alertness and she flinched. The carriage wheels lurched. The steward, terrified, stammered, what is it? Then a piercing scream rang out inside the carriage. He recoiled in fear, shrinking back, pale with panic. In contrast, Kentel calmly glanced outside and said in a languid tone, we have some uninvited guests. Outside, snow drifted down and dust hung in the air. A monster like a lump of living sludge stirred, its eyes glowing red with a bloodthirsty gleam. The mercenaries escorting the convoy were frozen silent. What is that? Milna was terrified too, her face ashen. A voice exclaimed suddenly, a black slime. Kentel propped his chin and pondered, is that what it's called? She trembled as she confirmed, yes, that's it, it's recorded in the archives. He asked curiously, what are the archives? Milna explained, many skilled adventurers have tried to cross this land over the years. Only a few lucky ones returned, but the wicked left notes about the creatures they encountered. Among them, black slimes appear most often. She asked seriously, Kent, do you know anything about it? He replied cheerfully, of course, chewy meat, not bad to nibble on, it tastes pretty good. Milna, horrified, stammered, wait, you've actually eaten one. Kentel earnestly shared, wanna try? I'll catch a few. She shuddered, goose flesh rising, and coldly declined, no thanks. Bang, a jarring sound echoed. Milna jumped. Out there, the disgusting black slime screamed. The captain froze, unable to compose himself. She quickly noticed something was wrong and cried out in alarm, Kentel. Kent merely watched silently outside, not answering. Milna vacant called again, Kentel. He said slowly, I have made a pact with you. Kent closed his eyes and continued calmly, I swear to protect your lives, so I will not act unless there's real danger. She was astonished, eyes wide. What do you mean? His voice was nonchalant. That thing, I can handle it as easily as eating porridge. Kentel propped his chin, smiling, continuing his role as a devoted spectator. More importantly, I want to assess this team's capability myself. The black slime's chaotic howls finally snapped the group to attention. The captain hurriedly gave orders, raise your shields. The subordinate immediately obeyed, yes sir. No sooner had he raised his shield than the H-Lem slammed into him. His legs were pushed backward across the snow, struggling. But before long, it hurled him backward, sending him flying. Another man seeing this leapt high, swung the axe in his hands, shouting to boost morale. Boom, a thunderous explosion rang out. He was flung away, smashed into something, coughing up blood from the impact. The axe fell onto the snow, purple smoke rising from it, and a cry of horror rang out. What the hell is this? The black slime grew more frenzied, rearing up and opening its maw to roar. The captain frowned and ordered, black slimes can only move in straight lines, spread out and converge. The mercenary underlings quickly shouted in response, understood. Very well. In an instant, a man in a blue cloak lunged straight at the black slime. He leaped up, drawing the long spear back. He swung down hard, sweeping a cut straight across the black slime's face. It roared in anger, mouth gaping wider as slime splattered everywhere. Suddenly, bright green points of light gathered on someone's hand, saturating the spear. The man lunged powerfully, cutting through wind and snow, instantly piercing the massive black slime to the astonishment of his comrades. It screamed in pain, its slimy body had a large hole torn through it and tried to reconnect. At that moment, the captain infused mystic power into his sword, charged forward and ordered, don't stop, keep pressing the attack. He drove a piercing stroke through, the blades intent a deep, beautiful azure. He said quickly tense, normal attacks are useless, aim for the mana core, it's hidden inside its body. Time passed with dozens of slashes and stabs in near continuous succession. Finally, the captain raised his sword high and plunged it down with force as mystic power radiated outward. The red mana core cracked and broke apart. A faint, lingering cry, then the slime quickly melted away and vanished, leaving shattered fragments of the core on the white snow. The whole team exhaled in relief and immediately cheered. There, we did it. Milna was relieved too. Everyone was joyful at having truly defeated it. Kentel watched silently. They set off again, and before long they encountered a giant snow wolf. Wait, another monster. They focused their aim on its neck. Some slashed, some stabbed, some held the line. Every position was assigned. At last, through the group's effort, the beast's hot blood sprayed and its life was cut off. A heavy thud rang out as they surrounded it, still trembling. So this is the glacial snow wolf. Not impressive, Captain. Maybe the rumors were exaggerated. The captain turned back angrily and warned sternly, don't let your guard down. We're not even halfway through. Another young man, displeased, glanced ahead at the carriage and said outright, but is that savage really as strong as they say? I mean, isn't he just a figure of legend? They whispered as they looked at Kentel, assessing. He's said to be the apex predator of the frozen plain, yet he follows us for protection. Shouldn't we test his strength? The captain frowned at the remark, wavering slightly. Then, as if making up his mind, they stepped forward. Malna noticed their doubt and watched in silence. Standing in the wind and snow, the ringleader spoke up. Miss, I have something to discuss with you, she asked curiously. Confirm what? The young man replied firmly, we have risked our lives to carry out this mission. As mercenaries, we've contracted with you, that's our job. Malna faced them and said sincerely, yes, I truly appreciate that you accepted this request. I always value your assistance. She thought to herself, an escort mission across the frozen plain. Others fled when they heard the details. Without you, I surely couldn't have started this journey. The young man suddenly spoke up. Even so, there's one thing that worries us. Malna flinched. He asked seriously, that savage has never actually fought, has he? She hesitated. But before she could answer, the young man solemnly continued. Therefore, we want to test whether that savage deserves the special treatment he's receiving. Malna hesitated slightly, avoided their gaze, and quietly asked, how do you intend to test him? She awkwardly looked to the captain. The captain, helpless, replied, I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. Kentel understood, smiled, and spoke. So you want to test my strength? Fine. He stepped down casually and added, but now is not the time. They looked at each other in confusion. Kent coldly looked up and replied, we have uninvited guests ahead. The others grew more baffled. One frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind the mercenaries, gloomy and crazed with murderous intent. Ah, weak mortals from beyond the continent have arrived. It's been ages since I've tasted a soul feast. The group panicked and hurriedly turned around. Before them, a massive serpent opened its jaws to reveal long, sharp fangs. It spoke with a hoarse intelligence. Hand over your lives, pitiful mortals. The white serpent jeered loudly. Struggle all you like, it will only make my meal more flavorful. Malna screamed and clapped her hands over her ears. The young man beside her was as terrified as she was. Suddenly a voice rang out, halt. Kento's face hardened. In a resolute tone he said, these two are my clients, stand back. The white serpent immediately appeared before him. You, why are you here? Have you forgotten the rules of the frozen plain when leaving your tribe's territory? Kento showed obvious irritation and snapped, that's none of your business. The white serpent retorted, how ridiculous. The battle continued fiercely. The white serpent began to roar, how dare you order me around? I am the one granted eternity. Kento readied his stance to throw a punch. Do you want to taste the moon strike? The punch flew straight at the white serpent, causing it to recoil in great alarm. Whirlwinds from the clash rose up, frightening everyone. The young man gritted his teeth and endured with all his might. As the shockwaves grew ever stronger, Malna had to cover herself with her hands. Miss, the white serpent is getting more ferocious. It's the sort that only obeys after being beaten. She crouched down, suddenly hesitant. Kent, his eyes sharpening, I'll handle this quickly. His powerful steps were ready. Kentel dashed toward the white serpent. Gradually his fist manifested. The light of battle surprised all those around him. Afterward, Kentel returned and said, I have committed a grave offense. Please be merciful. In front of many witnesses, Kentel replied, it's all right, it's not easy to trust a stranger. Outside, the convoy continued through the snow. The cold and falling snow made the steward cough loudly, drawing Kentel's attention. He met Malna and instinctively asked, now that I think about it, I have a question. She looked at him, what is it? He crossed his arms, studying her attire and bearing with tension. You don't seem like an ordinary member of your clan. Why would you personally join such a dangerous journey? She answered quickly, I am Velika's eldest daughter, a concubine of Lord Kasak Akasa. Hearing that, Kentel asked, a concubine, so you're the child of a secondary wife? She replied, yes. Afterward, Malna recounted her past. She came here in a political marriage but was abandoned, an unfortunate mother with no real authority. Kentel sympathized with her situation. I understand. Malna clenched her hands and continued, my mother and I only hold the clan name and title. In reality, we're nothing and treated like servants. She bashfully lowered her head. I didn't mean to say so much. Not long after, Malna spoke plainly again. I volunteered for this expedition. Kent crossed his arms and faced her. Truly, even though this journey is full of risks, she said, unable to meet his eyes, stammering, but someone has to set an example. Kentel gave a slight smile. I see you are rather sharp. Malna was taken aback, then lost confidence again and quietly listened to him speak. Yet she still harbored great ambition, very driven. She broke into a sweat, hesitating. Kent and Malna both turned their eyes to the window. Are we there? The mercenary captain was astonished by the beauty of the place. The steward bowed and politely thanked Kentel. Thank you very much, Kentel. Kent asked Han Mila, how do you plan to return? She answered, we'll pass through the empire. He sneered, Since you've sold your weapons and no longer carry contraband, crossing the border won't be too difficult. Kental stared at her, and suddenly Mylna added, "You said I'm sharp and ambitious. What do you mean by that?" The steward and Mylna glanced at him. As noted, she was both clever and ambitious. Kental held his hands forward and analyzed. "Your clan was once highly respected but now faces crisis and bankruptcy. Even as a concubine's child, if you personally forge a way to save a collapsing clan, who do you think the retainers will trust and follow? Your goal is to seize real power within the clan, isn't it?" Kental lowered his voice. "Am I wrong?" Hearing this, she thought of a perfect reply but only nodded quietly. Her thoughts thickened day by day, yet the answer remained true. Yes, it's typical for a concubine's child to accept dangerous trials to inherit the clan. Mylna focused on him, thinking inwardly that this savage fellow was astute, not like boastful brutes, and had the strength to defeat the white serpent without hesitation. If this force belonged to her side, how useful it would be. Then she spoke aloud. "Kental, if you plan to leave the frozen plain, why not come with me?" Kental froze when he heard her question. He replied politely, "I must decline for now, I have matters to complete." Mylna bowed her head and smiled faintly. "I understand." She clenched her hands together, then immediately presented a necklace. "Will you accept this?" Mylna beamed. "If you ever go abroad and visit the Akasa clan, show them this piece." Not to disappoint her, he smiled brightly. "If this is a gift, I will gladly accept it." The steward traveling with them expressed his respect and sincere thanks. Kental, looking at the pendant with regret, said, "May we meet again someday?" She replied promptly, "Certainly." Then Kental watched the carriage go, his heart heavy with sorrow. Time passed. A year later on the frozen plain. Finally, all conditions were met. A system panel appeared. Quest 784 completed. Reward granted. Conditions satisfied. You may leave the frost plain. Kental walked on with courage, and at last took his first step out of that place. A bright smile spread across his face as he stepped into the fantasy world he had longed for. Kental closed his eyes, savoring the scent of fresh grass, the smell of animals, the scent of rivers, everything the white snow region lacked. He smiled softly, his face filled with enjoyment. "Good, this is truly wonderful." Opening his eyes, he looked around this place with pride. Before, he had stood at the edge of the snow and shouted, "Damn you, white snowlands, I hope I never see you again." But now, the scenery was fresh and pleasant. This was the magical world. It was green and sunlit, the world he had dreamed of, the one he thought he could never reach, a world full of wonders and unknowns. Although it began in the worst way, he had survived. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I'll enjoy this world. Magic and swordsmanship, dragons and elves, everything a fantasy world could offer. He stood silently on the lush grass. Without that desire, I might have died long ago. The white snowlands are a hell where mere will to survive isn't enough to get through. Gazing into the distance, he noticed something odd. He suddenly thought, ahead there is a place where I can feel a lot of life. Kental laughed with joy. It must be a village. Could it be that I finally get to see an actual settlement in this world? Kental remembered trying to explain to those stupid barbarians the importance of proper shelter, while they only dug holes in the snow to sleep and looked at him as if he were speaking alien. He truly missed human villages, solid, orderly. Kental closed his eyes again, thinking about how to greet people politely when meeting them in this world. As he admired the mountains and verdant trees, he told himself, no matter what, I'll approach politely. The ancient trees here were well tended and very healthy. Then an elder elf's arm pointed forward, declaring in a clear voice, "People of the elf village, from now on this will be our new home." Hearing that, the villagers, young and old, were delighted, their faces bright with joy. Standing on high ground, the old man shouted, "Good, unload the luggage quickly." The people below were extremely excited, shouting and cheering. Suddenly, a young blond man stepped up to him. Elder." The elf chief replied with a cold, somewhat annoyed expression. "What is it?" He stammered, "Are you sure this place is really safe?" The elder closed his eyes, looking weary. "Safe." The other villagers bustled about packing their belongings, everyone cheerful and happy. Then the young man continued, "This is an extremely remote wilderness. Humans can't reach here." The elder hesitated. "I know that, but isn't the white snowland right next to us?" The elf elder rolled his eyes at him, making him more nervous. "You're worried monsters from the white snowlands might come crawling here, aren't you?" He scratched his head and replied hesitantly, "It really is close, too close." The elder said sternly, "It's no problem. Nothing has emerged from the white snowlands for thousands of years. Besides, to be safe, I've erected a barrier." A beautiful scene unfolded with a barrier masking the life signs, making the place look like an ordinary forest. It took months to set up. It's an ancient elf technique we painstakingly reconstructed. As long as the barrier holds, no one can reach us. And even if monsters from the white snowlands do appear, we'll be fine. We have a queen. The elder's face brimmed with confidence and pride. Not even the monsters of the frozen plain can reach our queen. Kental followed into the forest and looked up and, thinking to himself, sounds like something's torn. Did I break something? His steps slowed, unfamiliar with the place, growing discouraged. Honestly, how much farther do I have to go? He was then drawn to a small girl, who seemed lost in the woods. He was surprised by the sight. Elves, one of the first races you think of when you mention a fantasy world. The image of a perfect elven woman suddenly appeared in his mind. Kental smiled with excitement. I didn't expect to meet one so soon. Luck truly smiles on me. I'm glad I survived it all. The little girl, however, sobbed in fear among the trees. I'm so scared, I don't know where I am or what to do. I must have come too far. She sat down to rest, thinking the shade of the trees would shelter her. But the girl remained terrified of Kental, the man with a huge frame and fierce face who suddenly smiled kindly. Hello. Because he was so large like a monster, the girl froze for a few seconds, then collapsed. The picturesque scene, birds gliding by. Kental didn't know what to do with the girl, so he stood stunned for a moment. The girl fainted, he squinted. I hadn't even said anything before she passed out. Perhaps I should take her back to the village. Walking, Kental thought about the beautiful scenery before him. According to legend, elves are a peaceful, organized people. If I bring back a fainted child, they might view me as a good man. I wonder how hospitable the elves are. The smile never left his face. Honestly, I'm a bit excited. A large hand gently lifted the girl up. Suddenly, the villagers noticed and shouted in alarm. Impossible, a human even here? No. Everyone eyed Kental warily. Some grabbed weapons, others wept. One shouted, "You there, who are you? How did you get past the barrier?" Kental lost his composure. Things were not going according to plan. The mother cried for her child. The other elves panicked. Impossible, the place should have no human presence. Why is he here? There must be a barrier, how could it? The people around stammered and shouted, "Elder, there's a crack in the barrier." He shook his head. Impossible, where is the queen now? The crowd panicked. Her Majesty is out scouting the surrounding area. Kental raised his hands to explain but couldn't calm the villagers. I am not your enemy. The mother remained worried for the girl. If you don't return the child, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. An old man collapsed. We've been exposed. This barrier was built with the ancient secret arts of the elves. An ordinary person could never approach. If it's been broken, then humans must have planned this in advance. He watched quietly, realizing they thought him a kidnapper. Looking down at the girl, he thought he needed to explain everything clearly. The noise woke the girl, and her eyes opened. Kental immediately put the girl down. Hey, go back, return to your people. The girl looked up. Gal's fierce face burst into tears, tears welling up, then ran quickly toward her parents. Could my face really be that scary? He froze for a moment. Back in the frozen plain, he thought his face was ordinary. Facing the villagers, he spoke, I've returned the child. You elves, as you can see, I am not your enemy. But the elder shouted the order. The hostage has been released. Immediately, everyone raised their bows and fired in rapid succession. Kental hadn't had time to explain. He thought privately, can't I even get a word in? Kale's face darkened. It turned out the elves in the wild were wilder than he had imagined. Quite different from the legends of a gentle, nature-loving, peace-seeking race. In reality, elves live in the wild where the strong survive. It's far from peaceful. Their cruelty is also understandable. Kental propped his hand on his chin, watching the incoming arrows thoughtfully. So that's the reality. The elder wondered suspiciously, what kind of device or magic is he using? He must have limits, keep attacking. Conversely, Kental remained calm. He readied both hands to cast a spell. Stay calm. Magic began to reveal itself as he clasped his hands, his eyes glowing with a purple light. An explosion accompanied by a whirlwind appeared, causing everyone to panic, hastily avoiding his defensive magic. Kental's magic sent people flying high into the air, the aftershocks of the battle echoing far away. The elf elder's hands trembled, his eyes purpled hesitantly. What is this? Kental created a large hole and stood upright facing the people. I am not your enemy. Clasping his hands, he thought, damn, did I underestimate my own power? Before he could finish, a bolt of fire streaked past Kental's head, exploding with a loud bang. The elf elder was stunned by the sight. Long hair, green doll-like shoes standing aloft. None other than the Leaf Queen herself, manhwaexplained Karuja. She held a weapon and loudly asked the villagers, what happened here? The elder holding his staff said, a human attack. She bowed her head and quietly said, so the time has come. Then she gently raised her head. Not even this place is safe. Through the drifting smoke, Kental hurriedly called out, wait. He stood frozen, trying to say, I want you to hear me out. Maria was shocked and the elder was surprised. Impossible, he took a direct hit from the queen and is still intact. From above, Maria remained composed, her gaze coldly sharp. Are you a powerful enemy come to harm us? She narrowed her eyes. Humans are truly cowardly. Her bow slowly aimed straight at him. I am the Leaf Queen. The leaves change color with the weather. She glanced at Kental. Human. The arrow is ready. You will pay for daring to covet us. Kental kept thinking, can't I even have a conversation? I'm clearly using the common tongue. Is she deliberately ignoring me, or are relations between humans and elves really that bad? At that moment, Kanto recalled the lessons from the frozen plain. If they won't listen, keep fighting until they have to. Maria's arrow appeared, and a fierce creature began charging at Kanto. Kanto threw a punch to defend himself. His strength spread outward, surprising Maria. Suddenly, Kanto regretted throwing such a powerful blow, and Maria collapsed to the ground. Kanto scratched his face, his expression changing. Maybe I should have held back a bit. She widened her eyes in terror, feeling oppressed and uneasy. After just a bit of fighting, she realized the opponent was extremely strong, at least transcendent level. Why would such a powerful being appear here? Maria showed utter exhaustion. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Everyone panicked, hesitating. Her Highness shouted angrily, go, all of you, run now. The people obediently followed. Yes. Everyone quickly departed. Maria, furious, human, I acknowledge your power, but you will never achieve your goal. Kanto, displeased that no one gave him a chance to explain. No, I only wanted to talk. Why has everything turned into chaos? Then Maria muttered a few incantations under her breath. You, bearer of the essence of primordial purity. You who burn the deep veil of night, manifest. O horned being embracing the purest flame. A fierce look rose in her eyes. Magic emanated from her hands, and a creature appeared. Kanto should have been afraid, but instead he was delighted. Summons in the frozen plain were all bizarre and deformed creatures. Kanto thought of mythical beasts, but this one was even more grotesque. He looked at the creature before him, a dairy cow with flaming horns, his eyes shining as if he'd found treasure. Truly a spirit beast, richly mystical. Maria commanded the creature, Figo, destroy the enemy before you. Surprisingly, the creature sighed, contract summons are all trouble, always bringing problems. Maria snapped, shut up. Looking at Figo, she thought, the stronger the spirit, the more arrogant and ancient. Normally I can't summon this level. But with the aid of another tribe, I grudgingly formed the contract. I didn't expect to have to summon it in this situation. Fulfill the contract, Figo. Maria winced, clearly worried and grave. The condition was to kill the human before them. Figo hesitated before the formidable opponent, this one. A powerful flaming bull appeared. Kentel watched it with sparkling admiration. Amazing, indeed a summoned spirit beast. This is the real fantasy world. Maria's words rang out, freezing him. A human has trespassed into our home. Figo looked displeased. Do lowly humans dare dream of the race of nature? I've decided I will burn you to ashes, leaving not even dust. Kentel stood stunned at the current situation. Figo's eyes flashed. It began to channel energy, the mana flow around it shifting. Its hind legs drove powerfully, its tail whipping fiercely. Figo swiftly charged toward Kentel with mighty momentum. Kentel blinked as the flaming bull rushed at him. A massive shock erupted, sending earth and rocks flying. Maria, standing at a distance, was also affected by the aftershock and quickly shielded herself. She looked toward the battle with astonishment, and through the dust a hand reached out and grabbed Figo's horn. As the smoke and dust cleared, Figo couldn't believe the sight before it. Kentel smirked, actually an animal is even better. He gripped the horn with one hand, pulled his other arm back into a fist. I won't hesitate to beat it to death with my bare hands. Kentel delivered a sky-shattering punch straight to Figo's head. A surge of energy flared, releasing an extremely powerful shockwave. The explosive blast reverberating through the entire forest. The explosion was so great its aftershock spread across an entire continent. At the battle's center, successive terrible explosions erupted. Maria also endured heavy pressure from the battle's reverberations. Kentel kept landing blows on his opponent. After a while, when the fighting finally ceased, Maria couldn't help but kneel and exhale in relief. What is this? She looked at the devastated scene and the man standing amid the cleared ground, unbelieving. Maria was speechless as she watched Kentel approaching. She bowed her head in fear. Please spare my people. Kentel looked down at the trembling figure kneeling at his feet. I am not your enemy. Maria was astonished by his words, her eyes suspiciously looking up. What? Kentel calmly re-explained everything to Maria's surprise. After a long debate, everyone finally accepted the truth. He really was not the enemy. Maria bowed an apology. Sorry human, we judged too hastily. She recalled his earlier expression, realizing she had mistaken the person who rescued her tribe's child for a kidnapper, which was extremely rude. Kentel folded his arms, smiling helplessly. It's fine, I understand. You said your people were being hunted by humans, right? Still, it's a pity you never tried to hear me out. Maria remained somewhat doubtful. You're really not one of those hunting us. Kentel replied calmly, this is my first time meeting elves. There are no elves in the frozen plain. Maria showed surprise again. What, the frozen plain? Her words surprised Kentel as well. That name, Barbarian of the Frozen Plain, is what those outsiders call me. Maria continued to doubt. Impossible, we always thought no human could survive there. She suddenly became worried. If you can leave the frozen plain, could others escape it as well? Kentel shrugged, who knows, but I don't think so. Not everyone can leave like that. He thought of the giant serpent. And that strange quest board, the frozen plain has its own rules. Even powerful beings like the serpent can't break them. For some reason, I was granted a way out. Through what they call a quest, Kentel revealed a pensive look. I'm sure I'm an extremely rare exception. Maria exhaled in relief. Then that's fortunate. Kentel asked, by the way, is your spirit beast all right? He awkwardly scratched his face. That fire cow, I cut it in half. Maria stood and reassured him, don't worry, spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When defeated, they simply return to the spirit realm. Spirit beasts, he asked again. She looked at him seriously. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. If there's anything you want, within my ability I will provide it. Kental was still thinking about what she had just said. He asked, so can a non-elf form a contract with a spirit beast? Maria appeared uncertain. That's almost impossible, I think so. She continued to analyze. Of course, if a human is truly deeply connected to nature, they might form a contract with a spirit beast, so the likelihood is extremely low. Maria fell silent before his sharp words. She offered a suggestion. If you really want to contract a spirit beast, try going to Elf or Sagrado. Maria pictured a lush, vibrant land. It's where the gods of the elves dwell, the holiest sanctuary of the elf tribe. There you might have a chance. Kental cheerfully pointed at himself. Someone like me, a human, can enter. Maria explained, normally no, but with my introduction you can. I'll give you a map, keep it to yourself. Maria envisioned the land, then summoned a fireball. The elf sanctuary, Elf or Sagrado, is what every scholar of the elves dreams of. She thought of savage warriors, but for elves, humans approaching that place is extremely dangerous. To protect what they value above life, elves have never revealed its location to outsiders. A red crystal appeared in Maria's hand. Even so, I want to trust you. She handed it to Kental. Take this. He took the crystal. I accept, thank you. Maria thought of a guardian deity. Of course, even if you reach it, our god will surely test you. She smiled at him, but with you, I don't think that'll be a problem. I wish you luck. Thank you. Maria cheerfully introduced herself. I am the queen of the leaf tribe, the brownish ones in autumn, Maria Hajin Karuja, and your name? Kental smiled and replied, I'm Kental, the barbarian of the frozen plain. A powerful foot stomped, shattering the ground. Kental braced his energy, gathered momentum, and leapt off. He landed and jumped again, the sound echoing among the tree canopies. And so he kept bounding continuously through the forest. Northern Hand border kingdom of Jean. One guard panicked. What is that? What's happening? Another answered, I don't know, something's coming. The captain of the Northern Hand guard, tense, hurriedly struck the bell and assembled all sentries. Explosions kept occurring all around, heading toward the city. A familiar pair of shoes appeared in the dusty haze. As the dust cleared, a figure emerged. The guards couldn't hide their fear, trembling. You. Kental smiled warmly. You lot are the guards, nice to meet you. The atmosphere fell silent. The guards tense and shaking. Was that loud noise caused by this one? The captain of the Northern Hand Guard looked at Kental with a terrified gaze, recognizing the scar on his chest. He recalled the image of the man standing in the snow, the barbarian. Kental stepped closer to the group, and the guards immediately raised their weapons. Stay there, one more step and we'll attack. Kental calmly explained, I'd appreciate it if you stay calm, I am not your enemy. The captain of the Northern Hand Guard demanded, what do you want from us? Kental slowly raised a finger, saying nothing as he pointed in one direction. The captain of the Northern Hand Guard startled and looked that way. Unable to hide his surprise, the fortress. Kental answered seriously with a puzzled look. I want to enter your territory. The guard stared at him in bewilderment. After a moment, a voice rang out in the room. Want to enter the territory? Is it just to pass through? Kental stroked his chin, thinking, if possible. I'd like to stay for a while, I'm not sure for how long. The captain of the Northern Hand Guard continued. So you intend to stay for a time. What's your name? I am Kental. Do you have anyone to vouch for you or identification? I have nothing like that. Kental's expression suddenly changed. He remembered Milna smiling as she gave him an item. Thank you, Kental. If you leave later, please present this token if you wish to find House Akasa. Kental took the token from his pouch and placed the item on the table. How about using this as identification? The captain of the Northern Hand Guard was somewhat surprised. What is that? Kental sat cross-armed, the crest of House Akasa. I received it from someone of that bloodline. The captain inspected it. House Akasa is the merchant family from the kingdom of Daniel, right? He held the token in his hand. That family visited the frozen plain a few years ago. Kental was surprised. You know them? The captain didn't hide it. That family has been rising recently. Since the new head took over a few years ago, they've expanded rapidly. Kental asked, so can this serve as papers? The captain of the Northern Hand Guard appeared conflicted. It doesn't look fake, but it's still hard to verify since it's not from this kingdom. This is the Chen kingdom. The captain set the item down on the table. Even if it can't be verified, it's useful. All right, you may enter, but with conditions. Kental was surprised. Conditions? The captain said seriously, we need to verify, you must prove you are not dangerous. Kental asked, slightly doubtful, a team? The captain explained. At present, 3 others are also requesting entry. The condition is to form a team with them and clear a dungeon near the territory. Kental rubbed his chin, forming a team as the condition. Well, that's easier than I thought. Kental agreed happily. All right, I accept, but I have one condition as well. The captain of the guard looked at him seriously. After you clear the dungeon, I want you to report in detail everything that happened inside. Kental smiled wryly. I understand. It seems you don't fully know their identities either and must observe each other. Use this opportunity to weed out suspects. Not a bad plan, actually quite clever. The Northern Hand Guard captain was astonished. Not only that, are you really a barbarian? Kental nodded. Yes, I am a barbarian. The Northern Hand Guard captain inwardly shuddered. I always thought barbarians were a stupid lot. You're the first barbarian to make me reconsider. He stood up. All right, that's enough said, let's go. A mustached man sighed, even if it's by the law, going into a dungeon with pickpockets like sewer rats. The man who called himself Paladin Alexandro Turanis showed his displeasure. What a nuisance. The thief Cassin Black also showed contempt. You got a problem, old man, you pick a fight with me because you lost all your money to a thief. Alexandro angrily, you insolent brat, how dare you insult a paladin. Cassin sneered, Paladin my foot. Paladin these days wearing armor like that? If you were truly a paladin you wouldn't be wandering around here. You're just a self-styled wandering paladin, right? His words made Alexandro uneasy. You're just a rover like me. Alexandro gripped his sword as Cassin kept taunting. Turanis, where did you dig up that name? He drew his sword in anger. Bastard. Cassin casually twirled the dagger in his hand. Wanna test yourself? You think that torn scrap of armor can withstand my strikes? The blade of Cassin began to exude a strange greenish fluid. Alexandro tightened his grip on the sword. Metal clashed and sent off a brilliant platinum gleam. A voice rang out, I strongly hope you two will stop. A female priestess appeared, sighing as she looked at the two men about to fight. Pris H of Kaloja sat in the corner, sighing, do I really have to clear a dungeon with this lot? Is this going to be okay? She tried to analyze the situation. Hey, the dungeon requires at least 4 people. Someone else will come. Pris looked worried. A sound made her start. The Northern Handguard captain pushed the door open and entered. The final member has arrived. Cassin excitedly, I hope this time it's a normal person, judge for yourself. A carefully crafted animal hide boot stepped in. Kental entered the room with majestic vigor. The people in the room were startled when they saw him. Kental smiled, so it's you, my teammate. Alexandro muttered, he's huge. Pris couldn't hide her astonishment. Is that really a human? Cassin also showed fear. What is this pressure? Kental enthusiastically waved. Nice to meet you. The Northern Handguard captain instructed. All right, introduce yourselves, I'll be right back. Ken looked toward everyone, so start introducing yourselves. I'm Kental, a barbarian. He glanced at Cassin in bewilderment. And you? I'm Cassin Black, I'm a thief. A thief. Alexandro cleared his throat and interjected. I'm a paladin, Alexandro Turanis. A paladin, can you use holy power? He stammered, normally I can, but I'm a special case. Actually, I can't use it. Kental blinked, I see. Pris spoke up, I worship the god of trickery and illusion. I'm Pris, a priestess of Kaloja. You're a priestess, nice to meet you. Kental, a bit surprised. Even as a priestess, your affiliation isn't clear. Pris looked embarrassed. My deity is Koja, the god of deception and illusion. My god doesn't have the best reputation. I see. The Northern Handguard captain pushed the door open and entered while everyone was talking. If you're ready, let's go. Kental and Alexandro showed no emotion, while Pris and Cassin were somewhat uneasy. After a while, the Northern Handguard captain said, we've arrived. Kental was surprised by the surrounding scene. The guard captain stood before a cavern and announced, this is the entrance to the dungeon. He continued, drawing everyone's attention. A 3-level dungeon will face undead monsters. Kental grinned confidently at that. Clear the dungeon and bring back the badge. Kental opened the discussion. Now let's start planning. Can you explain? The thief Cassin Black panicked, cold sweat pouring. He stammered, Lord Kental. Kental replied amiably, you don't need to be formal, we're teammates, right? The thief looked embarrassed, scratched his head, and gave an awkward laugh. He began to regain seriousness. Then he seriously laid out the plan for each person. Kental and the knight will charge, forming the front line. I'll handle trap detection. The priestess will stay in the rear to support with magic during battles. Any objections? Hearing that, Kental's eyes lit up with excitement. Got it. This made Cassin Black smile awkwardly as well. The 4 of them formed a strong, spirited formation. Then let's proceed. Cut to night. The 4 looked anxious and alert as they traveled. They were near the battlefield, but it was very dark. Pris worried, oh my, I can't see a thing. Cassin Black was sweating cold and equally anxious. There were no guards or traps. Everything seemed unusually calm. Suddenly, Cassin's keen eyes spotted something unusual. He stepped toward Kental, glanced sideways, and tapped his shoulder. Hold, stop, there are monsters. Kental blankly replied, I don't see anything. But Cassin Black pointed to fragments of bone on the ground. Do you see those scattered bones? Those are bone soldiers. If we take another step, they'll revive and rush to attack us. Cassin's eyes turned cold as he thought, just as I expected, the rotten guard captain knew everything. This dungeon isn't a training challenge, but a trap to eliminate outsiders from the start. Kental pondered after hearing Cassin, bone soldiers. Cassin continued explaining, warning everyone, bone soldiers aren't easy to deal with. Even if their bodies are damaged or limbs severed, they still move normally. Moreover, with bodies made of bone, their defensive capability is extremely solid. The difficulty of this dungeon far exceeds my expectation. Cassin Black began assigning tasks. Hey priestess, ready your spells. Old man, prepare your shield well. Kent, you must be ready too. I will focus on finding openings during combat. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they still move, so aim for the weak spot at the neck. Also, because they're so hard, you must strike the same spot repeatedly to bring them down. Kental praised. Excellent leader, understood. Cassin stepped forward, toward the pile of bone soldiers on the ground and spoke. Kental widened his eyes at the bone soldiers. Whoa. The bone soldiers were rising to prepare for battle. Alexandro braced his shield firmly. Pris clasped her hands and began chanting, while Cassin readied himself, concentrating for the tense fight. The battle began. Kental swung and delivered a punch to a bone soldier, shattering it in an instant. The time it took to kill the bone soldiers was far too quick and easy for Kental, leaving both him and the others stunned. Kental beamed with joy and said, "Oh, Cassin, you were right. Smash the head and they'll stop moving." Cassin forced a smile at Kental's overwhelming power. However, inwardly he thought, this isn't what I meant. Bone soldiers are creatures made of bone, and their bones are as hard as steel, difficult to break. Even an experienced swordsman without aura would hardly be able to sever bone in one strike. Besides, bone soldiers are reinforced by the dungeon's magic. The only way to destroy them is to concentrate attacks on the neck, like felling a large tree, break their cervical vertebrae. It's unbelievable that he could blast their heads off and grind them to dust like that. Cold sweat ran down Cassin's face, his eyes extremely tense. He still pondered Kental. I've known from the start he was strong, but not this much. Is he really human? The three teammates were still stunned by the fight with the bone soldiers, which had seemed like it would be very difficult, but were defeated by just one punch from Kental. Kental stood on tiptoe and cheerfully said, "That's right, let's move on." Pris ran forward and shouted, "Yes." Seeing this, Kental was puzzled. "No need to rush like that." Cassin replied nimbly, "Yes." Alexandro and Pris remained fearful. "I don't want to die here." After a few steps, Kental stopped because he noticed something unusual. At his feet appeared the head of a bone soldier. Those behind called out to Kental in concern. While he stood frozen, the scene ahead was many sets of bone soldiers scattered across the ground. Pris cried out in alarm, "Bone soldiers." Cassin now also noticed the abnormality. "This time it's real, they're charging." Suddenly Kental said, "Could I ask you all a favor?" The three others, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Kental said coldly, full of arrogance, "Let me handle these damned skeletons myself. I want to test a few things." Hearing this, Cassin eagerly responded, "Ah yes, do as you wish. A face like finding treasure, I agree too." Kental's eyes suddenly glowed purple and he wore a mysterious smile. "Thank you very much." The battle began. The bone soldiers, weapons in hand, slowly rose up. The three others all wondered inwardly, what is he planning to do? Kental remained carefree and confident. He wondered, how is this structure put together? It's rather strange. The bone soldiers began to unleash attacks, swinging their weapons at Kental to strike. But Kental easily caught the sword with 2 fingers. Now Kental raised 2 fingers before him, closed them, his eyes glowing purple as he began to perform a technique. "So what are you going to do now?" A strange jade-green light radiated around the bone soldier as it raised its sword to prepare for battle. A flash of metallic light streaked across the wood. The fight began as the bone soldier swung its sword at Kental. But Kental tilted his head and dodged the strike with ease. He gripped the bone soldier's hand tightly and broke into a triumphant smile. Suddenly, the bone soldier's hand fell to the ground along with the sword. Kental stared intently at the remaining light on his hand. The bone soldier, its hand broken, looked stunned and bewildered, its face dazed. Its eyes flared with jade-green light, showing its rage. The bone soldier pulled its sword back into its other hand, taking a ready stance. Kental laughed, "Haha, so you can switch hands too." The bone soldier lunged at Kental in fury. Suddenly, he grabbed the bone soldier's other hand and snapped it. A strange light appeared at the bone soldier's feet, and it resumed attacking Kental with even greater ferocity. However, the bone soldier was effortlessly held by Kental. He even seemed amused and intrigued by its fighting style. Kental praised and teased, "You can even swap positions mid-fight. You're not ordinary, are you?" Turning to his 3 teammates, he saw Pris worried, trembling all over, cold sweat pouring. Cassin and Alexandro, witnessing the fight, were also alarmed, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Cassin couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Kental grasp the bone soldier's head, his whole body enveloped in fierce purple light. "He's truly a madman." Kental smiled and waved. Cassin Black immediately panicked and trembled. In an instant, a skull fell to the ground. Kental stood above, looking down at the skull with contempt. He kicked it with his foot and said coldly, "So people can still move with just a head?" The skull was smashed to pieces. He chuckled softly, saying, "How amusing." After a moment, Kental dusted his hands off. He smiled at everyone and said, "Have you been waiting long? Sorry to have kept you." Cassin Black immediately replied loudly, "No, do whatever you want." Kental replied softly, "Thanks." He stepped forward. Smiling, "Well then, let's continue." The 3, Cassin Black, Pris, and Alexandro, immediately answered in unison, "Yes." After walking for a while, Kental paused. He bowed his head to look down. Cassin Black spoke up, "This is the staircase that has appeared before us." Cassin Black continued, "The 2nd floor." Kental's group descended the steps in silence. Alexandro and Pris watched their surroundings warily. After a while, Cassin Black removed his face cloth, exhaling. He murmured, shall we rest a little?" Kental turned to look at everyone, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "You have a point, resting a bit would be good." Cassin Black immediately knelt, bowed his head and said loudly, "Thank you." Kental crossed his arms and closed his eyes slightly to rest. The 3 others also sat on the ground to rest, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Kental spoke up, "I have a few questions about this dungeon. Pris looked at him and asked, "What?" Alexandro opened his eyes and looked at him too. Kentel smiled gently. "Honestly, I don't know much." Pris panicked at that, realizing she might have offended him, and stammered, "No, the desire to learn is admirable. I don't know much either." But he heard her and said, "Thank you." Pris widened her eyes and asked curiously, "What are you wondering about?" Kentel looked at the happy people walking in the street and said, "This dungeon is pretty close to the territory." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So doesn't that mean there could be problems with the dungeon and the monsters?" Pris answered, "Basically, monsters in a dungeon can't spill out. Of course there are exceptions, but those cases have been controlled and dealt with beforehand." Cassin Black rubbed his chin and coughed softly. He recalled scenes from dungeons and said, "Dungeons are natural phenomena, sometimes caverns, sometimes towers. They often appear near populated areas." Kentel seemed to realize something and said quietly, "That's why this dungeon is here." Pris said to him, "When a dungeon appears, the territory assesses its danger level. Then we outsiders, mercenaries, or guards step in to handle it." Kentel curled a lip as if hearing something interesting and asked with a smile, "So that means there won't be any dungeons inside the territory?" Pris shook her head. "No, dungeons only appear at a certain distance, away from residential areas." Kentel nodded, "I see." His face brightened and he said cheerfully, "If it's a dungeon, there must be rewards for clearing it, right?" Pris imagined gold and jewels and said, "Yes, there will be a boss on the final floor. If you defeat the boss, you'll receive various rewards. For a dungeon like this, the rewards won't be bad." Kentel smirked slightly, like playing a game. Pris, puzzled, asked, "What's a game?" Kentel replied, "I was just muttering." He looked at her and said, "I have one more question." Pris hesitated. "Yes, ask." He lowered his voice, "Who created this dungeon?" Pris froze, question marks appearing above her head. She exclaimed in surprise, "What? Dungeons form naturally, no one creates them." Kentel imagined a hand controlling the people, and voiced his thought, "That seems hard to believe. First, they always appear near populated areas, as if someone deliberately placed them for us to explore." An image of a snake coiling around an apple came to his mind, and he thought, "They appear near crowds and lure people with tempting rewards." Kentel crossed his arms and said coldly, "I think it's more like an artificial setup than a natural phenomenon." Pris was startled and realized, that actually makes sense. She propped her chin and thought to herself, "I never considered that perspective because I always assumed it was normal." Cassin Black also bowed his head and thought, "Actually, I've never thought deeply about that. No, I never have. It's a clear principle and unquestionable truth. Could this savage dare to doubt such an obvious truth?" He pondered, sweating a little. Savages have always been a foolish and brutal race. Cassin Black recalled the image of Kentel in the blizzard standing over a terrifying corpse. He thought inwardly, the heartless and cold-blooded, that truth has never changed. The image of Kentel's dangerous, glowing eyes in the snowy landscape appeared in his mind. Cassin Black pondered, "If what I know is true, is this Manji really just an ordinary savage?" Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through Cassin Black's thoughts. Kentel chuckled softly and said, "This is interesting." He stood up smiling. "Has everyone finished resting?" The group startled and stood up, answering in unison, "Ah, yes." Kentel turned and began to walk, waving and smiling. "Then let's continue." Cassin Black replied immediately, "Yes." After a while, Kentel's group resumed moving forward, each person on guard and looking around. Kentel walked calmly ahead, unconcerned by the others' anxiety, when he suddenly noticed something and stared. A gold-locked treasure chest appeared before him. Kentel curiously said, "What's that?" Cassin Black looked at the chest and said, "That's a treasure casket, one of the labyrinth's rewards. If opened, the treasure belongs to you." Cassin Black immediately imagined people opening caskets full of gold and thought to himself, "Easy to say, but to open a high-tier casket you need a skilled thief, at least proficient in lockpicking. If someone reached that level, they wouldn't risk coming into this dungeon. Too bad, we'll probably have to skip this casket." Suddenly, a voice cut off his thoughts. Kentel looked at him and said, "Cassin, open it." Cassin panicked completely and thought, "What?" Kentel looked at the treasure casket and said, "It's a treasure casket." Then he looked at Cassin Black and said, "You're a thief, right? This is your job." Cassin Black immediately went pale and hesitated. "Ah, yes." But Kentel's face lit up with interest. "Isn't a treasure casket a thief's matter? That's why I told you to try. I want to see a thief's skill with my own eyes." Cassin Black frowned in discomfort, thinking, "Oh god, that's true, but there's a problem." Outwardly, Cassin Black kept smiling, but inwardly felt helpless, hands on his head, thinking, "If I could do it, why would I be here?" He gaped in panic, frozen, telling himself, "A poor thief not recognized by a guild, where would I get lockpicking skills? But I can't tell them the truth." Cassin Black glanced at Kentel, whose eyes followed him with expectancy. He thought, "That look is full of hope. If I try and fail, it will instantly turn to disappointment." He imagined Kentel's cold, commanding gaze on him saying, "You call yourself a thief and can't do this. Useless." He also remembered being terrified when Kentel stomped on the skull. Cassin Black screamed inwardly in anguish but outwardly scratched his head and smiled. "Ha ha, I'll give it a try." A while later, Kentel watched Cassin Black opening the casket with admiration and said excitedly, "Oh, you're using that tool to pick the lock. Nice." Cassin Black felt immense pressure, worrying he's staring at me from behind. If I fail, I'll die. He tensely recalled watching another thief pick a casket lock before, trying to remember the techniques he'd seen while following as a porter. The more he thought, the greater the pressure. Sweat pouring down continuously, he thought, betting my life on this. Thief Cassin, the cry from your soul. Suddenly Cassin's eyes flew open. He looked utterly surprised, shocked, and trembling. Kental, seeing this, was puzzled. Turns out Cassin had accidentally used his innate talent to open the treasure chest. He was so overjoyed he cried out, "Hey, it opened." H, standing to one side, watched happily and eagerly. Oh, really? They say only master thieves can open this treasure chest. I didn't expect to meet someone who could do it here. Amazing. Kental, pleased and surprised, gave a thumbs up. Is that so? Well done, Cassin. Hearing the praise, Cassin's expression was not happy at all. He stood dazed, thinking, I wasn't supposed to be able to open it. How did this happen? I opened it just by looking. This skill is overpowered. Cassin had always been proud of his survival abilities, but now, for the first time, he questioned the meaning of his life. He stood motionless, bewildered. Did I really try my hardest? Thus Cassin lost his pride. Kental now stepped closer to the treasure, looked, and asked curiously, how much is this treasure worth? H also stepped forward to look and said, with this amount a family could live lavishly for a month. Cassin still couldn't shake his existential doubts. Kental smiled and replied, I see, that explains it. Then he turned to the thief Cassin and said, Cassin, handle dividing the rewards. The thief Cassin was jolted awake by Kental's call and cried out in fear, yes. At that moment, Cassin approached the treasure and gently lifted a cup. He was dazed by the cup's sparkle, staring at it absent-mindedly for a long while. Suddenly, someone called him in a haunting voice, Cassin. Startled by the call, Cassin shouted, oh, it was Kental calling. Kental asked, do you need any help? Cassin was so frightened he was panting. Kental then asked, are you hurt? The thief Cassin panicked, as if caught red-handed, yelling, no, I didn't do anything. The three people there were very puzzled. After a while, the group took everything from the treasure and left. As they walked, Kental suddenly noticed something ahead, stopped and said, wait, skeleton soldiers. Ahead lay a pile of stacked bones on the ground. Kental's group stopped when they saw it. Kental counted the skulls and exclaimed, I see 4 of them here. I'll take care of 3. The 3 behind, Cassin, H, and Alexandro, were startled upon hearing this. Kental smiled eerily at the pile of bones and said, leave the last one to everyone else. The thief Cassin replied, understood. But inwardly he thought, this is a real fight, it's going to be tough. Alexandro nodded as well, yes. Immediately, Kental stepped forward quickly. Suddenly, the pile of bones on the ground flashed a green light. The thief Cassin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, no matter how many times I see it, watching bones reassemble themselves is still horrifying. Then the bones, as if possessed, reassembled themselves and stood up. The group retreated in fear, only Kental stood his ground bravely. The 4 skeleton soldiers lunged at the group. Kental ordered everyone get up. Immediately the 3 Cassin, H, and Alexandro raised their hands. They chanted a holy magic incantation. A golden light surrounded the 3. Go for it. At that moment, the thief Cassin bravely charged forward, threw a punch at one skeleton soldier. The 3 remaining skeleton soldiers angrily prepared to charge forward, but were suddenly caught by Kental, who used his muscular arms to clamp their necks easily, leaving them shocked and astonished. Seeing thief Cassin so brave, he exclaimed, this is rare. Don't ruin it, I'll handle them for you. The last skeleton soldier then swung his sword with all his might toward Alexandro. Alexandro quickly used his shield to block the skeleton soldier's strike, his gaze becoming more determined than ever. At that moment, thief Cassin suddenly leapt into the air, aiming to take the opportunity to attack the skeleton soldier from behind. Cassin raised his sword high. The skeleton soldier seemed to sense the danger from behind and glanced back. But Cassin's speed was too fast. The skeleton soldier couldn't evade and was cut down by Cassin. Then H began to act, her eyes shining brightly, and she reached out, loudly intoning the skill name Cloak of Darkness. Immediately, it seemed Alexandro was infused with renewed strength, and he sped forward at incredible velocity. Alexandro struck the skeleton soldier unexpectedly. The skeleton soldier collapsed to the ground, its neck bones beginning to crack. But it did not die, instead it screamed in fury. Kental, standing aside watching his teammates, smiled happily and laughed, ha ha. Holding 2 large stones in his hands, he cheerfully said, I didn't expect to witness such a perfectly coordinated formation. Kental smiled in satisfaction and added, truly rare to find. Then he suddenly crushed the stones in his hands into dust. Kental smiled again and said, now that the trouble is handled, let's enjoy it. Saying that, Kental quickly swung a blade at the remaining skeleton soldiers. After a while, Cassin, H, and Alexandro had cornered a skeleton soldier. They seemed to share the same thought. Thief Cassin thought, there's nothing left to doubt. H was sweating coldly, thinking to herself, that brute. Alexandro thought, he's challenging us. The skeleton soldier's eyes widened, and it looked at the 3 with a pitiful face, sitting silently in a corner, dazed. All 3 Cassin, H, and Alexandro had their eyes blazing, and glared angrily at the dazed skeleton soldier. thinking if it reveals a weakness, we're done for. Then they unleashed a flurry of continuous slashes on the poor skeleton soldier. After a while, at last the skeleton soldier's head fell off. Alexandro wearily planted his sword into the ground and slumped down. Not only Alexandro, but Cassin and H also looked extremely exhausted after defeating a skeleton soldier. The three were very tired, yet only Kental remained vigorous after single-handedly defeating 3 skeleton soldiers. He folded his arms, reflected on the past, and pondered. No more doubts, the people of the snow ice plain are fairly decent. Kental thought to himself, third-floor monsters are also skeleton soldiers, and their numbers are increasing. But thanks to Kental's leadership, we passed through easily. And finally, H and Alexandro now also looked at Kental with concern as he contemplated. Cassin also looked at Kental with great concern. The group reached the deepest chamber, the heart of the dungeon. A skeletal knight sat there, motionless on the throne. H's eyes widened, trembling with amazement. She exclaimed, "A skeletal knight? What is something like this doing here?" Kental, still not fully understanding, asked, "Is it different from the others?" H replied, "Yes, it's extremely strong." Her expression was terrified. She thought, "A skeletal knight swings a great sword with ease and power. If you aren't at a knight's level, you stand no chance. This isn't a monster we can handle." Kental continued, puzzled, "What if we turn back without defeating it?" H answered nervously, "There would be an investigation by the guild. If they accept a reasonable explanation, we won't get in trouble." Suddenly Kental smiled, then strode forward confidently with a grin, saying, "Makes sense." The others gasped at this. The skeletal knight stood solemnly, radiating great power, and smiled dangerously at its opponents. Yet Kental showed not a trace of fear. He even thought to himself, a dry skeleton can keep its form in battle. Fascinating. At once, the skeletal knight assumed an attacking stance. H's face showed obvious astonishment. Her reaction was swift. She immediately formed a barrier. But it was dangerous. 2 powerful sources of magic clashed. H seemed at a disadvantage, and before long her barrier shattered. Fortunately, Alexandro timely used his shield to absorb the blow. Then he collapsed to the ground. This act made Kental glance over in admiration. Alexandro was astonished. A strike that strong. The skeletal knight's attack was truly overwhelming. Not stopping there, a flash of lightning appeared in the knight's eyes. This time his strike was even more powerful. Yet Kental remained utterly calm. He stood there as the knight advanced toward him. Unexpectedly, before the knight could act, Kental punched him and sent him flying away, vanishing in an unforeseen manner. Cassin gaped in amazement. Alexandro was equally shocked. When it was over, Kental casually dusted off his hands and sneered, "That's all." Then he turned to look at those around him. Suddenly, Kental's gaze froze as if he had discovered something. He then called out Cassin's name. Startled to be addressed, Cassin was a bit dazed. "Yes, yes." A treasure chest shimmered nearby. Kental wanted to know if Cassin could open it. Cassin jumped and shouted, "No way, it's protected by a high-level lock. With my skills, I can't open it." Hearing this, Kental feigned disappointment. "Is that so? Shame." Cassin hung his head too. "What a pity, but I guess we give up." It seemed that way until Kental swung his arm and struck the chest himself. Cassin was terrified again. At last the chest shattered to pieces. Alexandro and H stared at him like he was a strange creature. Kental, however, paid it no mind. The loot looked substantial. "Cassin, you clean it up." He immediately obeyed, stepped forward, still amazed in his head. I've never seen someone break a chest open by brute force like that, but it made him wonder if he could break it. Why call me to pick the lock? After finishing the task, they all exited together. The sky was bright and sunny, and birds were singing. Something caught Kental's attention. The cave they had entered suddenly exploded. Cassin explained, "After a dungeon is cleared, it disappears. So there probably aren't any secret rooms this time." Kental, curious, asked, "Secret rooms? They really exist here?" Cassin confirmed, despite the danger, they really do. Hearing this, Kental smirked with excitement. Sounds intriguing. Cassin found this attitude of his puzzling. The guard captain, having heard something, looked surprised. "What, it's all done?" At that moment outside the city, the guard captain was checking on the dungeon situation. Kental replied jokingly, "It was fun in there." The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Then he requested, "Everyone follow me." Sitting in a room, H softly said, "There's no major problem, sir." So the captain asked, "Do you think that Manji can remain in the territory?" H objected, "I think it should be fine." The captain noticed something regarding this Manji. She spoke vaguely. He closed his eyes tensely. The issue wasn't conquering the dungeon, but how it was done. The real goal was to identify dangerous individuals. Cassin added, "He's not the sort to go causing trouble." However, the captain knew well that he was as strong as a beast but didn't harm others. Very different from ordinary Mandis. Now Kental praised each of them. Cassin did very well. He's a thief. He disabled traps and tried to pick locks. Alexandro is a very strong frontline warrior. Your prayers helped us a lot. Hearing this, the captain grew suspicious. How strange. Usually when strangers are forced into a team to clear a dungeon, they wouldn't praise others so warmly. In the end, he had to agree, "Very well, you are permitted to enter. But one warning, even with permission, if you cause trouble you'll be expelled. Be careful." Kental affirmed, "Yes." Then the captain presented a pouch. "This is the penal reward. Divide it among yourselves." According to the captain, guards sometimes pocket the rewards. Kental, not thinking much, gladly took it. Thank you very much. The captain guessed they probably wouldn't be bothered this time. Kental proposed, then let's split it evenly. They were stunned by his words. H hurriedly declined. Ah, no need. Alexandro also didn't dare accept, me neither. But Kental persisted. We all did it together, so share the reward equally. Don't refuse. Hearing this, Kassan reluctantly agreed. Ah, fine. No sooner said than done. Kental invited, then let's celebrate, find a tavern nearby. The group didn't expect this, what? In the end, they reluctantly agreed, celebrate? Oh yes, but inwardly they were crying, I want to go home. While the others were downcast, Kental was very excited. The captain looked on in dismay. A manji killed a skeletal knight as powerful as a monster with a single punch. The captain was appalled. A manji felled a skeletal knight as strong as a monster with one punch. He shifted to an appraising gaze, thinking, at least as strong as a knight, certainly not an ordinary manji. The captain could be sure that a legendary manji was someone extraordinary. Then he solemnly assigned orders. I'll report to the lord, you guard the gate. The subordinates immediately acknowledged. Understood. Night had fallen. In the vast palace, low flames cast a solemn atmosphere. The emperor sat inside and in a deep voice ordered, enter. The captain saluted and reported, I report, my lord. The lord of Barkin of the kingdom of John asked, what is it? The captain promptly presented, report, my lord, a manji has entered the territory. That night in the antechamber outside the manor, a voice rang out, you granted him permission. The guard captain of North Hand bowed his head. Yes, sir, though it's not causing trouble. Seated on the golden chair, the lord looked down with suspicion. So what's the real problem? He reported a bit tensely. He's too powerful enough to be a problem. The lord raised his head and asked, how powerful is he? The room fell silent with only the guard captain of North Khan's voice and the lord's astonishment. They say he defeated a skeletal knight with a single blow. The lord's eyes widened in shock. A skeletal knight. A monster that is hard to handle unless you're at knight level. And he defeated it with one punch. Then he lowered his head, pondering images of towering people standing in a blizzard. A manji who only knows brute strength, simple-minded and uneducated. The lord hesitated, so he's first rank then. The guard captain of North Han assessed, perhaps so. The lord asked further, and could he be even stronger? The guard captain of North Khan's face tightened. Can't say for sure yet. Hearing this, he fell silent. A warrior of that caliber being a manji, a race that values strength above all, this would be a big problem. He decided, for now, summon him to meet me. Below, the guard captain of North Khan broke into a cold sweat, slightly worried. Are you sure this is safe? He reasoned, just letting such a powerful being roam the territory is dangerous. Meeting him directly would be reassuring. The guard captain of North Han objected. It could be dangerous, sir. The knight beside him stepped forward with a stern face. The guard captain of North Khan, seated on the golden chair, reminded, I have my own knights to protect me. Seeing this, he startled and lifted his head. Then he turned to the knight and asked, what do you think? The knight gripped the sword at his hip and said, he's strong, but just a savage, an enormous muscly-bound brute with no intelligence. Then he thought of his solemn master and declared, compared to the swordsmanship the sword saint taught me directly, he's not on the same level, so you needn't be afraid. The lord nodded subtly in agreement. Finally, he raised his voice. Summon that manji here, I'll speak with him face to face. Elsewhere, at a table piled with food and beer, Kental bit into meat and chewed noisily. The three at the table watched him eat like a starving man. Their faces turned pale, sinking into the frigid atmosphere. He raised his beer mug, and with a friendly expression took a gulp before setting it down and smiling at them. This is delicious, and I really like the quiet atmosphere here. It's on me today, help yourselves. Hearing that, the group forced smiles at Kental. Ha ha ha. Suddenly he turned and asked, you're a holy knight, right? Alexandro flinched, yes. Kental's face showed curiosity. What kind of holy power do you use? I didn't see you use it during the dungeon assault. Alexandro scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I'm still training, so my holy power hasn't been activated yet. Kental widened his eyes in disappointment. Oh, unlucky. Alexandro cleared his throat timidly. Then he turned to H, who sat quietly beside him. You serve a god named Kaloja, right? Are there any temples of that god nearby lately? She averted her eyes, embarrassed, and replied, no, I don't think so. He's not a widely worshipped deity. She recalled that god's cold demeanor, surrounded by a serpent, the god of deceit and trickery. Kaloja was shunned and rejected by people. H gripped the edge of her dress. Lord Kental. He replied him yes. She pressed on, how strong are you? At that, both Alexandro and Kassan also started and looked toward him. He continued chewing his food, puzzled, staring back at them. Then Kental stroked his chin, recalling the rankings. I don't really know my rank either. I've only recently left the frozen plains, so I'm still wondering how strong I am and how powerful that skeletal knight I defeated was. H widened her eyes and explained what she knew. At least rank 2 would be needed to handle him. If he's rank 1, then someone could defeat him as you did, Lord Kental. He concluded, then I'm probably rank 2. Suddenly, a man appeared before them with hands dripping sweat, trembling as he said, sorry, our shop is about to close. Kental only smiled while the man became even more frightened. Ah, my fault, let's go. The group stepped out of the shop. Do you all have any plans or schedules coming up? At his question, Alexandro and H both shouted in unison. Yes, we already do. Immediately after, Casson also yelled urgently. Yes, I'm very busy. He looked at them both embarrassed and regretful. I understand. What a shame. Then I suppose we part ways here. Farewell, everyone, see you another day. The three silently pictured the princess saying goodbye and were secretly glad. No need to meet again. That night, Kental lay back with his feet on the bed, closed his eyes in comfort and sighed, phew, this is comfortable. It's the first time I've lain on a bed since arriving in this world. Earlier, at the inn counter, the innkeeper had watched him, drooling into his cup. Kental thought himself lucky to stay at the inn thanks to the dungeon reward and glad he hadn't encountered too much trouble. Now sunlight streamed through the window. He sat with his legs crossed on the bed, humming excitedly. Compared to the frozen plains, this place is truly paradise. He recalled when he was still at the frozen plains, facing countless bewildering system frames. It took quite some time from when I woke up in the frozen plains until I found a civilization like this. So what do I do next? I want to explore more, experience more of this world. Kental raised his palm, spread his fingers, and murmured, I want to go on an adventure, then in his mind set a course for the Elven Sanctuary. His eyes dimmed as he thought of the magic tower and the splendid capital of the kingdom. Then he fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window. He woke up groggily, sat up and wiped drool from the corner of his mouth as he heard a call at the door. He went out to see who it was. Behind the door, the guard captain of North Khan looked at him hesitantly. Oh, did I wake you? Sorry. He looked at him in puzzlement. Guard captain, is something the matter? The guard captain of North Han cleared his throat, and then solemnly informed him, the Lord wishes to see you in person. He muttered, oh, the Lord. Then he imagined the Lord's wealth and splendor. The Lord rules this land, master of the entire territory. A person like that wants to meet me. Kental's face was full of bewilderment. Well, alright then. Kental told the guard captain of North Khan, can I go now? I'll change clothes and follow you. The captain stood frozen, wondering, am I going to the right place? Why was he invited so easily? Later, in the bustling streets and market where merchants passed by, Kental thought to himself, when I entered this territory it was pitch dark, so I only glanced around. Kental's eyes sparkled as he followed the guard captain of North Khan, looking around. Seeing it by day was truly astonishing. He smiled. With an expression of admiration, he gave him a thumbs up. If this is a fantasy world, I'm always ready to embrace its surprises. The guard captain of North Han went pale and baffled. What's wrong with that guy? Then he frowned and thought urgently, time's running out, I must return as soon as possible. Shortly after came an announcement, my lord, I've brought the manji here to meet you. Hearing this, the lord turned and ordered, bring him in. The great hall quickly opened. He looked inside, and saw the lord's hand extended in goodwill. Pleased to meet you, man. The lord stood before the window with one hand clasped behind his back and the other politely extended. I am Luke Bakken, lord of this land. Allow me to reintroduce Luke Bakken, the lord of the Barkan territory, kingdom of Genhen. He took the offered hand and was honored to meet the rightful lord of Barkan. Then he bowed his head and closed his eyes. I am Kental, a manji. The lord's eyes widened at the polite handshake. His face showed alarm. His hand still clasped the lord's, one hand gripping the wrist, bowing respectfully. The lord wondered, a manji actually shook hands. He recalled the cold image he'd imagined of the man and calmed somewhat. Manji haven't necessarily shaken hands before. For them, strength is everything, no exception. I suppose I've lived long enough to see these things. He cleared his throat to regain composure. You seem to understand a few basic rules. Sit down. On this side, he sat on the throne while Kental sat opposite at the tea table. The interior was both silent and elegant. Kental glanced around for a moment. So this is what the Lord's castle looks like. His eyes lit up. Even in a fantasy world, castles are just like those from the medieval era. In front of him stood a knight beside Luke. He stood solemnly with an arm behind his hip. Is that a knight guarding the Lord? His gaze was full of curiosity and wonder, his hand clenched on the table in excitement like a child starring. When I was young, I loved role-playing as a knight. I never thought I'd one day see a real knight. He looked magnificent, just as I dreamed. The knight noticed his stare. The knight beside Luke frowned, somewhat surprised. A murderous aura. It's a real murderous aura, unmistakable. How dare someone emanate such a powerful, majestic killing intent right before the Lord? To him, Kental seemed to radiate the pressure of a killer. Immediately, the knight at Luke's side grabbed the sword at his hip. Fool, you will not leave here alive. Suddenly Luke spoke. The reason I invited you here is simple. He paused, his expression probing. I only wish to verify a few things about you. Kental calmly crossed his arms and looked at him. Suit yourself. What do you want to verify about me? Then he questioned, where do you come from? Kental closed his eyes and recalled the year-round snowy mountains. So that's your concern. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried in white snow. Hearing that, the two of them both gasped in astonishment, the eternal ice and snow. He stared at Kental while Kental remained with arms crossed and eyes closed, pondering. He truly is the legendary Manji warrior, and now he's standing right before me. Then Luke looked down, doubtful. What you say is hard to believe. Kental folded his arms and sighed. It's a harsh place, believe it or not, it's up to you. His voice echoed through the room. Then let me ask another question. His eyes sharpened as he probed Kental. How strong are you? Luke imagined him raging to dominance. Whether his strength was truly as terrifying as rumored was the question. Hearing that, Kental replied, your question is flawed. I don't know the strength standards here, so I can't answer. The Lord responded, I understand. Then he glanced at the knight standing beside him. The knight gave a barely perceptible nod in agreement. Luke then proposed, so would you like to spar with one of my knights? If you accept, I will ensure you receive a fitting reward. Kental was slightly surprised. Spar. He added, of course it won't be a fight to the death. I trust you can restrain your power. Hearing that, Kental smiled. I'm interested. His excited laugh startled the two. A duel with a lord's knight. Inside, Kental pictured the knights from fairy tales, not ordinary knights but knights of the fantasy world, who wielded magic and radiance. This was a chance to witness the true combat ability of such a knight. Kental touched his chin and smiled with delight. I'm really excited for this. Luke gripped the armrest of his chair and looked toward Kental. Kental, meanwhile, wore an expression brimming with killing intent. Luke thought to himself, as expected, the Manji is still the Manji. No matter how polite and refined he appears, his wild nature, thirst for battle, and passion for combat remain unchanged. Kental's excitement made the two of them flinch in unison. Up in the arena seats, Luke sat observing. Below in the arena stood Luke's knight and Kental. The knight stared intently at Kental. Kental smiled, full of anticipation. Luke cautioned, then let's begin. I hope no one bleeds here. The bell rang quickly. The knight at Luke's side drew his sword, eyes wary as he looked at Kental. Consider it a privilege to witness my swordsmanship. Kental merely smiled in response. I'm also very much looking forward to this match. The knight gritted his teeth in anger. How dare he be so relaxed when facing me? The knight's legs bent as he prepared to lunge forward. I'll show you the superiority of my technique over yours. His eyes flashed fiercely as sword aura spread. Kental calmly watched the knight charge. In the next instant, the sword tip split into three at extreme speed. Kental's eyes widened. 3 blade points thrust forward simultaneously. An illusion. No, this was not an illusion at all. Kental lightly dodged each strike with ease. All 3 swords were real. This was the opponent's sword technique. Watching, Kental confirmed inwardly, indeed. The knight gritted his teeth in satisfaction. You'll have to struggle a lot to avoid my blade. HMPH, reaching this level against me is already commendable. The strikes grew more and more intense, but this battle didn't need to drag on. Suddenly, Kental raised a hand and flicked it lightly. Crack, the sword shattered into many pieces. The knight's eyes went wide in panic. What is this? Kental placed his hand on the knight's chest. The armor and the remaining fragments of the sword immediately crumbled to dust. He grabbed the armor, twisted it out of shape, then hurled the knight forcefully backward. The man flew and fell unconscious. Above, Luke shouted in shock, what is that? The knight lay motionless against the corner wall. On the ground was a long skid mark. Luke stared in fear and astonishment. Just one punch. With a single punch, a rank 1 knight was defeated. What kind of terrible power is this? Kental turned around and smiled, asking, so the match is over, right? Luke shot to his feet as if his soul had left his body. He squinted indeed. In his mind, replayed the moment Kental casually hurled the knight away. A Manji who could defeat a rank 1 knight with a single punch, that was the strength of a monster. At the very least, he had reached a superhuman level. But that was only the minimum level of strength he showed. His true, deeper power could not yet be measured. Luke slumped into his chair. A Manji with strength like that could shake this entire continent. He thought of the hero and his dragon. If so, this had to be reported to that person, one of the very few on the continent bearing the title Sword Saint. Luke bowed his head and murmured, it's time for him to step forward. I wonder if you'll be interested to learn of such a Manji. Suddenly a voice rang out, are you talking about me? Luke startled and looked up. The window was wide open, the wind billowing the curtains. A figure stood there with arms crossed, calm. Luke sighed and rolled his eyes. Your tastes are as strange as ever. The other man laughed teasingly. Ha, who doesn't need a bit of fun and entertainment? Then Luke crossed his arms, his expression serious. So why don't you share that intriguing story with me? That was Sword Saint Can. Luke rose and bowed in salute. It is an honor to have you here. Though I informed you at short notice, allow me to present the great Sword Saint, Lord Can. Can smiled, his gaze keen. Luke remained bowed in respect. In the knight's room, he lay on the bed with a hand over his brow. The door opened and Luke entered, asking, which startled him, has your body recovered yet? The knight hurriedly sat up in panic. In a few days I'll be fully well. Forgive me, my lord. Ken stepped in behind him. You should be the one to apologize to me. He clasped his hands behind his back. My foolish disciple was defeated by an unknown Manji. Kan's gaze stopped at the torn armor over the knight's chest. There wasn't a single wound on his body. His curiosity about Kental grew even more. The armor shattered like that, yet his body wasn't injured. Did he deliberately hold back? Ken said in a low voice, he is not a common dumb manji. He has an extremely precise control over his strength. The knight stammered, I understand. Ken continued, his eyes cold. He far surpasses knight-level skill and can fight while holding back as if toying. At minimum, he has reached the superhuman rank. Hearing this, both Luke and the knight were astonished. Luke muttered, then looked at Can with doubt. Forgive my rudeness, but compared to you, how does he measure up, Sword Saint Can? The old man turned his head to confirm. He is quite strong, but I am the Sword Saint. Even if he has superhuman strength, he still cannot reach me. Luke was somewhat embarrassed. I see. Ken remained pensive. But I didn't see him use any radiance in combat, did I? And yet his power has reached this level. Those words left Luke surprised as well. That's unimaginable by ordinary standards. Is this the power of a manji from the Eternal Ice? Hearing that, Ken bowed his head, recalling Kental in the Eternal Ice. At first I couldn't believe it either, but it seems he truly comes from the Eternal Ice. Suddenly Ken raised his head, a manji from the Eternal Ice. He thought of Kental living coldly amid blizzards, the legend of one who survived in the Eternal Ice. Is he human, or is he? He raised a hand to stroke his beard cautiously, or a metahuman. Images of vicious snakes and snow bears flashed through his mind, but then dismissed it himself. No, that's not it. Luke beside him confused, Ken thought again of the fierce demons and white serpents, then judged to himself. If he truly were a metahuman, he wouldn't have shown you such mercy. He remained doubtful about Kental's appearance. I was mistaken. But he comes from the Eternal Ice, why there and why now? Ken sank into puzzling thoughts while Luke beside him had no idea what was happening. Is something the matter, Sword Saint? The old man looked up. Nothing, we'll deal with that later. Same goes for His Majesty the Emperor. He recalled the soldiers venturing into the snow mountains, always requesting the strangest things. Ken turned his head away and instructed, don't worry about it now. Luke nodded, I understand. He asked further, is that manji still in these lands? Luke replied quickly, yes, he said he would stay here for a while, so certainly. Having heard that, Ken turned and departed, his face serious and full of curiosity. I must verify his power with my own eyes. The next morning, sunlight poured brilliantly over the White Castle. The captain of the Northcon Guard asked, what are you planning for your next move? He stared at Kental, waiting. Kental hesitated. A bag of gold had just been placed on the table before him. It was the reward for the recent match. He closed his eyes and announced, from now on I will no longer interfere with your actions in this territory. Kental tapped his chin and thought, I don't have a clear plan yet, but it would be better if I could establish my identity here. Having to clear dungeons every time I enter a new territory is truly troublesome. The North Hand Guard captain offered, if that's your concern, there's one way. You can find someone of high status to vouch for you. Or, he paused, making Kental curious, or what? He continued, you could become a mercenary. He closed his eyes, pondered, then explained. If you accumulate achievements and gain recognition from the Mercenaries Guild, your identity will be accepted. The Northcon captain also considered inwardly, still, mercenaries do menial work. Without reaching a certain rank, it's hard to have your identity confirmed. But with this manji's strength, finding a sponsor would be the easiest option for now. Kental murmured, mercenary. His eyes lit up with curiosity. Is there really such a path? In his mind rose an image of mercenaries fighting nobly, lost in daydreams. Mercenaries are those who take on missions to slay monsters and escort caravans. They are the emblem of a romantic, fantastical world. If so, Kental smiled excitedly. Where do I go to become a mercenary? The North Hand Guard captain looked up at him in surprise. There's a guild in the city. Kental's face brightened with excitement, his eyes sparkling. Lead me there. The other man gaped at Kental. All right then. He explained about mercenaries. Mercenaries roam to complete assigned tasks. Some view them as symbols of romantic freedom, but in reality, mercenaries are the lowest social class for those whose identities are unrecognized. They are often attacked by monsters in dungeons. Even strong mercenaries frequently die in unexplored dungeons or are sacrificed for dark deeds. Thus, lowly mercenaries tend to be rude, filthy, and loud. At that moment in the guild hall, a man in green angrily punched a man in brown. You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on me? The man in brown tumbled across the table, then sprang up cursing, you looking for trouble. The man in green bellowed, if you're so tough, come at me. The others standing around cheered, hey, right guy, I'm backing you. Try to win, I'm betting on the left guy. They lunged at each other, grabbing hair and throwing punches. Nearby, the pink-haired woman adjusted some documents and glanced over. So, how's this batch of recruits? Ross sighed in annoyance, HMPH, useless, all a bunch of freaks. This is Rosa, the receptionist of the Mercenaries Guild. She remembered Alexandro, a madman who called himself a holy knight, then Cassin, and even a talented thief. Finally, the priestess, wasn't right at all, and the deity she served seemed untrustworthy. The pink-haired woman hesitated at Rosa's words. Oh, is that so? What a pity. She bowed her head, troubled inside. HMPH, no spirit-bonded ones showed up. illiterate mercenaries just brawl all day. In her mind appeared a handsome blonde prince spreading his arms toward her. Ah, if only a prince on a white steed would appear and stand by me, helping with reception work. At the door, someone stepped in. Rosa looked up, wide-eyed and startled when she saw Kental. He entered and smiled as he looked around. So this is the Mercenaries Guild. The two fighting turned to look astonished. No way, a manji. The rest gaped at him as well. Seeing everyone stare, Kental grew a little flustered. Then folded his arms and sat at the table, smiling. I've come because I want to become a mercenary. Opposite him, Rosa held the documents, trembling with tension. Ah, you really want to be a mercenary. May I ask your purpose? He replied calmly, many reasons, but I've heard becoming a mercenary can help get your identity recognized in this kingdom. She awkwardly explained, that's true, but to have your identity recognized via the mercenary path, you'll need to achieve quite a few accomplishments. Is that okay? Kental confirmed, no problem. She took out the typewriter and announced, then I'll register you as a mercenary for a fee of 5 silver. May I have your name and age? He placed the money on the table. I'm Katu. As for my age, I'm not sure. She typed deftly, then I'll put down an approximate number. Finally, Rosa handed him a card in a wooden box. Done. Your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge. It's your identifier. Don't lose it. He stared at the card, then happily took it. I'm accepted. Then he looked up at Rosa with an innocent expression. Are there any missions right now? I want to start immediately. She stammered, Miss, missions, yes. She pushed a sheet of paper toward Kental. These are the missions you can take at the moment. He took the stack of papers on the table and flipped through them. Wait, only these low-level jobs. The task board read rank F-. Tasks: herb gathering, cellar cleanup, sewer cleaning, street sweeping, night patrol. Rosa's face broke into a sweat as she forced a smile. Because you're only an F-rank mercenary, these tasks suit you. Inside, she was terrified. Manji are very proud. What if he suddenly gets angry? Should I call for backup? She squeezed her eyes shut and explained awkwardly, If you complete simple tasks and accumulate achievements, you'll be given harder missions later. He answered, I'll take this mission. She opened her eyes and regained her composure. She looked down at the paper he pointed to. Are you sure? He folded his arms and asked again, This is also work that needs doing, right? She hesitated. Yes, I understand. Kental smiled and asked, So where do I collect the herbs? Rosa produced a picture showing the plant's appearance. Ah, you must go outside the village into the forest. They look like this. He eagerly took the picture and left. Understood, I'll be back soon. She replied awkwardly, yes. Kental turned and walked away, still staring at the picture. Behind him, Rosa watched in bewilderment. Why does he seem so calm? He stepped out the door and left. Inside, the pink-haired woman trembled all over, while Rosa stood frozen in shock. At night, in some forest, on the ground lay the flowers Kental needed to find. He compared the photo with the flower and told himself, How does this herb heal wounds? It looks kind of strange, doesn't it? Then he took off his coat and threw it to the ground. He put on his hat, smiled, and flexed his arm. I'm already wearing sun UV protection gear. He thought to himself, time to start my first mercenary job. UV rays are harmful in other worlds too, knowledge few possess from Kental. About an hour later at the Mercenaries Guild, a sack of herbs was placed on the table to Rosa's amazement. He looked at her innocently. Is this enough? She stammered, so many, inwardly puzzled. Is he planning to ruin the whole herb field or what? Looking into the pile of herbs in the sack, Rosa was even more astonished. The quality is excellent. Most mercenaries just yank them roughly, which greatly reduces their value. Kental sheepishly pinched his nose. Don't look at me like that. I was quite meticulous when I harvested them. She hesitated, then handed over a silver coin. Thank you for being careful. Ka-tu, here's the reward for the task. A silver coin, that amount would only buy the cheapest meal. Still, it was the first money she had earned from honest work. Kental recalled himself seriously harvesting the herbs and smiled, thinking to himself, how touching it was. He eagerly took the coin and stood up. I'm very satisfied with this. Can you assign me the next task right away? Rosa was stunned. She widened her eyes in confusion. What is this? He's satisfied with that reward, that manji. Kental happily and reverently looked at the coin in his hand. The day is still young, so I want to do as many jobs as possible. She wondered inwardly, why is he so cheerful? Tears nearly welled up. Rosa cried out inside. Oh my, this mercenary is as strange as anyone. Kental pointed to the storage cleaning job on the F-rank task board. I'll take this one next. Rosa was puzzled. After the herb job, this will be the third time cleaning the storage. Seeing Kental still looking up excitedly, Rosa grew more suspicious. Could the madman actually like cleaning? Rosa said in a stiff tone, then assign the task to you. Kental's footsteps rang out. Hearing the footsteps, the blue-eyed woman glanced at Kental as a bear-sized figure entered. I'm here to clean the storage. The brown-haired woman with a ponytail froze. Kental asked kindly, are you the owner of this storage? She startled back to herself. Yes, I am. She thought to herself, is he a manji? The storage cleaning was simple. Moving items in the warehouse posed no problem. With his great strength, he easily lifted a large stack of goods and moved them, to the amazement of the brown-haired woman. The next task was street sweeping. Kental took a broom and began to sweep. At first it was hard to control his strength, but he managed it. He swept so hard that dust rose up and the air filled with a hazy cloud. Someone was watching Kental as he worked. Seeing him acting so ordinary, Ken cried out, "What is that? Why is he like that?" Ken thought to himself, clearly he's at least a mid-level mercenary. With determination, he could influence a whole kingdom. If he displayed his power, he'd be respected everywhere. And yet this manji, who always solves things by force, is sweeping the streets. Moreover, he's not doing it carelessly, but very seriously. At that moment, Kental was cheerfully sweeping the dust into the dustpan. Kan, doubting life, thought in the end, Kental seems to enjoy the work. What the hell is he doing? Sunlight poured down, highlighting the lush green of the leaves and a pair of sparrows. Kental woke up, stretched his arms with a satisfied sound. He put his feet down on the wooden floor, and seeing the coin pouch on the bedside cabinet, sprang up. He stared at the pouch and recalled. That pouch of coins was set on the tray and pushed toward him. Rosa said, "You've worked hard from the very first day as a mercenary. Kental, this is the reward for a total of 15 missions." Excitement and joy were clear in his silvery white eyes and on his face. Rosa reluctantly said, "It's 15 silver coins." Still, Kental wasn't disappointed at all and remained enthusiastic. "Thank you, I'll come back tomorrow then." When the memory ended, Kental smiled unconsciously and told himself, "Let's start the second day in this civilized world." A cute brown-haired girl clung to the woman's leg and sobbed loudly. The other adults all stared up in amazement. Kental calmly walked on under everyone's gaze. Suddenly he stopped. He wondered what's going on. He looked toward a large two-story building, curious. A library. The door was pushed open, and the small brass bell hanging on it jingled. The librarian, her hair neatly tied up, greeted politely, "Welcome." But halfway through her sentence, she screamed in horror at Kental's massive frame. He politely asked, "May I read some books?" That embarrassing moment passed, and eventually Kental was able to borrow a book. He eagerly held up the palm-sized book and read it intently. The librarian, seeing this, was left speechless and could only stay silent. Outside, Ken peered in secretly, thinking in disbelief, "A manji reading a book? I can't see clearly, but my gut says it's true. A manji, considered stupid, is reading." Could it be that the manji from this snowy region are entirely different from the barbarians we usually see? Looking at the interest on Kental's face, I wonder if that guy is someone special. Kental closed the history book with his hand and whispered, "In the end, the Empire won." He remembered the blue-haired girl from before and thought, a few years ago, Mina went to the snowy lands and said she would go to the kingdom at war with the Empire to sell weapons. It seems the outcome of that war was the Empire's victory. Kental pondered, the Empire now appears to be overwhelmingly dominant. The kingdom of Barkin has nearly become a vassal. The Empire has swallowed half the human world and continues to expand, belligerent, as if they were swallowing the entire world. He muttered, "Conquer the world." Soon after, Kental pushed those thoughts aside, full of excitement. Anyway, humanity has had its share. Now what I really want to learn about. He looked at another book and said, "Is about the non-human races." Kental thought happily, a book recording the non-human species, the mythical races that truly exist in this world. The greatest cave in the world where precious minerals are scattered like trash, Mantomia, the dwarves or cavern. Biseraphia, the village of the little fae. Reiki-Piria, the flying city of the skyfolk. And the holy forbidden sanctuary that no one can touch, Elfer Sagrado, the sacred shrine of the elves. No one knows its exact location. Many have tried to find it, but all have failed. Kental murmured, so I hold a rare qualification to enter the elves' sanctuary." Suddenly he cried out in surprise, Then he raised the book in amazement. "What? There's another place like Snowplain." Demonic zones forbid humans from entering. They are filled with malformed, insane, and twisted creatures. Demonic zones are not few, but in this world there are exactly 5 gigantic and unique demonic zones. The silent forest, where silence and unending fear dwell. The abyss, where the world is plunged into the pit of evil. The deep sea, where souls still breathe and lie. The hollow, where nothing exists. And finally Snowplain, within which horrific beings called aberrants exist. However, the existence of demonic zones cannot spill over into the human world. After reading, Kental wondered aloud, how vast is this world? Snowplain alone is huge, yet there are so many other places like it. He stood up and said, "For now, the data here must be all there is." His action startled the librarian. Kental told her, "That was enough confirmation for me, thank you." The librarian, trembling with fear, replied, "Why yes." Kental cheerfully opened the door and left. He went back to the Mercenaries Guild and asked Rosa, "Any tasks today?" She was startled. "Kental, you're here." Rosa handed him the list. "Here is the task board." Kental's face lit up like a little squirrel finding a chestnut. Ken hid to one side, unbelieving, truly strange. Finally he resolved, "It looks like I must meet him in person." After a long period of secret surveillance, Sword Saint Ken at last made a move. By then the moon was high and the streets were quiet. Kental walked along the road, smiling with satisfaction. "Today I handled more than 10 commissions. Even the small odd jobs, I earned a decent amount for that. If I keep up this pace, the day I am recognized as a true mercenary won't be far off." He was whistling as he walked when someone hiding behind a wall was watching. Seeing Kental approach, the person stepped out, much to his surprise. It was none other than Sword Saint Ken. The two stood facing each other for a long moment. Kental spoke first. You're the one who's been tailing me all day. Kan was stunned and exclaimed inwardly, what? He folded his arms and asked, what do you want? Kan still couldn't believe it. You've noticed already. I clearly used magic to hide my presence. No matter how keen your instincts, noticing my presence should have been impossible. Suddenly, Kental deftly clutched the coin pouch tightly and warned, could you be a thief? Kan felt as if struck by lightning. Kental's sharp gaze confirmed, without replying, looks like I guessed right. Even with decent security, petty thieves still show up. His eyes went pale as he tried to explain, no, I'm just, but inwardly wondered, if I say I'm the Sword Saint, would he believe me? Kental then struck like a finishing blow, an old man resorting to thievery. The economy must be really bad. Kan truly felt wronged beyond words. Kental fell silent for a moment. What did you say? Then his face brightened. This might actually be a good opportunity. He remained stunned, still not understanding what was happening. After a while, seeing Kental's dazed expression, Kan thought, he thinks I'm a thief. One way to learn his strength and identity is to clash directly. Let's see what the strength of a legendary manji is like. Then he began to roll up his sleeves. With a vigilant, determined air, Kental remained taciturn. Then he suddenly vanished from Kan's sight. Kan blurted out he disappeared. What the? Kental suddenly reappeared right in front of him. A hand shot out. His feet moved with agile steps. Kan dodged while thinking, if I stand still like this, my neck will be grabbed. Kental suddenly made a sound and smirked, quick, huh? He said that, then started moving again. Kan panicked, impossible, nearly caught me. If my reflexes were any slower, I'd be grabbed. But what's more shocking is I couldn't sense any flow of magic from him. Kental folded his arms and laughed, interesting. Kan was still stunned inside, to move that fast with a purely human body. This is no longer a test, I'll attack with everything I have. With that thought, he lunged forward. At this point, Kental wore a solemn expression, then suddenly vanished before Kan's eyes. He appeared immediately behind him, eyes blazing, seizing the opponent's wrist. Kan broke into a cold sweat, bewildered. What is this? I had expanded my sensing, yet I still couldn't react in time. Kental twisted his hand backward. The feeling was not only of being grabbed, but as if pinned to stone, his whole body pulled by a force. Kan howled in pain, teeth clenched. Ha, what kind of demonic strength is this? Even sheer strength alone is irresistible. Thinking that, he poured out his power, releasing an energy surge from his body. Kental was astonished at the sight. A stream of blue light radiated from Kan. He watched intently and then immediately, a burst of magical energy exploded. Kan slid free, escaping Kental's control. Kental looked down at his hand. Kan across from him stared intently at him as well. Suddenly, Kental casually remarked, even petty thieves these days have good skills. He felt helpless inside. Why does he insist on calling me a thief? Kan seriously assessed a rare form of magic materialization. Only those who reach an extraordinary realm can do it. Yet he surrounds his body with it, someone like that doing petty theft. But Kental truly believed it was a thief's skill. Kan continued to think. By reflex, he had materialized magic. The magic took form and could even tear through solid steel. A human body touching it should have been crushed, yet he bore not a single scratch. What kind of monstrous body is this? How could it withstand manifested magic with a naked body? While he was still pondering, Kental spoke again, though it does look like he's using something strange. Probably time to finish this. Hearing that, Kan also began to reach for the sword hilt at his side. Suddenly his gaze froze. Kental suddenly appeared, touched a finger to the sword's hilt, and smiled. He made the gesture as if very gentle, his innocent expression startling Kan. Eyes wide, mouth agape. Then he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to draw his sword, but only felt his hand trembling. Kan was again aghast. At this moment, Kental's eyes shone like he had spotted prey. He screamed madly inside, ah, is this it? Is it over? A large hand reached out, but unexpectedly Kental just sighed. So this is a thief from a fantasy world. As he spoke, he hoisted Kan, now unconscious, over his shoulder. The captain of the North Con Guard was shocked, frozen by the scene. Oh my god, what's happening? Kental was carrying Kan gently. What strange thing is happening here? Why has Sword Saint Kan appeared in this place? He lay bundled in a sack and the captain, horrified, said, don't tell me that Manji dared attack Sir Kan. What should we do now? Suddenly Kental said, I just caught a thief. Upon hearing that, the captain's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. A thief. Kental carried him while beaming. If I hand him over to the guards, that'll count on my mercenary record, right? The North Con Guard captain stood stunned, dazed for a long moment. Regaining his composure, he gently asked, what exactly is the situation here? A person who has reached the pinnacle of skill like Sword Saint Kan. That great man has been captured by a barbarian in an extremely humiliating posture. He is not a thief. Kental's face began to change color, becoming serious. Do you know him? So he's an accomplice. The North Con Guard captain stood at attention, footing straight and saluted politely. The sole Sword Saint of the Kingdom of Genhensher, I pay my respects to Sword Saint Kan. Kental looked down at the man he was carrying and said, what? Kental stared at him in astonishment. Sword Saint, that noble title is being called a thief. He growled, no way, that old man is definitely a thief. He attacked me to steal a few coins. The captain looked Kental squarely in the eye and retorted, no, he truly is the sword saint. I cannot mistake that face. Refusing to accept the truth, Kental quickly replied, maybe he's a mage using magic. The captain shook his head, closing his eyes as he explained. If he were that powerful a mage, he would already be honored as the sword saint. Kental couldn't accept it, or maybe sword saint is just a fancy name for thieves. He sighed in frustration. What nonsense am I even saying? The exchange continued. So he really is the sword saint? Yes. Kental still looked at him in disbelief. I'll report this to the Lord. A while later, the Lord angrily slammed the table. Whatserkin has gone missing. Kental bowed his head in respect to the locals. I'm sorry, I should have let him explain. Facing Kental, he replied, no, it's also my fault for not speaking up. The two sat in thoughtful silence, one large, one small. When the Lord entered the room, he was alarmed by the scene before him. What on earth is happening? I thought Sir Ken would challenge that manji, but I didn't expect he'd lose. Ken pondered. Sir Ken was defeated by the manji. I don't know the details, but it's true. He looked at Kental and the thought flashed, so that manji is stronger than the sword saint. Then he turned to Ken. Of course, even among the extraordinary there are ranks. Sir Ken only recently attained the sword saint title, so perhaps he is still lower rank. But still, a sword saint has reached the exalted rank of sword master, and that manji defeated such a person. He looked at Kental, imagining something even more terrifying, which made him utterly uncontrollable. At that, the Lord was so terrified sweat broke out on his face and his head throbbed. Then he offered advice. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. I will take my leave. You two should talk this through clearly. With that, he left the room. So the two sat in silence again. Kental looked at Kan as if he wanted to say something. While Kan trembled, sipping the cup of tea in his hand and thinking to himself, how humiliating. Yet I cannot deny it, this is a complete defeat. My pride is not just wounded, it is utterly shattered. He set the teacup down. Kan put his hand to his chest and lifted his head high. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Sword Saint Kan. Kental asked, is Sword Saint your surname? He replied gently, upon reaching the realm of Sword Saint, a person's name becomes nothingness. Kental continued, I see, so what you just displayed is the skill of a Sword Saint, right? His eyes seemed to recall something. Then a stream of greenish-blue magic light emanated from his hand. You mean this? Kental's eyes widened, showing interest in the special magic. Oh. He remembered the moment the man unleashed the magic. At first I thought it was just a trick of thieves, so I didn't pay attention. But now knowing it's the Sword Saint's skill, I find it intriguing. Ken immediately explained further. This is the manifestation of what is called an aura. Kental was surprised. Aura, he looked at the magic in his palm, pride in his eyes and his cheeks flushed. So that's aura. Unable to contain his excitement, Kental stood up, his eyes bright. How can I learn it? He looked at his palm. Basically, you must control your magic and manifest it outward. Kental asked again, so is it like mana? He began to explain. Saren is the name for the essence of mystic arts. When you use it as aura, you're a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you're a mage. Kental smiled. So both swordsmen and mages use the same energy called Saren. Would you be willing to teach me that skill? He stood up, speaking clearly but honestly. Embarrassingly, I'm still learning and haven't truly mastered this technique. Kental's serious expression made him hesitate, but he answered, all right. Ken asked sternly, but do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? Kental sat down, arms crossed. I know nothing of swordsmanship. I actually just swing a sword at random. He suddenly asked, really? Ken thought of the image he had just described that made Kental admire him. Yes, I am the Sword Saint. I may have lost, but I hadn't even drawn my sword yet. All right, I'll teach him the way of the sword and show him its greatness. I'll reclaim my pride. Suppressing the thought, he quickly agreed. Fine, I am the Sword Saint, a wielder of the sword. Without a sword, I am only a half measure. Suddenly Kental blurted, I thought so. No wonder you're weak. It's because you weren't using a sword. Kan was surprised. That's true. Kental crossed his arms and continued. I mean, called the Sword Saint, yet with only that little power, I thought something was off. He snapped angrily, that brat. Kental added, if you had used a sword, you probably would have won. Kan, displeased, wondered if he could have beaten Kental simply by using his sword. Kental brightened, I'm really eager. In contrast, Ken was sad. My pride, I'll get it back, won't I? I feel like I'm going to be utterly crushed even more. Before regress, I once practiced sword techniques. But this is the true mystic sword technique, a wondrous sword art that uses a mysterious aura. This is the mystic sword technique. In the training yard, Sword Saint Ken looked serious, holding the sword in one hand, standing at an angle as he instructed. The most notable aspect of my sword art is the blend of illusion and reality. When you faced my disciple, what did you see? Kental recalled the night beside the Lord, pondered a moment, then answered honestly. His sword skill split into 3, and all 3 were real strikes. Kental keenly realized, oh, so that's what you meant by combination. He asked, is that technique based more on skill than raw power? Kan affirmed, exactly. Sword art is the art of blending swordplay with mystic arts, and one who reaches the pinnacle of that path becomes a sword saint. Then he made a sword stroke, and from the hilt up surged waves of vivid green vitality. Sunlight hit, the aura came alive and intense, enveloping and dancing along each blade. Kental admired it, his eyes shining. Oh, so that's aura. Sword Saint can force to reply yes. He closed his eyes, a little uneasy inside. I still can hardly believe this is happening. Kan cleared his throat, and with his other hand grasped the sword's hilt, saying, talking about the blend of illusion and reality sounds a bit abstract. Inside, I'm truly teaching sword techniques to a barbarian. Outside, he kept a calm demeanor, shouldering his sword lazily, his voice solemn, so I'll give you a direct experience. When he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He brought his body down and delivered a downward slash. The sword chi bent miraculously. The blade struck so hard that the floor cracked into a deep groove. From that spot, the aura split into 5 paths carrying sword intent and shot away. Kental was stunned. Your sword art. Seeing the sword intent clearly divide into 5 roots and then converge on a single target, he admired in disbelief. Split into 5 parts. The dust quickly cleared, revealing a hollow crater right in the wall. The Sword Saint said calmly, there are many techniques that create illusions with aura, but turning those illusions into reality is something only my sword art can do. Kental was dazed. The move you just performed. Before he could finish, the man puffed up with pride. Yes, it's a mystic masterpiece. What do you think? Kental replied bluntly, I think I can do it too. Kan was shocked into silence by such naivety. The Sword Saint scowled and retorted, what are you saying? He thought indignantly, I've devoted my life to the way of the sword, combining innate talent with relentless training to achieve this. How could a barbarian learn it after one glance? Kental confidently, I'll show you. Kan stared at him in surprise. That's an axe. Kental grinned broadly, shouldering a large axe. He took a wide stance, lowered his body, swung the axe back, then let speed take over. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of axe strikes. He narrowed his eyes. That sword art. He watched in amazement as Kental hacked wildly, relying only on brute force and overwhelming speed. On the final strike, Kental gathered killing intent, split it into 5 branches that all surged forward, concentrating all power on one point. Kaboom! A huge explosion, the wall shattered in a blaze. The Sword Saint was horrified and astonished. The axe that fell by Kental's foot still emitted faint smoke. Kental casually shouldered the axe, smiled and turned to ask, done, how do you like it? Kan went pale, recalling, it looked like a blend of illusion and reality when he struck simultaneously. But in truth, it relied on brute strength and overwhelming speed. Even I was nearly fooled for a moment. He said sternly, you just swung an axe with brute force, there's no technique to it. But Kental retorted reasonably, but the result is no different. Sword art is meant for real combat. As long as the result is the same, that's enough, right? He asked bluntly, leaving the Sword Saint flustered and stammering. Outwardly he kept a calm facade, but inside he felt like a vast sea of tears, a subtle droplet of pity forming at the corner of his eye. He's not wrong, but he wounded my pride too much. Kan gritted his teeth. Is that so? How about this then? Then he swung his sword again. This time his silhouette split into illusions, each chaotically launching attacks, his whole body enveloped in a deep aura as countless slashes rained down. Kental was astonished. Your body split apart. The sword intent paths flew and accumulated, growing larger and larger, transforming into a gigantic magic sphere. When no more sword intent could be stuffed in, the sphere exploded, the shock shattering rocks and sending debris flying. After everything settled, where the Sword Saint had stood was now a massive crater, at least 6 or 7 meters in radius. Kan panted, speaking coolly. This is a cloning technique achieved through the supreme mastery of aura. He wiped sweat from under his chin and asked cautiously, can you imitate it? Kental pivoted his foot and quietly moved to one side. His face hardened, he swung the axe over his shoulder with a steady motion, his gaze calm. He repeated the old move, using his extreme speed to frenziedly hack out countless blade intents. Kan's eyes widened in astonishment. Kental remained steady as he swung the axe. Each killing intent merged into a towering vortex. The cutting intents smeared and whirled around him as the focal point. In a stroke, the noble vortex was dyed deep with chaotic, dark purple intent. Time passed and Kental's clear voice rose. What do you think? He tilted his chin arrogantly and stepped forward. Kan collapsed, kneeling on the cracked ground, trembling and unable to cry out, my life's work. Amid that battlefield crater, the two faced each other. Kental smiled at him, puzzled. Kan was gaunt and tormented, his mind screaming, my sword art? He truly didn't know what to say. Bullying an old man, this young fellow had gone too far. Returning to the thread of the story, the Sword Saint painfully collapsed, muttering, impossible. Then began to weep pitifully. Kental crossed his arms, sighed, and said calmly, your psyche is weaker than I thought. He walked forward deliberately and added, your sword art is truly wondrous. Kan, who had been crying, also froze. Kental bowed his head to look at him and said frankly, I only swung the axe fast, that's not the original sword technique. The move you used wasn't just an illusion, it's a true sword technique. Kan listened in bewilderment as Kental stammered a little, I can't reach the true mystic realm. He pressed his lips together, thinking proudly, yes, my sword art still has value, combining illusion and reality into a definite entity. Only I can do that in this world. Kan rose with a flame of resolve, clenching his fists as he thought, That's right, my technique is perfect. That barbarian is just a madman. Kan, furious and resentful, directed his thoughts at him. What kind of lunatic can move so fast as to be a mere streak in the air without using aura? That's not something a human could do. Suddenly Kental asked, can you teach me the true meaning of this sword technique? The sword saint faltered. Then he quickly regained composure. Sorry, I let my emotions get the better of me, please forgive me. I understand. Kan calmed himself, cleared his throat, and began to explain the genuine technique. First, you must grasp how to control aura. He opened his hand and a deep blue aura flame rose from it. He continued, but to control aura, you must first understand mystic arts. Whether mage, swordsman, or sorcerer, no one can advance to higher realms without awakening mystic arts. Only those who believe in gods are exceptions. Kental asked curiously, so divine power is something different? The sword saint replied, their miracles come directly from the god they worship and have nothing to do with personal ability. He nodded in understanding. Kan continued, mystic arts are the latent power within each person. The way one uses that power will determine everything. Kental looked at the hand emitting aura and thought, so to use aura, absorb mana, or command spirits, the foundation of all mystical power stems from understanding mystic arts. Mystic arts have 5 different stages. Kan raised a finger, his face serious. The most basic is perceiving mystic arts. It's the realm of recognizing, uncovering, and sensing mystic arts. He asked, not everyone can sense mystic arts, right? Kan nodded, of course not. Without talent one cannot perceive it. Those who can sense mystic arts, we call them third rank. He explained clearly, the ability to use mystic arts is divided into 5 levels. Third rank is the first level. Kental recalled when Manhwa once explained to him, we usually classify them as third rank, second rank, first rank, transcendent, and hero. Those words matched, those are the 5 main ranks of mystic arts. Kental thought to himself, oh, I see. In fact, this is just a classification for convenience. Within the same rank, there can be large differences. The boundaries between people of the same rank are unclear. Grasping the concept is enough. He said earnestly, I understand your point. He replied nonchalantly, then let's begin. Kan said bluntly, the first step of mystic arts is to perceive mystic arts. Feel everything around you. Kan closed his eyes and guided him, and Kental closed his eyes to feel. Receiving the technique also meant awakening a new awareness he'd never had. Expand your senses to the fullest. In your mind are the sounds of the grass and trees out there, the wind slipping by, the warmth from the earth, every movement in the air. Even the sunlight in the sky amid it all, seek a particular presence. Kental sat in meditation, trying to sense his surrounding. Suddenly he opened his eyes, the connection snapped. I can't see anything. Hearing that, Kan looked at him bewildered. The atmosphere grew awkward and the two of them glanced at each other uneasily. Really, I assumed with your abilities you'd sense it right away. He thought people with abilities usually gathered energy easily, but it wasn't a rule. The powerful, even without much magic, often take to the technique more readily. Perhaps you're an exception, Wild One. Seeing this, he rubbed his beard, a look of confusion on his face. It must be the White Emperor anomaly. In his mind, Kental recalled the people from his countryside. I don't know, no one around me has ever felt what you'd call the technique. People from the wildlands are like that. Seeing that, he tried to explain, in truth, the majority of people don't easily receive the technique either. Let me try to channel energy directly into you to open a conduit to the technique. Kental stared across in confusion, eyes wide with admiration and excitement. You mean transfer your inner energy into me? He nodded seriously, looking at him like that. His face full of excitement, pointing at himself solemnly. All right, I'm mentally prepared. He awkwardly confirmed, I'm ready. Kan stood, moved behind Kental, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He reminded him, rolling up his sleeves, now relax your whole body, focus inward, channel all sensation into your body. His hand touched Kental's back. Receive the magic I am passing into you. His expression darkened in astonishment, and his arm went rigid. Is he really human? He imagined Kental's body as a solid lump of stone. How tightly compressed are these muscles? Is he truly an ordinary man? Kental felt nothing and was equally puzzled. Kan quickly withdrew his hand, startled. Sorry, my mind drifted off. Then he announced, let's begin. His hand emitted energy again, eyes closed with confidence. I'll initiate the flow of inner energy. The key is to awaken the conduit to the technique within you. Finding it isn't that difficult. Kental concentrated seriously. Kan froze, staring wide-eyed in bewilderment. What's wrong? His body stiffened while Kental hugged his knees, smiling with eager anticipation. I can't find the conduit to the technique in his body. No, to be precise. His face showed disbelief as he shouted inwardly, I can't reach it. While Kental waited, Kan thought, it's like being submerged in water. No matter how much inner energy I expand, I can't make contact, like swimming above an abyss, crushed by the pressure from its depths. At last he closed his eyes and gave up. It's no good. Ken cleared his throat, making Kentel's eyes widen in alarm. Kentel looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. What do you mean it's no good? Are you saying I have no talent? Ken tried to explain, no, that's not it. It's just that merely transferring inner energy into you isn't enough to locate the technique. He considered the suppressed energy inside Kentel's body. You must find the conduit within yourself and awaken the dormant power. Kentel sat on the ground looking at him. I understand. But Ken said bluntly, I can't find a conduit to the technique in you. He widened his eyes in panic, stunned and incredulous. Are you saying I can't receive the technique? He stood before him, reaching out his hand. No, not exactly. I can't even determine whether it exists. Kento looked up. What do you mean? Ken asserted, your body is wounded. Kento startled and looked up. And he calmly added, to locate the technique, inner energy must penetrate deeply. But your physique is too dense, my inner energy can't seep deeply enough into you. He thought of an energy stream unable to move a rock pinned under the sea. I've never seen this before. Could a pure physique actually block inner energy? Kento fell into thought and closed his eyes helplessly. Even a holy sword would be powerless. His face saddened as he asked again, so I'll never absorb the technique. Ken replied, it's hard to say, I can't make any definitive claim either way. Then he suggested two paths to Kentel. I'm not even sure the conduit exists in you. You should find a holy swordsman who understands inner energy better or go to the mage tower. Next, he placed a sincere hand on his chest and bowed his head. In any case, I'm sorry. He looked at him. No, it's fine. Kentel touched his chin, lost in thought. There is still hope. That's enough for today. Then he pushed himself up on his knees and stood, still smiling optimistically. I've learned a lot these past days. I'm very grateful. He looked at him at a loss for words, then recalled the terrifying barbarians he'd met before. Every wild man I've encountered has been fierce and hard to control. They pillage, drink, and live by violence. That's why society shuns them. But this one is different. Ken stared at him. Have you ever thought about joining this kingdom? Kentel looked puzzled. What do you mean? He reached out to explain. I mean swearing fealty to the kingdom and receiving a title. With this strength, you'd rise very high. I'm even willing to sponsor you. He clenched his fist. That's an attractive offer. But then he bowed his head. I refuse. I don't want to be bound. Across the way, Ken had thoughts to himself. If I had him, maybe I could escape the Empire's control. Hearing that, Ken looked at him perplexed. A title isn't tempting enough for you. Isn't that much enough? His face darkened. Then he folded his arms and smiled, stating his ideal to Ken. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. Ken was also startled into realization and awkwardly looked up at him. Oh, is that so? I understand. He looked at him in puzzlement. Then Kentel smiled and reached out his hand warmly. In any case, thank you. I won't forget this kindness. Ken lowered his eyes. In the corridor, Ken walked alone. He sank into thought with shame. How foolish I was. Then he thought again of Kentel's figure, having believed he could control him even briefly, but realizing that was impossible. That wild one acts according to his own ideals. He can cooperate with outsiders, but only to that extent. His inner world holds only his own notions. Then he recalled Kentel's refreshing answer, unfathomable what he was thinking, which probably made him harder to read than any barbarian tribe. A man born from the demon lands, a wildland native of the White Emperor. He remembered the barbarians he'd met in the blizzard. Ken murmured, the Emperor. He looked up at the moon and said, wants to invade the demon realm. What scheme are you nursing? In Luke's room, he sat at the table, hands empty and puzzled. Really, the Emperor actually intends to conquer the demon world. Ken sat opposite, arms crossed, displeased. They're sacrificing under the pretense of reconnaissance, yet you still don't believe it. Confirm it. Are you serious? He bowed his head and sighed with certainty. Of course, maybe he believes himself the reincarnation of an ancient sovereign. Whatever the case, that's a matter for later. Ken's face turned grave. Folding his arms, he said, we haven't fully secured human territory yet. Luke also looked down, realizing it's only a matter of time. Luke looked down, realizing it's only a matter of time. Then Ken raised his head seriously. Yes, this land belongs to the Empire. We could be summoned at any moment, so we'd best be prepared. Luke replied, thank you. He leaned back in his chair, tired, thinking the situation was already chaotic, and now the Emperor was half sane, half mad. What a headache. Hearing this, Luke was also startled. His gaze sharp and cold. Could the rumors be true? He calmly affirmed, yes, the demons have begun mobilizing their forces. His eyes widened in alarm. Then Ken recalled the monsters. The hellish eruptions are also unusual. It's not confirmed, but there have been reports of a breach in the demon rift leaking. He mentioned the demons and the white serpent again. Events are unfolding. Whatever else, this is a catastrophe for humanity. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Now that I think about it, maybe the strangest thing is already among us. Luke also bowed his head exactly. On the other side, Ken probed, what do you think? He responded doubtfully, I'm not sure. Then he thought of Huang, more optimistic. At least he's not a rival. But then he recalled Kentel's mad expression and said, beyond that, I can't say more. The next morning, the sun shone over the city. Kentel strolled joyfully down the street. Suddenly, he saw a woman and a child clutching each other and staring at him in fear, which puzzled him. He turned and noticed a man pressed against the wall, avoiding his gaze, which made him even more curious. He put his hand to his chin, thinking, are they afraid of me because of my clothes? He recalled meeting a couple by a tree, showing off his new shirt to them, and thought, or is it because I don't wear a fur coat so I look unkempt? A fur cloak would do for now, but doesn't look genteel. They must think I'm crazy. No one wants to get involved. But it turned out he had misunderstood. He furrowed his brow with determination. All right. Kentel clenched his fists, excited. Let's buy some proper clothes. In the shop, garments hung on the racks, the fabrics neatly folded. The door opened with a tinkling bell. The shopkeeper, measuring an outfit on a mannequin, turned to look. Hello. His face went pale with fear when he saw Kentel. Across from him, Kentel stared at the man, an unconscious killing intent radiating. I need to buy clothes. The shopkeeper panicked inwardly. A wild man. The shopkeeper stammered, tears streaming in fear. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we don't have anything that fits your bill. Hearing that, Kentel folded his arms in annoyance. What a nuisance. So there's no way. The man bowed his head and offered, if you can wait, our shop does take custom orders. Kentel accepted with an eager laugh. Oh really, then do it. The shopkeeper looked up in confusion. Yes, of course, we'll notify you when it's ready. Inwardly, he imagined Kentel furious over ill-fitting clothes, grabbing the collar and glaring. You call this clothing? His expression darkened as he sank into memories. Will I survive this? On the way to the guild, Kentel suddenly noticed something at his feet. What's this? A blue gem. Kentel picked it up, holding the gem up to the sunlight with curiosity. A gem. Inside the gem it glittered and shone, and he squinted in wonder. Then he tucked it into the pouch at his hip. All right, I'll ask at the guild. At the trade guild, Kentel asked Rosa, do you know what this is? Rosa, the guild receptionist, took the gem in a daze. I found it when I arrived. Kentel sat opposite, arms crossed. It didn't look like an ordinary sphere. Rosa stammered, I see. She carefully examined the gem. It wasn't a typical jewel. Its surface was extremely smooth, as if crafted by someone. She stared at the glittering blue stone in her hand, her eyes glazing over in a kind of daze. There were no runes or inscriptions. Why does it feel valuable? Suddenly, a snap of fingers snapped her back to reality. Rosa jolted awake and looked up at Kentel, bewildered. He withdrew his hand and asked, are you all right? She was still dazed. What do you mean? Kentel explained, you looked like you were hypnotized by that orb. She remained vague. Kentel shook his head. Yeah, never mind, forget it. Rosa awkwardly glanced at the stone and suggested, still, this orb is strange. I sense a weird energy from it. Do you want me to have an expert appraise it? He smiled and declined enthusiastically. Thanks, but I'll investigate it myself. The interesting part is discovering it. He changed the subject, folding his arms with a smile. By the way, any tasks today? She quickly replied, yes, please wait a moment, I'll get the task board. Rosa placed the task board and pushed it toward him. Street cleaning, unclogging drains, weeding, digging potatoes. Kentel took the task board with enthusiasm. That day, a pouch of coins had been placed on the table. Kentel propped his head on his hand and laughed happily. Another glorious day. Then he took the blue gem out again and, serious, asked, what exactly is this? He recalled Rosa's entranced look over the gem, as if driven mad by it, which made him suspicious. Could it have some power? His eyes widened. A voice rang in his mind that made him leap to his feet. The gem emitted a dark aura. Find me. Kentel panicked. Why did I just hear the orb speak? Then naked, he curiously followed the gem through the night. It kept repeating, find me, which made him more and more uneasy. Where was it trying to lead him? He closed his eyes, thinking of the guiding arrows that had appeared in his head. Now it projected a map like some kind of control spell. Kentel looked at the gem in his palm, which emitted a black aura. It urged, find me. He calmed himself and snorted lightly. Then he returned to his room, looked out the window excitedly and said, well then, let's go. At a bush, Kentel lifted it up. The voice still echoed, find me. He sighed, I'm telling you I'm coming, shut up. He stood before a path and looked up. HMPH. A pitch-black cave lies ahead. Is this the place? Kentel smiled. Inside, a skeleton opened its pair of glowing blue eyes. The voice rang again, find me. He felt no fear and stepped into the cave. I'm here, the thing behind the voice growled. Among the chains, tracking energy caused his image to appear. Another sacrificial specimen has entered. This time it's a stupid barbarian, at least big enough. The gem on the staff flared. The skeleton bared its teeth in triumph, its body glowing blue as it declared, that makes 10 souls. He sat within a formation, one hand holding a staff, the other channeling energy, with a line of offerings behind him. He wondered, is this an illusion? Can even resurrection be done? In the past, during chaotic times when many kingdoms fell, behind it all stood an evil sorcerer, one who manipulated and stirred emotions, controlled the minds of countless kings, instigated wars, and ruled realms. But his utmost cruelty was eventually exposed, and he was slain by heroes. Yet, just before defeat, he transferred his soul into a vessel of life, becoming a lick, a spectral mage, an immortal entity until destroyed. He laughed wildly, wickedly raised his bony hand to manipulate. Thus the evil wizard who once conquered the world became a lick and began plotting his revival. His dark magic spread through every corner, and the resurrection ritual required a huge amount of life force. He settled near a remote estate, releasing enchanted orbs to collect sacrificial victims bit by bit. Those orbs acted as mana cores necessary for the ritual. The stone emitted glittering radiance amid the foul, deadly miasma. With immense power, he planned to conquer the world again, arrogant and ambitious. That goal was nearly achieved. His low voice rose, "Why is a barbarian here?" The peaceful scene of the wooden village was full of vitality. "This is an isolated domain. I chose it to gather power, a secluded spot unnoticed by the populace." That was why a barbarian's appearance here was unusual. Kentel's blurred silhouette was replayed. The sorcerer watched the phantom flame following Kentel, plotting wickedly. "The creatures from the north have come far. Judging by your size, you'll make an excellent sacrifice. I've placed a special effect on the orb. It only enchants those ignorant of the secrets. Anyone charmed by the orb here will not be able to perceive the truth." His bony hand released the magic orb into the cave, then he chuckled indifferently. "Come, barbarian, become the stepping stone for the glorious rebirth of my magic." Time passed, scene change. Kentel stood before a large wooden door, its height roughly twice his own. He slowly pushed the door and stepped inside. Kentel's eyes widened in surprise. The dark hollows of its eye sockets flashed, and the bony hand tightened its grip on the staff. The sorcerer lounged atop the high dais, waiting for him for a long time. Kentel gaped, speechless with astonishment. A real lick. In his imagination, a lick in a black robe wielding a staff looked like a relic of an ancient civilization, the pinnacle a top mage could reach, a being that always appears in fantasy tales as a villain. "I never thought I'd encounter a real lick in person." The sorcerer saw him standing there like a statue and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Don't tell me you weren't charmed by the orb." Kentel finally came to his senses and laughed, realization dawning. "So that's how you lured people here. The ground is full of scattered, bleached skeletons." The sorcerer fell silent. The sorcerer was baffled by the situation and pondered, "What is this? I can't sense any mystery from him, which means he's just an ordinary barbarian." If that's the case, his voice turned mocking and hoarse. "You must be carrying a mind-protecting artifact, a high-grade relic I cannot sense. I don't know how a barbarian would have such a thing." But the sorcerer teased, "It seems you got lucky and picked it up somewhere." Kentel retorted, denying it, "I don't have such an item." The sorcerer didn't believe him and said, "You think you can fool me?" Then he channeled mana. The gem atop his staff emitted curling white beams of light that shone down onto the skeletal remains on the floor. He continued, "If you had obediently been enchanted by my deity, you would have died painlessly." The sorcerer said sternly, "But now I will annihilate you." Immediately, the white bones on the floor, once immobile, began to rise. His voice was vicious, "Advance, my soldiers." As soon as he finished, a skeletal warrior brandishing a sword charged fiercely forward. Kentel thought to himself, "A dungeon hiding an evil lick. Ha!" A smirk curled his lip in mockery. "I roughly understand what's going on here now." The skeletal soldier leapt up valiantly, its eye sockets filled with murderous intent as it prepared to swing its sword. But before it could strike, no one noticed when Kentel moved. He went cold-faced and slammed his hand into its head. The sorcerer flinched. The skeletal warrior immediately collapsed to one side, its skull smashed into 3 pieces, then slowly crumbled to dust. Kentel flicked his hand and coldly pronounced, "You're more shallow than I thought." For a moment the sorcerer was wary and silent. But the sorcerer quickly recovered his composure and arrogantly said, "Let's see if that mouth still babbles after its limbs are cut off." With that he raised his hand. Magic flowed like a streaming current, raising the skeletal soldiers to stand before him again, his voice hoarse. "As long as you live, that's all I need." "Bring him down," the sorcerer ordered. Instantly, the horde of skeletal soldiers lunged at Kentel in unison. He clenched his fist so tightly, it even made a sound. Cold-faced, he swung his fist. The skeletal warrior on the right immediately took a punch and flew backward. Kentel thrust forward again, his left hand ramming hard into the head of the one on the left. Finally, he delivered a kicking punch that the skeletal warrior in front couldn't react to. He continued striking as if locking onto the skulls of the skeletal soldiers, hitting them squarely in the face. Each blow was a knockout, precise and lethal. The sorcerer stood aghast with his mouth agape as the white bones slowly dissolved. Kentel rose slowly and said calmly, "As said, if you lose your head, you die." He boredly scratched the back of his head and assessed him. "I thought you'd at least command death knights or zombies, but you're that weak." The remark struck the sorcerer's pride like a blade, dealing a mortal wound. The sorcerer's voice grew heavy. "You bastard, I've had my fun." Kentel was stunned. The magic gem atop his staff blazed brilliantly. His hoarse voice, "Awaken!" Mana quickly enveloped the remains, transforming them into armored phantom knights. Kentel flinched. It was a skeletal knight. The magic had reconstructed it perfectly. Before him stood a skeletal warrior in full helm, shield, and paired sword. He was slightly surprised, didn't expect to find a skeletal knight here. Kental remembered the earlier skeletal soldiers and grew more eager. Since it's created by the Lick, its structure might be a bit different. This is getting more interesting. Suddenly, the sorcerer's hand unleashed more magical energy, roaring, "Kill him." The skeletal knight obeyed the order and immediately charged with fierce momentum. Kental tightened his fist with delight and laughed, a knight forged by a Lick. Before he could wait, the skeletal knight swung its sword violently. Kental said at leisure, "I'm curious how it fights." In a blink, he closed the distance and decisively drove a thrust straight into its belly. A powerful palm strike followed, sending the skeletal knight flying toward the foot of the wall. A deafening boom exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air. If one had keen eyes, they'd see shards of armor and shield shattering under the impact. The white smoke slowly cleared, and the darker silhouette of the skeletal knight remained faintly visible in the air. It was battered but still bore a suicidal resolve. Kental admitted, "It's tougher than I thought." The sorcerer's eye sockets flared with a piercing blue, his voice deep and hoarse. "Brace yourself for my ultimate dark magic." Waves of magic coiled around the skeletal knight, their force erupting. At that moment, another skeletal warrior charged in a terrifying form. Kental exclaimed, "What is that?" The skeletal soldier prepared to attack. Kental's hand tightened. Then he launched a powerful punch at its face, sending it flying backward. Another loud explosion rang out. It was all smoke and dust. Kental watched the situation seriously, while the sorcerer was startled and panicked. Only after a long while did the smoke clear. Kental stamped down on a skeletal hand and said, "Strange indeed. But it doesn't seem all that different." At that point, the sorcerer demanded, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, "I can't sense any mystery or magic from this barbarian. If he used an artifact, I'd at least feel some mana, but there's nothing." He wondered, so is this truly his raw strength? Did he defeat a knight using only physical power? The sorcerer exclaimed, "You are truly extraordinary." Kental jolted and looked in that direction. The sorcerer's bony hand gripped a weapon. "Very well, I will face you personally. Consider it an honor." Immediately, a surge of dark power radiated and filled the space. Kental panicked. At that moment, it had sunk into darkness. Two blazing eyes appeared. "Are you afraid? Go on, fear me, barbarian. You will pay for trespassing in my sanctum." Unexpectedly, Kental replied calmly, "No, I only came because the orb called me." "Wasn't it you who released that orb?" The sorcerer broke out in a sweat at that. People were drawn here by the orb he had unleashed, and Kental was no exception. He shouted in fury, "Shut up, barbarian! I am the great and supreme mage. I destroyed the southern kingdom and fought heroes." Hearing that, Kental remembered the elf queen Maria Kaja, such a long name across two lines. Is that the trend in this world? The sorcerer continued to unleash cursed power, serving as a catalyst for Taji's revival. That disgusting surge of power shot straight at Kental, looking both uncanny and formidable. But he remained calm and watched. Kental's gaze swiveled as the emotion control magic rolled in, bringing negative emotions that devour victims until their minds shatter. This is a signature dark mage spell, extremely potent for the mana it consumes. An ordinary barbarian couldn't even handle this power, utterly helpless against true magic. The sorcerer calculated continuously, "What should I do next? What makes this barbarian different? He doesn't seem to carry any special artifact." Then the sorcerer snapped his fingers. "I'll take him and study him." Immediately, the skeletal soldier lying on the ground moved again, controlled to advance toward Kental. Kental shifted his step, and the skeletal soldier grew stronger. Suddenly, Kental's eyes flashed. He unleashed a powerful kick that sent the skeletal soldier flying into the air. Its skull went flying off as well. Kental was composed, while the sorcerer was horrified and unbelieving. "No, how could a mind control spell be ineffective?" Kental retorted, "You just stand there watching and expect to send a few skeletons to take me away. How boring." He showed clear disappointment and even sighed. The words were like an arrow piercing the sorcerer's heart. Humans are creatures driven by emotion. Even mighty supernatural beings harbor negative feelings deep within. That's why they can't escape emotion control magic. However, Kental wondered, "Can't you use spells like fireballs or magic missiles?" The sorcerer replied, "I don't know how you remain standing, but how dare you compare my magic to those lowly incantations?" Then his eye sockets lit up. "Aura gather, O murky streams. Regardless of form, become a single wave. Devour the world and sow chaos into the unseen realm." As he spoke, the Lick raised his staff and a mysterious power manifested. Seeing this, Kental was not worried. His eyes even brightened with excitement as the demonic power flooded the space. Then a bony hand reached out and was swallowed by the infernal wave. Kental remained standing in place. As the infernal current passed through his body, it gradually dissipated into the air. The Lick opened his mouth and shouted, laughing loudly, "Ha ha, victory is mine." He was immensely pleased, but a moment later an invisible spray of blood burst from his throat. Ahum, ha ha, ahum ahum. His body collapsed to the ground on his knees. The Lick grimaced, thinking, "It's too much. I've used everything except the mana needed to sustain my body. But with this move, that one should be finished." At that moment, Kental's voice rang out, startling him. "Impressive." He nonchalantly appeared right in front of him. Kental asked coldly, "Is that all you've got?" The Lick was terrified, his features twisted in his mind. "Not even this worked. I've used the strongest dark emotion control spell among them. Even a great hero struck full-on would have his mind torn apart. What kind of monster are you? Kento looked down at his hand and said calmly, that move was impressive, but I felt no difference at all. If that's your strongest spell. As he spoke, he drew his weapon. Kento swung the axe, his gaze cold. Now it's my turn. The Lick panicked and cried out, stop. Kento asked, what is it? He continued, you came here knowing who I am. Exactly everything was clear. But the more Kento heard, the more puzzled he became. What's wrong with him? The Lick suddenly laughed heartily, exhilarated. Ha ha ha. Empire, do you fear me so? I must admit your intelligence network is formidable to find me so quickly. But I will return. I will destroy your sword and rule the world once more. HMPH, I've heard there's a human training school in the Empire that produces countless oddities. That Barbarian is surely a product of that. A sword forged solely to kill me, an assassin sent by the Empire. He laughed ever more maniacally, shouting, in any case, I am Keto's Brantum Lessie. I will exterminate the Barbarians and overthrow the Empire. Kento watched this with a blank face, head full of question marks. Are you insane? At that moment, an invisible vial released a powerful surge. Kento's expression grew subtle. The Lick screamed, offer your body to me. That surge of power shot straight into Kento. His eyes went blank and pale, still full of questions. The Lick calculated inwardly. I've invaded the Barbarian's body and swallowed his soul. Then, if I can't become a Lick again, I'll be trapped in this body forever. I have no other choice. He. The Lick was utterly pleased. This body is now mine. Entering Kento's consciousness, the Lick suddenly felt something amiss. What is this? Is this the inner world of the Barbarian? I've never seen anything like it. Something's wrong. Just standing here is enough to fracture and shatter my mind. Could it be the Empire? Immediately after, an image that terrified him appeared. The Lick clutched his head and screamed in agony. No, not the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't have created this. At that moment, Kento appeared like a giant, completely dominating him. Everything fell into chaos. The Lick panicked utterly. No, my mind is collapsing. Outside, Kento scratched his head with a dazed look. What just happened? He had done something to himself, and then suddenly collapsed. The black vortex looked fairly strong, but that was all there was to it. Isn't Malik the highest evolutionary form of a mage? I was curious what kind of magic he'd use. Kento tightened his hand and remarked seriously. It turns out liches in this world are nothing to fear. Anyway, I've cleared the dungeon, now it's time to collect the rewards. Saying that, Kento bent down to pick up the staff. It glowed when chanting. Does this enable spellcasting? If I have it, could I use magic? He wondered. Suddenly, Kento tore the blue gem from the staff, his face going blank. A moment later, he grinned and put it in his pocket. Better stash this. Then he noticed something. Since it once belonged to the Lick, could this be a soul vessel? Kento looked at the vial rolling on the floor, picked it up and thought, I should ask Jossa to check this. Then he looked around. All right, I think I've collected enough rewards, but something's off. His eyes suddenly widened. A giant circle of sigils appeared on the wall before him. Kento reached out, wondering, what's this? Could it be a hidden chamber? His finger pressed one spot, and the hidden door activated immediately. Kento watched in astonishment as the wall collapsed. When it had fully fallen, he stepped inside. Inside were many people unconscious, but still standing upright. So many like that. This is the Lick's secret ritual chamber. Kento's eyes went wide and sweat beaded on his brow. So it was real. But he kept moving forward. He examined the people inside, wondering, who are these? Kento waved at one person and called, hello. Then he called to others, is anyone there? No one responded. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. What should I do now? Finally, he decided to return. All right, I'll head back to the domain for now. When I report this, they'll probably send people to deal with it. As he left, Kento cheerfully calculated. Quickly, he returned to the domain. The doorbell rang. Kento entered. Rosa, who was working, looked up in surprise. Stood and greeted him with a smile. Lord Kento, you're home early today. Kento replied with a smile. Just had a few things to take care of. Rosa, puzzled, asked, what things? Kento smiled mysteriously. It's about the orb I showed you yesterday. Rosa sighed. Oh, come on, don't joke. I'm not joking. She just laughed it off, unconvinced. Only 5 liches exist in the whole world, and one appears in this remote place. At that moment, Kento placed the vial on the table in front of Rosa. She jumped, eyes wide. Kento's eyes lit up. I brought back a vial that looks like a Lick soul vessel. Could you examine it? Rosa froze as if turned to stone. Her expression grew grave, shaken inside. Is he really not joking? She gaped at the dark vial. What is happening? Kento suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh, one more thing, there are a few others inside. I planned to bring them out, but their minds were completely shattered, so I left them. The guild should send people to inspect. Hearing this, Rosa shouted, sorry. She fell silent, eyes wide, thinking deeply. Thinking back, there have been several disappearances in the domain recently with no information on their whereabouts, if a Lick is responsible. At the thought, Rosa panicked and slammed the table, demanding, wait, hold on, I'll call people immediately. Shortly after, the captain burst in, banging the door. What on earth happened? A Lick, you say? Kento, puzzled, raised his hand in a polite greeting. Oh, hello. He waved dismissively. It's been handled, nothing to worry about. The captain, exasperated, asked, wait, what do you mean? No sooner had he spoken than the captain shouted in terror, Cosbrani, you guess right. Kento nodded, yes, I think that's the name, you know him. He flinched and yelled in alarm, "Of course I know him. Brandulas Kessi, a mage who once shook the world over a century ago, founder of mind manipulation magic, causing endless chaos. He drove kings mad and made them invade one another, driving 5 kingdoms to the brink of ruin. And now that man appears here as a lich. Is this real?" Kental, bewildered like a startled fawn, recounted the events briefly. Yes, but he wasn't frightening. He was sneaking around doing weird rituals and ended up killing himself. The captain couldn't believe his ears. "What are you saying?" 1,000 whys flooded his mind. How could a mage like Koss self-destruct? I want a clearer explanation. Kental stroked his chin, straining for a reasonable reply. "Even if you ask, I have nothing more to say." He began to go numb from the shock of the events. Not wanting to waste time, he turned away. "Wait here a moment, I'll go inform the Lord." A few minutes passed in stunned silence. "What the hell is going on? A lich near my domain." To be sure, he asked again, "Are you certain it's a lich or some other monster?" Kental honestly recounted the whole story, citing the rescued people. "It seems correct. We even have clear evidence." The ancient vial was placed on the table. The captain fell silent in thought. "You mean a soul relic? A lich of that caliber hiding near the domain without anyone knowing? The Empire might send an investigator at any moment, and Lord Kan is currently absent. This is troublesome." Without further delay, he slammed the table, stood up, and ordered, "Prepare to send a report courier to the capital at once." He looked out the window and replied softly, "Yes." Then he whispered, "But perhaps we're still lucky." The captain nodded. Indeed, if that Mandy hadn't discovered him, we would likely have been the first victims. In some hidden corner, Koss's eerie silhouette reappeared. Koss is probably in the process of preparing to resurrect as a lich, so it's very likely he has. He concluded, "Everything is too dangerous, that much is true." Staring distantly out the window, thinking it over, "Still, this is a significant achievement. We must reward that man D, as long as it's within the domain's means." Before long it grew light, the first rays of sun shone into the great hall, and a frantic cry rang out, "Lord, Lord." Someone's feet descended, they slipped on sandals, and donned a neat robe. "I am awake, let them in." The palace doors opened a crack. A maid rushed in, terrified. "Lord, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, Lady Aquas, has arrived at the domain." He stared in surprise. "What?" In the audience chamber, a white-haired girl sat waiting, and when she ran over, her hair was tousled. "What is going on? Why is she here?" That girl was the Inquisitor of the Sun God, the most powerful figure on the continent. Even the Empire must show deference to the Sun God's church. Her authority far exceeded that of a border lord. So why would someone like her be here? Aquas began, "This domain has been quite unsettled lately." She continued firmly, "There was a minor problem in the dungeon, but it's been dealt with." He thought, so she didn't come because of a lich. Then she probed, "May I ask the reason for this visit?" She paused, then stated her purpose. "I've come to discuss a divine artifact." Her eyes widened in surprise. However, before getting into details, Aquas wanted to learn more about recent events in this domain. He lowered his head, finding it hard to speak, but finally told everything. Aqua's face changed. "Mandy, you mean this person defeated a lich?" When confirming, he added a few more details. "Yes, and it may be Brandulas Kessi." The horrifying image of him emerged. Aqua's fearful muttered, "What? That person is here." To be certain, the ancient vial was placed before her, the sole relic of Koss. Aquas turned pale with fear. What on earth is going on? She gripped the sun pendant at her neck to steady her nerves. Everything fell silent. "That man D is still within this domain, right?" Luke's answer hit Aquas like a bucket of cold water. "He is still in these lands." Aquas frowned and nervously asked again, "Could that Mandy really have defeated Koss?" Luke confirmed decisively, "It's true, he's quite powerful, he even defeated Lord Kan." Aquas realized a major change was coming. A new power had risen. Which tribe does that Mandy belong to? He pressed his lips together, voice low. He said he comes from the Icewind Expanse. The image of Kental rose in Aquas' mind, full of doubt. The Icewind Expanse? You mean he's a Mandy from that wilderness? How could someone from there appear here? Could he be the reason I was summoned here? Hearing that whisper, she paid attention. "What did you say?" When he finished, she requested, "That Mandy, may I meet him?" At the same time, in a quiet room, Kental held the stone, emitting a dark purple light in his hand, curious. "What on earth is this used for?" "It looks like a magical implement." "Well, I'll ask a mage later." Suddenly he remembered. "Oh, it's time." At that moment, someone outside the door called, "The Inquisitor of the Sun God requests to see you. The meeting place is the cathedral." He instructed, "When you meet her, please show proper respect." Kental smiled, "Don't worry, I know." Seeing his calm demeanor, he was puzzled. "But let it pass. Good that you understand. Let's go." In this world, gods truly exist, granting power directly and even manifesting in the flesh. The dwellings of their worshippers are called cathedrals. What sets this cathedral apart? After a while they arrived, and he signaled to Kental. "We're here. This is the Sun God's cathedral." He let Kental enter on his own. Someone would guide him. "Thank you." Kental stepped in alone. Astonished by the splendor, the statue of the goddess was displayed magnificently. The seats neat, the space silent and sacred. Clerics approached to greet him. "Welcome, Lord Kental. The Inquisitor Aquas awaits. Please follow me." Kental, stunned by the sight, said, "Ah, very well." After a long moment, Aquas spoke. "Pleased to meet you. I am Aquas, Inquisitor of the Sun God." Kental replied confidently, "Honored to meet you. I am the man D. Kental, In his mind he thought, is this the Inquisitor, so young, but truly very powerful? Aquas flinched at that roguish smile, wondering what it meant. Seeing her silent, Kental spoke up, why did you want to see me? Aquas lowered her head, it's about the recent dungeon incident. Tuz, the mage you claimed defeated, had committed countless atrocities across the continent and ultimately became a lick. Only truly powerful heroes could stand against him. Kental recalled the foe he had fought. I've heard of him, but the Kos I encountered was a lone lick thrashing about, not powerful enough and then self-destructed. You may not believe me, but I'm only recounting what I saw. Aquas proposed, then will you allow my god to directly witness this conversation? Kental asked in surprise. Witness? Aquas explained, yes, if you lie before him, the god will react. Kental gradually understood, a form of interrogation by divine power. She was extremely wary while speaking with him. Although he wasn't an ordinary Mandi, he was still a Mandi, and there was no way she'd agree to this. Aquas gave him a choice. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you may refuse. Kental's eyes lit up. He excitedly agreed at once. Why would I refuse that request? This is the perfect chance to experience divine power. Kental accepted Aqua's proposal. She probed again. Are you sure? He nodded. Sure, begin at once. Even Aquas was displeased by his expression. What? He seems eager, she asked repeatedly. Doesn't this scare you? What do you mean? Kental asked in surprise. She repeated, there is a god watching you. Kental innocently replied, why should I worry? I have nothing to hide. I've never told a lie in my life. Without further argument, Aquas closed her eyes and began. Ah, I understand. Then let us begin. O deity whom I serve, you who observe from the highest realm, ruler of the radiant sun, please use your gaze to expose all deceit in this place. A strange eerie gaze began to glow. A brilliant beam shot down from the heavens onto the cathedral's roof. The light surprised Kental. What is this? I can feel it already. A presence beyond imagination, magnificent, a being indescribable in human language. He felt bewildered confronting it. A dim, ethereal light enveloped where they sat. Fortunately, what Aquas feared did not happen. Thank the heavens, there was no reaction. Then let us begin. From now on, within this column of light, no falsehood shall be permitted to exist. Kental rejoiced and agreed. I understand. Aquas and Kental sat facing each other and spoke under the gaze of the sun god. After hearing Kental's account, Aquas stared at him, thinking. He described the dungeon conquest exactly as he had before, with no negative reactions. Aquas continued to ponder and realized that everything Kental said was true. She brought the matter up from another angle. Perhaps the twos were severely weakened while preparing to resurrect. If Kos had still been able to use magic, this man would no longer be here. He was truly fortunate. While she was thinking, Kental suddenly asked, have you had all your doubts cleared? Aquas, startled, blinked at him, then quickly nodded. She placed a hand over her chest and said calmly, yes, thank you. Please forgive my rudeness. Kental replied politely, it's all right, I was excited too. After listening, Aquas cautiously asked, may I finally ask you a personal question? Kental quickly answered, of course. Aquas hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask, do you truly come from the Icewind Expanse? Kental was slightly stunned as he looked at her, then said nonchalantly, yes. Aquas still didn't believe it and asked again, you really come from there? At this moment, Aquas' face paled slightly. She regarded him with anxious eyes, thinking, could he be the Grey Mandi of Empire legend? This time Kental didn't answer but instead asked back, then let me ask you a question. Why have you come to these lands? The unexpected question made Aquas falter. She bowed her head slightly and avoided his gaze. I have personal matters to attend to here. Kental nonchalantly continued. Are those personal matters to confirm whether I am an unclean one? Hearing that, Aquas felt uneasy but replied calmly, I don't understand what you're saying. Kental thought about having faced the divine gaze. He propped his chin on his hand and voiced his thought, I'm not sure, but a god personally looking into this, isn't that overkill just to detect lies? Aquas frowned slightly, closed her eyes, and felt embarrassed. She wanted to deny it, but under the divine sight, all falsehoods are barred. In the end, she admitted, you are right. Kental exclaimed, asking, so you were targeting me from the start? Aquas looked at him and affirmed, not like that. She recalled when she first arrived, kneeling with her hands over her chest in the cathedral, explaining, there was a prophecy. When I came, I thought you might be the one mentioned in it, but the result is as you see. This time, Aquas bowed her head, placed her hand on her chest, and said sincerely, I'm sorry, I hid my true intentions. Kental looked at her and replied nonchalantly, it's all right, I found it interesting in its own way. May I ask one more thing? What did the prophecy say? She looked up at Kental, stunned, gripping her necklace, hesitant. She knew she shouldn't reveal it to someone she didn't fully trust, but in the end Aquas spoke. The prophecy made the conversation take on an unprecedented air of mystery. No one knows what Aquas revealed to Kental. Those words left him stunned. The dialogue soon came to a close. Before long, night had fallen. Aquas stood by the window, lost in thought. In the quiet, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Aquas heard it and glanced back. It was the Lord. He walked toward her with a stern demeanor. The Lord clasped his hands behind his back and said, you seem troubled. Aquas nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I met him, but it only made my thoughts more confused. Hearing that, he asked curiously, so who exactly is he? Aquas decided to keep it secret, staring sharply out the window and answering firmly, He is certainly a man-D from the Icewind Expanse. Upon hearing this, he asked in astonishment, "Really?" Aquas replied, "Yes, we have no news from within the Icewind Expanse, but that has been confirmed as true." The Lord grew quiet, thinking, I had hoped it was a false rumor, but the truth cannot be denied. His voice lowered, "If this spreads, the whole world will be shaken." He pictured the Icewind Expanse and the Emperor and worried, if the Emperor intervenes personally, imagine the chaos. As he pondered, Aquas spoke up, "You need not worry about that." Her words made his eyes widen in surprise. Aquas was silent, her mind in turmoil. Relations between the man and the god worshippers have never been good. For that reason, their growing strength is not something she could take lightly. The Lord put the matter aside and asked, "By the way, what exactly did the prophecy say that made you request a private meeting?" She replied calmly. She answered calmly, "I need to confirm one thing." The Lord asked in puzzlement, "Confirm, what do you mean?" Aquas turned to look outside and spoke her thought, to determine whether he is pure human or something merely disguised as one. The Lord behind her exclaimed, "My heavens, what did the prophecy actually say?" Aquas answered with caution, "The prophecy said." Her gaze was sharp, her face grave. Those prophetic words could not be taken lightly. After hearing it, the Lord was also taken aback. He stammered, "How can that be?" Morning light streamed through the window, a steaming cup of tea sat on the table. The Lord asked Kental, "Are you well?" Kental answered casually, "Thanks to you, I'm living quite well in the domain." He wondered, "So why have you called me here again?" His tone grew serious. "As Lord, I have matters to discuss with you." Kento folded his arms and said casually, "I'm not particularly concerned." The Lord then said, "Not as an apology, but I have prepared a reward for your deeds in saving the domain." Having said that, he produced an item. When Kental saw the item, his eyes widened. Surprise showed on his face. The Lord placed the large pouch on the table and said seriously, "We shall present the reward bestowed by the Lord." Looking at the tied-up pouch, Kental thought to himself, "A hunting bag, a leather pouch." He said gently, "It's not an ordinary leather pouch, inspect it yourself." Kental's eyes were amazed. He thought, "This is a magical artifact in the form of a pouch." Seeing him open it, the Lord explained, "You can store as many items as you like, so long as there is space inside the pouch." Kental peered into the pouch and saw an interior space vast as a room. He reflected, a magical item, an object created by sorcery. Kental was astonished at the pouch. He thought, "This is the first time I've seen a real magical artifact." He added, "Even if an item is larger than the pouch's opening, you can still stuff in as much as you want." Hearing that, Kental picked up a large axe, thinking, "In that case, let's try with an item." Seeing the axe look too big for the pouch, Kental thought, "It doesn't seem to fit from the outside." But when he brought the axe to the pouch's mouth, it was automatically drawn inside. He gasped in surprise. The Lord continued instructing him on how to use it. To retrieve something, simply put your hand into the pouch and picture the item. Kental listened and followed the instructions, and indeed he pulled it out. His eyes sparkled as he cried excitedly, "It's amazing!" In contrast to his excitement, the Lord's tone remained calm. "This is a gift I give in return for your saving the domain. I hope you like it." Kental quickly replied, "Like it? I love it. I will certainly use it worthily." Hearing that, the Lord smiled and said slowly, "Seeing you happy makes me happy as well." But his joy didn't last long. Worry returned. "All right, I think this matter can end here, except for the prophecy." He wondered inwardly, what exactly is happening in that distant land? In another world, aberrations from the demon realm were pouring into the world. Standing before Asisha, his face stern, he said, "It seems something is happening across the world." The Lord also broke into a cold sweat, thinking, perhaps everything is connected to this prophecy. He recalled what Aquas had said at the window. The prophecy foretold that a demon would descend, a great demon would come and spread across the world. The Vakan domain is a network linking countless villages, so the villages maintained contact with each other. Then one day, contact with a village was suddenly cut off. At first, no one thought much of it. But as days passed with no news, a nearby village sent people to investigate. They never returned. When he heard, the Lord dispatched guards, but they too did not come back. Only then did the Lord realize that something serious was happening. Rosa raised a finger and asked, "Do we have any requests today?" "There is an urgent request today," someone answered. Kental folded his arms and asked, "About what?" Rosa replied at once, "To confirm the situation of a village that has lost contact." Seeing him still dazed, she conveyed the details. "A few days ago, a village stopped responding. You just need to go check on the situation. It's a straightforward departure mission, but the pay is generous." Hearing the words generous pay, Kental propped his chin and beamed. "I like jobs like that. I'll take the mission." Seeing his excited expression, Rosa thought to herself, "Just as I predicted." Seeing his excited face, Rosa thought to herself, "Just as I predicted." H looked tired, leaning against the tree trunk. She dragged her heavy steps forward. Suddenly a voice rang out. H, startled, looked that way and cried out in alarm. Kental appeared before H, a smirk on his face. H scanned him from head to toe and said suspiciously, "Your clothes." Kental waved his hand and replied, "I just had a new set made." The old one I wore before was all torn. H's eyes went wide and her mouth rounded in praise. The design looks quite unique. Kentel didn't hesitate to boast. I commissioned the design myself, Heen replied, impressive. Suddenly H remembered and asked, did you take this mission too? Kentel crossed his arms and nodded proudly. Yes, I couldn't miss such an interesting job. Hearing that confidence, H thought, just as I thought, he's indeed unusual. Seeing Kentel going alone, Heen wondered, but why are you going alone? Aren't the party members coming with you? Kentel suddenly remembered two teammates. Alexandro and Casson aren't joining. H analyzed calmly. They must have received the mission details already. Perhaps they declined to join, right? Hearing that, Kentel only replied, I understand. After speaking, he looked around and seeing 3 people in the distance, fell into thought. Fewer people than I expected, he murmured. Kentel propped his chin and thought, the task is simple but the pay is high. I thought many would sign up, yet there are fewer than 10 people total. It really is a dangerous mission. He turned to H and asked, so what then? The mission itself seems simple. H pondered and analyzed. Yes, it sounds simple, but the pay is excessively high. There are rumors that the guards went and never returned. So in the end, this is not a simple mission. Kentel was also uncertain. Looking around, he said, even so few people signed up. I thought there would be at least 10. H hesitated. Actually. She lowered her voice and told him, another rumor is spreading. Kentel's tone grew interested. What rumor? Suddenly H forced a smile. It turned out to be because Aqua's approached. Her face was heavy, her eyes gloomy and unhappy. Seeing this, Kentel thought to himself, Aqua's, the Inquisitor of the Sun God, would also take part in this mission. H worried inwardly. Not many mercenaries dared cooperate with the Sun God's Inquisitor. She muttered fearfully, she isn't going to chop my head in two, is she? Kentel heard this and reassured her that won't happen. She's a very good person. H was surprised. Wait, you're acquainted with that lady? Kentel casually admitted, of course. Then he walked over to Aqua's and said, she is my friend. Hearing that, H froze, eyes wide, screaming inwardly. The Inquisitor and Amandi are friends. Seeing Kentel move closer and closer to Aqua's, H hurriedly called out, Kentel. Approaching Aqua's, Kentel raised his hand in greeting cheerfully. Good to see you again. Contrary to his mood, Aqua's replied coldly, I don't remember when we became friends. Hearing that, Kentel burst into laughter and pretended, you've heard, well then, from now on we'll be friends. Aqua's was at a loss with him. She glanced to the side and said, now that you mention it. Aqua's asked bluntly, your teammate also serves a different god, doesn't she? Seeing Kentel didn't understand, she continued, I mean Miss Kaoja. Hearing this, Kentel finally realized and asked, so she's like her too? Aqua's replied puzzled, yes, but wait, did you say she is a priestess serving Kaoja? Kentel asked softly, is there a problem? She fell silent for a moment then said, no, it's just that as far as I know, Miss Kaoja's followers are currently in a period of seclusion. Her voice grew heavy. Only those of high rank can act at this time. Kentel spoke in a low, hesitant tone, don't tell me that. Aqua's sighed heavily and hurriedly covered it up, it's nothing. I can't know the details of every sect, so perhaps I was mistaken from afar. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, making both of them turn to look. Heavy footsteps approached. Accompanying them was an authoritative voice. You're here. Kentel turned to look. It was John. He thought inwardly, the captain of the guards. Kentel greeted him cheerfully. We meet again here. Unlike him, H appeared more pensive. John arrived with 2 more guards and took the lead, saying, I welcome all who answered this request. He was the kingdom's guard captain, John. Once everyone had gathered, John declared, we depart. The guard's steady footsteps began to advance. Aquas watched them coldly, and Kentel followed their movements with his eyes. Kentel thought to himself, all of us gathered like this feels like we're about to raid a dungeon. The late afternoon light began to turn golden. Kentel was no longer smiling as before, his spirits sank. He asked in a low voice, acting now means it's time, doesn't it? The sudden question startled Aquas. She did not answer immediately but turned to stare at him. Kentel also glanced at Aqua's. After a moment, Aqua's expression darkened and she whispered, that I'm not certain about either. The god does not reveal the exact time. It may simply be that we've lost contact with the village. She added worriedly, but that also means there's still a possibility. Kentel wasn't very worried, he smirked. Kentel recalled Aqua's words from that day. The god foretold that evil would descend. He clearly remembered the appearance of a great demon. Thinking of that, Kentel felt somewhat more confident. Just then, the guard's footsteps stopped and John's voice rang out. We've arrived. Kentel and H both looked ahead in surprise. In front of them lay a small village, the houses closed together. John's face was stern as he pointed to the village entrance. He turned to ask Aqua's, any sense? Aqua's replied, I sense no presence whatsoever. Hearing that, John's expression grew more tense and his voice hoarse. Then perhaps they fled. John shouted, spread out in search for clues. The guard unit responded in unison, yes. Kentel said enthusiastically, understood. He scanned the area, assessing inwardly. This village could hold only about 100 people. Even so, there's no way an entire village would vanish without a trace. John's gaze sharpened. There must be some clue. He urged everyone to continue searching. The group spread out everywhere. Suddenly, someone discovered a dining table with food that still looked very fresh. He murmured in bewilderment. Then he waved and called, "Captain, there's food here." John calmly analyzed. Maybe they left it behind when they fled. The other immediately objected, shouting, "No. It was just cooked. The food is still warm." Hearing that, John's eyes widened in surprise and he immediately went to check. The food was indeed still hot. He asked, puzzled, "What is going on here?" Confusion stirred in John's mind. This village had been out of contact for several days. Many people had been sent, but none returned. Putting those thoughts aside, John asked, "Any traces?" The decisive answer, "No signs that they left the village or hid elsewhere." Hearing that, John's expression grew even darker. "For now, keep searching." John looked at the food still being prepared, distraught. There were many signs of daily life, but not a single person. He clenched his fist. How can this be? He turned and asked, "What about the other side?" The other scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "The same. Clearly people live here, but there is no one. There aren't even footprints." John turned to Aquas and asked, "Do you know anything?" Aquas answered helplessly, "I don't know either." John looked to Kental, "And you?" Kental replied, "I haven't found any significant clues either, and I don't sense any presence." John lowered his head in frustration. "This is driving me mad." Seeing this, Kental suggested, "Maybe ask someone who might know." John exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Kental looked around and said casually, "Can't you still sense it? There's someone else here." Those words drained the color from John's face. "Wait, what did you say?" Thinking back, John eyed the strange woman before him and grew suspicious. Who was she? How long had she been here? Asisha, somehow standing there, smiled innocently and sang out in a clear voice, "Interesting. I disguised myself so perfectly. How did you notice?" Kental folded his arms and said coldly, "A stranger appears suddenly. Of course we pay attention." Asisha laughed aloud in a devilish voice. "No, that's not what I meant. Normally others wouldn't notice." She glanced at Aquas and sneered. "Not even the sun god's inquisitor detected me." Then she turned to Kental. "It seems you haven't awakened any special ability either." Asisha curled her lip and said coldly, "Who are you?" She continued with enigmatic words, "This is an unexpected harvest." Suddenly, John shouted, "Everyone fall back. Everyone fall back at once." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." John turned to Aquas and called anxiously, "Aquas." She froze and said doubtfully, "I sense nothing. There is no presence at all." Hearing this, both John and H looked at her with concern. H thought in horror, even the Inquisitor couldn't detect anything. Two possibilities flashed through her mind. Either Asisha was not a demon, or she was a demon at a level that couldn't be detected. Asisha propped her chin on her hand and complained, "What a pity. I wanted to observe you a bit longer before leading him into the abyss." Her face drooped and in a demonic tone she said, "I've made my decision." She stared straight at Kental and called out the name of that interesting savage. Her fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws. Seeing this, Kental gaped in astonishment. Asisha revealed a pair of thick horns on her head, and razor teeth bared as if to devour Kental. She said gleefully, "You will become my slave and descend into hell with me." After revealing her true form, Ashishire snapped her fingers. Immediately a black hole circle, the symbol of darkness, appeared. She floated in the air with dark clouds swirling around her. Such a small action left them utterly astonished. Sensing danger, the captain of the guards shouted, "Everyone run, hurry, hurry." But it was too late. They had been trapped within the sealing circle Ashishire had created. The guards panicked and screamed, "No, open it, open it." The sight pleased her. "This entire village is my domain. No one can escape." Not only that, she taunted them, "For you are all my prey." Murmurs rose everywhere. "A demon? Impossible. How could a demon be here?" Kettle wondered aloud. "A demon?" Priest Hayes confirmed, "Yes, it's a named demon." Beside him she prayed, "Lord Kalosha, please save me." He patted her head and said, "Hayes, calm down." He also reassured her, "I'm right here with you." Hearing Kettle's comfort, Priest Hayes was deeply moved. However, she immediately collapsed again when he asked, "But what does it mean to be a named demon?" Priest Hayes hesitated. "The thing is, as far as she knew, not everything called a demon in this world is powerful. They're often labeled demon for convenience, but in reality most are merely fragments of malicious intent and magic. However, there are entities that can be called true demons, born of darkness, not birthed by any mother, naming themselves by their own will. In short, they are genuine demons. Even the weakest among them can shake an entire kingdom." He guessed then that one must be one of them. Priest Hayes agreed, "Yes, that's right." She also speculated that, judging by those horns, it's an Ashishire, a demon that appeared hundreds of years ago. Why would such a thing show up in such a remote land? Kettle hesitated. "So, we can't break this." To Priest Hayes' astonishment, he reached out to touch the sealing circle. She asserted, "No, this place has become demon territory. Unless the demon is destroyed, there's no way to break this seal." After touching it, Kettle said indifferently, "Is that so?" Something beyond the seal caught his eye, and he suddenly grinned wickedly. He even swallowed hard with a loud gulp. Priest Hayes, puzzled to see Kettle hop about while thinking, "Maybe I'll just watch a bit longer," asked, "Kettle, what are you doing there?" He denied it. "Nothing. Priest Hayes resigned herself. I understand. Meanwhile, Aquaz was furious. Is this the demon's joke? Ashishire mocked. Is that so? Isn't it fascinating? Doesn't it make you want to investigate further? She was indignant. A village vanished, yet there were signs someone had been living here. Just the demon's trick. Aquaz inwardly realized it probably viewed the villagers as toys and said in disgust, what a sick game. Meanwhile, she still wore a mocking smile. He, on the other hand, was eagerly watching for more. They found it strange, a named demon. Summoning such a demon would require a huge sacrifice. A village's population wouldn't be enough. And for an entire territory to be altered without anyone noticing, that should have been impossible. This raised suspicion. Then how did it descend into this world? Ashishire sneered. Do you really think I'd tell you? She spat in hatred. Filth polluting this land. Hearing the insult, she mocked. Filth, impure. Even taunting. Hey, you dogs of the gods. Do you think your gods will save you? Predictably, this remark only enraged Aquaz further. Ashishire then warned, listen carefully. Cracks are appearing in this world. It no longer belongs to you alone. She recounted that long ago, gods and humans fought the demons. And as everyone knows, the gods and humanity prevailed. The demons were defeated and banished from this world. Because of that, Ashishire carried resentment. From hellish torment, I have waited for this day for a long time. She officially announced, I am Ashishire, the demon of gravity. I swear I will cleanse the old shame and drown this world in malice. She angrily cursed, repulsive creature, this world belongs only to the gods and us. Aquaz demanded, so go back to where you came from, demon. She began to summon the god's power. Immediately, a beam of light surrounded Aquaz. A scepter symbolizing divine power appeared in her hand. Kettle watched with glee. Just as I thought, the demon won't attack while she's transforming. Aquaz's transformation gradually completed, from her weapon to her battle boots. Even her armor was ready for battle. Ashishire chuckled with interest. Interesting. And she began to engage. Good. Ashishire taunted, then come here, dog of the gods. Aquaz countered, arrogantly. Their gazes sharpened like never before as the opposing powers of demon and god collided. It produced a huge explosion that rocked the sky. Priest Hayes screamed in terror while the two remained evenly matched. Ashishire frenziedly twirled the blade in her hands. Not forgetting to sneer, a battle should have dignity. Don't your godhounds know that? Continuously provoked, Aquaz flew into a rage. Are you done? A giant golden greave slammed into the ground, creating a shock that cracked the earth violently. The woman in golden armor delivered a blazing strike with lightning speed. Ashishire stood calmly opposite, surrounded by a dark aura. She moved so fast she left behind a faint, shadowy afterimage. Aquaz stood stunned at the sight, her pupils flashing with disbelief. Ashishire suddenly appeared behind her and spoke teasingly. You're here. She wore a sly smile, sharp teeth bared. Ashishire dove down from the air, striking powerfully. Aquaz raised her weapon to defend and countered, her voice ringing out, crush it. They charged at each other. The air collided violently, producing powerful shockwaves that affected the surroundings. The golden-armored woman's feet were gradually pushed back, creating long cracks across the ground. They held their positions, unleashing their powers against one another with neither yielding. A purple hand appeared above Aquaz's head, breaking through her defense. She spoke scripture chapter 2 verse 12. A pair of bright eyes appeared within the surrounding darkness, and a voice proclaimed, the light of glory shall never be defiled. Light surged from her and shot into the sky, driving Ashishire far away. The bat-winged woman was knocked back, landing and bracing herself to avoid being thrown further, intently watching the scene before her. Aqua radiated a powerful aura. Radiant gold light surrounded her body. Ashishire rose slightly and taunted her. Can you read scripture at that age? She wiped the mark on her face and exclaimed, impressive. The golden-armored woman's lips murmured another line. Koreanmanhwa chapter 5 verse 59. She raised her weapon high, thunder rolled across the sky. Aquaz's voice rang out through the air. That light, a blazing aura erupted, shining through the dark night, and a voice thundered, incinerate all evil. As soon as the words ended, she lunged forward, raising her shield and weapon, leaving a trail of aura behind. Ashishire's eyes flashed red as she watched her opponent warily. Aquaz spun, swinging her weapon from behind. Her hair streamed with emotion. The strike she swung left a long, gleaming slash that struck the surrounding dark aura. Ashishire laughed with delight and quickly stepped back to avoid the direct blow. She pulled her weapon down and struck at Aquaz, but the golden-armored woman immediately blocked the attack. She redirected the force, slamming the weapon sideways and pushing Aquaz backward. Her face sweaty, she glared at Ashishire in anger and gritted her teeth. Ashishire laughed triumphantly, eyes gleaming with malice. Both charged up again, rushing straight at each other. The sky shifted color and fine dust filled the air around them. Their weapons collided, sending shockwaves that blasted everything away and causing a powerful burst of energy. Two extremely strong auras met head-on, producing a horrifying explosion that violently shook the space. The clashing powers ripped the earth apart, rocks shattered and the pressure spread, destroying everything. Priest Hayes was struck by that terrible force. She shut her eyes and screamed. Nearby villagers were terrified by the scene. Some ran, others collapsed, begging, please, please save me. The opposing auras clashed as both poured their full strength into the fight. their gazes fierce with no sign of yielding. Their battle caused small explosions, the ground crumbled and shockwaves blew everything away. Kettle stood proudly as a spectator, watching with a wry smile, impressed. She stepped closer to him and called loudly to get Kettle's attention. "Kettle, Kettle, can't you help Aquez?" He replied calmly, "Maybe." Hearing that, Priest Hayes was slightly startled and began, "Well then," before Kettle cut in, "why should I help?" Those words left Priest Hayes stunned. She looked at him in bewilderment. Kettle looked at her and repeated his earlier question. "Why should I interfere and ruin the fight?" She stammered. "What?" He glanced at the two of them and said softly, "Of course, I also want to one day fight a demon." Kettle smiled oddly, "But right now, I just want to watch this battle." Priest Hayes was completely stunned, her face unreadable. She thought to herself, "This is not what I expected." Across the way, both sides struck simultaneously, their colliding auras producing shockwaves that swept away all obstacles. The two auras collided violently, generating such a powerful jolt that both were thrown backward. Ashishire was pushed back, forcing herself down to the ground to avoid being flung away. The woman opposite her did the same. She muttered in annoyance, "Gods hunting dogs," but inwardly she thought that in raw strength she still had the advantage. Before she could steady herself, Aqua appeared directly in front of her, startling Ashishire. Ashishire, on the back foot, blocked the golden-armored woman's strike, thinking privately that the mismatch between them was dire. Magical entities in this world could not stand against divine power. She swung her weapon in a sharp, purple-tinged arc, calculating that if this continued, the battle would drag on. Ashishire broke into a sinister grin. Finishing that thought, she surged forward at high speed, the space around her warping. Aqua flinched at the direction of her movement, frowning sharply. Ashishire wore a triumphant smile and advanced without hesitation. The golden-armored woman watched her actions, thinking, that way." Seeing her head toward the civilians, she panicked danger. A sudden explosion flared moments later, shattering the surrounding ground. Aqua appeared to block her path, and the two resumed their clash. The terrified villagers sat on the ground, mouths agape, motionless as they watched them. Those who hadn't evacuated were in a panic behind them. They sat still, screaming and staring ahead. Aqua swung her shield to the left, knocking Ashishire away. She frowned angrily and glared at her, snarling, "Filthy scum." Hearing the insult, Ashishire covered her mouth with her sharp hand and burst into laughter. She swooped down and taunted, "Do you really think a demon will play fair?" Aqua cried out angrily, Scripture chapter 1 verse 1, "Let the sacred golden realm be revealed." As soon as her words ended, a huge golden magic circle appeared before them. She turned and shouted to everyone, "Get in here quickly." Seeing that, the soldiers rushed into the protective circle. The blonde man at the back laughed with relief. The young swordsman hurried in, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lady Aquez." Across from them, Ashishire gave an insinuating smile. "Heh." She said, "Are you going to waste the sacred scripture like that?" At her taunt, veins bulged on Aquez's face. She shouted angrily, "Shut up." As soon as she finished speaking, Aquez charged at her opponent and attacked again. Opposite her, Ashishire smiled confidently and said, "Yes, that's the reaction I wanted." Then they lunged at each other like two moths to a flame, hands gripping their spear hafts tightly. Aquez swung her spear in a direct strike at Ashishire, but Ashishire easily parried the attack. Immediately after, she flipped once in midair to Aquez's astonished gaze. Ashishire lectured, "Death is still just death. No one will care about your noble sacrifice." She aimed to wear down Aquez's will, but Aquez remained clear-headed and launched successive counterattacks. However, those strikes failed to injure Ashishire. Ashishire continued, "If this keeps up, you'll lose and disgrace your god. But if you defeat me and return alive, your fame and your god's influence will rise. It's simple, just destroy the holy shield protecting them. What do you think?" Faced with this rosy proposal, Aquez stayed wary and retorted sarcastically, "Are you trying to trick me?" Seeing Aquez wouldn't fall for it, Ashishire covered her mouth and smiled. "Do you really want to die here?" Aquez, still gripping her weapon, said, "There's nothing left to hear." Across from her, Ashishire smiled and nodded. "Fine, then die like a martyr." As soon as she finished speaking, she shot high into the sky and unleashed a devastating strike down upon the village, shattering the ground around it into fragments. Within the assault, Aquez braced herself against the overwhelming force of the blow. From above, Ashishire poured even more power into her attack. Aquez's eyes suddenly widened. She sensed a danger right before her. The moment she realized it, Ashishire had already closed in on her with incredible speed. Startled, Aquez cried out, "What?" No sooner had she spoken than a massive explosion erupted as the two collided. Fortunately, Aquez quickly retreated to evade the direct blow. Her body skidded along the ground for a stretch before coming to a halt. She looked forward again with a stunned expression. At that moment, Ashishire launched another assault, giving her no time to rest. She unleashed countless shafts of black energy that surged forward, surrounding Aquez like a net. Trapped inside, Aquez rolled her eyes around in shock and exclaimed, "Let the radiant holy realm repel the darkness." Before she could finish, Ashishire attacked again. In an instant she lunged up, grabbed Aquaz's head with one hand and shouted, "Enough, I don't want to hear another scripture." As soon as she spoke, she slammed Aquaz's body into the ground, making her cry out in pain as the earth beneath her back crumbled into pieces. Aquaz struggled to break free from the hold, but it wasn't that easy. With her other hand, Ashishire summoned a dark spear, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Sensing the danger, Aquaz tried to move her shield-bearing arm. As the spear lunged in, Aquaz quickly raised her shield arm to block the killing strike. The impact made the surrounding space tremble violently, and the air grew tenser than ever. Under Ashishire's immense power, Aquaz barely managed to withstand the blow. Cracks had begun to spread across her shield. Witnessing this, Ashishire smiled with sarcasm and excitement. Then she poured more power in, shattering the shield in Aquaz's hand into pieces. Aquaz was hurled backward, crying out in pain. On the other side, Ashishire snapped her fingers once more, creating several writhing strands of black energy around her body. That shot straight to Aquaz's position, wrapping her tightly inside. As the dark power gained the upper hand, the protective shield developed cracks that rapidly spread, leaving everyone outside stunned. A few seconds later, the protective shield shattered completely. Seeing this, the blonde youth stepped forward and shouted, "No way, if this continues we'll all die." Ashishire gave a mocking smile and said, "I will enjoy you all as a dessert. But first I want to taste what the god's hunting dog smells like." She stuck out her tongue and bared her sharp teeth against Aquaz's pale neck. Just as she opened her mouth to savor the meal, a hand grabbed her shoulder from behind and ordered, "Stop." The sudden action froze Ashishire for several seconds. The one who intervened was none other than Kettle. He added, "That's enough." At his casual words, Aquaz's eyes widened and she blurted, "What?" Looking at him, she thought to herself, "When did he get here? Why couldn't I sense his presence?" No sooner had she realized anything than Kettle had thrown her up like a lump of earth. After gaining enough height, her head aimed straight at the ground as she plunged down, shattering the earth around her into fragments. Handling everything with ease, Kettle walked to Aquaz and reached out, asking, "Are you okay?" Having witnessed the scene, Aquaz was astonished. She looked at him and thought, "That's right. He's the one who defeated Sword Saint Kan, a superhuman warrior." But suddenly a few angry growls came from the side. It turned out Ashishire had recovered her composure after the previous blow. She angrily yelled, "You arrogant! How dare you interfere with my meal?" Kettle crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "She's my friend, so I can't let her die." This made Ashishire even angrier. She ground her teeth and said, "At first I planned to keep you as a toy." She was about to continue when Kettle cut in, "But I'm not interested in being your plaything." This blunt refusal only amused Ashishire more. She added, "Oh really?" She reached out to summon a sharp weapon and said, "Then today you must die." As the two exchanged tense words, Aquaz spoke up, "Stand back." She struggled to her feet, looked straight ahead and said, "You cannot defeat a demon." But Kettle interrupted, "You know I'm pretty strong." Aquaz shook her head and affirmed, "No, this isn't about strength. Only divinity can expel demons from this world. No other power can do that. This law has existed since gods and demons first coexisted. Besides, this place is the demon's domain. There's no room for luck, so only a god can face a demon." This cryptic explanation made Kettle stroke his chin, think for a few seconds, then speak. Still, he glanced at Aquaz and remarked, "You don't look fit to fight." Her whole body was trembling now, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She replied, "I must do it. I serve the god and I will oppose the demon." At her resolute words, Kettle thought to himself, "Is this the will of one who serves a deity?" Then he stepped forward, ruffled her hair, and praised, "Impressive, but this time let me handle it." With that, he strode straight forward. To Aquaz's astonished gaze, he looked at Ashishire and said, "I've always wanted to fight a true demon." At his stubbornness, Ashishire sneered, "Do you really not understand? I told you you can't beat me." Kettle smiled confidently and offered, "Want to give it a try?" This unexpected offer delighted Ashishire. She licked her lips and said, "Ha ha, I want to see your face twist in agony." No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from her spot and shot out from a spatial ring right before Kettle, startling him. She rushed in with a confident look on her face. Outside, Aquaz's eyes widened as she helplessly screamed, "No." Ashishire smiled with confidence, while Kettle's hand clenched slightly. Ashishire quietly relished the prospect of defeating him in a single blow, filling her with excitement. But Kettle's punch aimed straight at her face snapped her out of that dream. A light yet effortless blow shattered Ashishire's skull into fragments. Outside, witnessing the scene, Aquaz froze stiff as stone. She thought to herself, "Smash a demon's head with one punch. Does he think he's One Punch Man? A demon's head crushed barehanded. How could that be possible?" Even Kettle was surprised by his own strength. He looked at his small hands and muttered, "Not bad, huh?" On the other side, Ashishire's body fell to the ground with a dry cry. But immediately after, something happened that made Kettle's eyes widen in astonishment. A fierce radiance suddenly burst from that body, emitting an immense surge of energy. In just a few seconds, her head was fully regenerated, as good as new. This thrilled Kettle, who exclaimed, "Ho ho, even if it's smashed to pieces it can regenerate." Ashishire now looked at him with utter fear and asked, who on earth are you? Faced with that question, he stammered, I'm just an ordinary man die. Seeing his bewildered face made Ashishire even angrier. She ground her teeth and said, don't be ridiculous. What is this strange sensation? I can't sense any divinity at all, no aura, no magic. If that's the case then. As she thought this, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and immediately a spatial ring appeared behind Kettle, drawing his attention. She continued thinking, the only way is to verify it myself. She lunged through the spatial ring, closing in on him, swinging her scythe hard. Die, you bastard. Though her human form was a bit off-putting, she had to make do. Facing her attack, Kettle remained calm as if nothing had happened. As soon as she got close, he threw a punch that pierced her chest, making her cry out in pain. Her eyes filled with astonishment, a bewildered smile on her face. Then he pulled his hand back, flinging her forcefully away, so she slammed hard into a nearby house. She let out a wailing cry of pain and spat a mouthful of blood, then fell to her knees on the ground, lost in her thoughts. Impossible, utterly impossible, just a plain punch not enhanced by aura or magic. Was it only a pure punch? He, still showing amusement on his face, said, regenerates immediately. Their eyes met, sparking with intensity. Suddenly he asked, so what's the principle behind it? After saying that, he stomped hard on the ground, breaking the earth into pieces, and shot forward with arrow-like speed, making Ashishire across from him turn pale with fear. With no other option, she summoned another weapon. But before she could use it to block, Kettle was already upon her with his fist clenched. Just as she realized he had appeared, she glanced to the side, and immediately took a punch to the cheek, shattering her jaw and knocking out teeth. The powerful downward blow slammed her head hard into the ground once more. She died yet again, but then countless streaks of demonic energy appeared, wrapping around her body, leaving Kettle utterly astonished. Within seconds, her body was regenerated once more, which excited Kettle further. He said, so if the head is smashed to pieces, a brand new head will appear. Right? A demon should have that kind of resilience. So is your core weakness located on your head? After saying that, Ashishire trembled with fury and a murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she thought, ridiculous. You intend to face me with sheer physical strength? Or are you saying you don't plan to use your full power against me? After pondering, she shouted, listen clearly. I am Ashishire, the demon of gravity. How dare you think you can continue to face me with mere raw strength? These words fell on Kettle like water off a duck's back. He didn't understand a damn thing. But he casually replied, so, you don't look particularly special. His words hit her like a cold splash, leaving Ashishire frozen rigid. She snapped angrily, what? A demon's pride has been shattered into pieces. She shouted in fury, do you want to die? No sooner had she spoken than she lunged forward to attack again. This time she summoned a warhammer, aiming it straight at him, ready to strike. She swung the hammer from behind and brought it down toward his face. The force was so immense Kettle's hair billowed in the wind, but he casually reached out and easily blocked the attack. This made Ashishire's expression harden once more. He praised, not bad, you've got some skill, but this won't cut it. The hammer trembled under his strength. He squeezed it and it instantly crumbled to pieces. Then once again his loving fist shot toward her face, landing another affectionate punch on her cheek. The result was the same as before, her head shattered into fragments. She thought to herself, this is absurd. This time her regeneration was faster than before. She fumed inwardly, I am the demon of gravity. At full power I can concentrate the weight of an entire wall into this hammer. And yet you not only blocked it barehanded but also shattered it. A mere man die who hasn't even grasped mystic power. Her whole body trembled with rage again. This was absolutely impossible. She unleashed a massive burst of power, causing the surrounding space to quake violently. She bellowed, die, you man die. Countless streams of dark demonic energy surged straight toward his position. Meanwhile, he remained as calm as ever, his hands clenched. Then he launched another punch, easily shattering that attack. The tremendously powerful blow continued to batter the energy behind it, and then it flew straight toward where Ashishire stood. The collision produced a massive explosion, sending smoke and dust billowing. From afar, watching this brutal spectacle, Aquez thought to herself, what on earth am I witnessing? Ashishire, an immensely powerful demon who supposedly single-handedly destroyed a kingdom centuries ago, of such caliber, is being beaten senseless by plain punches. This is absolutely insane. Her body was once again completely regenerated. He stepped forward and planted a foot on her face, saying, so she really won't die, meaning you can't kill this demon with mere physical strength. Despite taking a beating, Ashishire wore a triumphant smile. This is the first time I've felt such pressure. He's strong, overwhelmingly strong. She suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, what kind of freak are you? He again answered the old line. I'm just an ordinary man die. She angrily retorted, don't talk nonsense. Still, she felt a bit relieved now, but wanted to test something. As soon as she finished speaking, countless streaks of dark energy erupted from the ground, rushed past his body, then shot straight up into the sky, converging at a single point. Seeing this, both he and Aquez looked up in utter astonishment. The ground was riddled with countless cracks. Rocks and earth were flung into the air by an enormous pull. In the sky above, a gigantic magical orb began spinning. At the center of the orb was Ashishire's body, wings outstretched, radiating immense pressure. She immediately summoned dozens of spears around her and glared down at him, shouting, You man die, I will unleash all my power. The spears seemed sentient. They moved in a fixed trajectory, spinning in the sky. Then all dove straight toward him below. To counter the attack, he drew his axe from pocket space, slung it over his shoulder, and smiled. The full power of a demon, huh? Watching from outside, Aquez broke out in a cold sweat and thought to herself, this is too dangerous. Pure physical strength can't handle a demon. Ashishire now wore a confident smile and declared, Holy Lance, pierce and destroy. At her command, all the spears in the sky shot toward him like arrows. He kept his face calm as always, showing no reaction. But when the spears were only a few centimeters from his body, he continuously swung his axe and sent them all flying. He easily deflected them as if on a casual stroll, without the slightest difficulty. This left Ashishire across from him gaping, exclaiming, Wah, what is this? Before she could finish speaking, he had already darted forward to close in on her once more. She was drenched in sweat from fear. From the outside, Aquez shouted, Kamen, chapter 3, line 58, light that burns all evil. As soon as she spoke, his black axe became enveloped in a layer of light, turning it golden. Looking at it, he muttered, What is this? Is this divine power? Aquez shouted up from below, I've gathered enough divine power, go finish that demon. His expression suddenly changed. Coldly he said, I wanted to observe a bit longer, but it seems that's not possible. You're in for it too, demon. With that, he swung the axe forward with great force. The strike was so fast Ashishire couldn't dodge and took the blow, staring in astonishment. What is that? With a single axe stroke, he easily cleaved the demon in two. She screamed in despair, have I truly lost? Then she let out a pitiful, helpless wail. After her final breath, her body dissolved into the air, disappearing from this world. He stepped forward, sat down, and comforted. Thank you, that was an entertaining fight. Although defeated, Ashishire forced a smile. Ha ha, it's a pity to be summoned back to hell like this, but not entirely useless. I have confirmed that someone like you exists on this land. Then she asked, what is your name? He replied, I am Kettle. Beside them, before she could stop him, he had already spoken his name, making Aquez startle and shout, don't say it. But he'd already blurted it out, what could be done? Realizing he'd fallen into a trap, Ashishire's smile turned even more manic. Ha ha ha, all denizens of hell, carve the name Man Kettle into your minds. Sensing the danger, Aquez trembled violently, at a loss for words. At her call, countless demons received the command. They wore excited expressions. I continue, swallow my memories and feel them. The one known as Kettle. A multitude of demons appeared before him, causing Kettle to be momentarily stunned for a few seconds. They surged into his body like a torrent. This only excited Ashishire further. Ha ha ha, you man die, now you belong to us. Countless demons had now infiltrated his body. He was transported into a mental space, facing countless beguiling eyes staring at him. But he seemed immune to these enchantments. The demons couldn't penetrate his mind. He immediately reached out to grab them, terrifying them greatly. They wanted to turn and flee at once. Kettle gradually came to, his eyes slowly opening. After that, nothing else happened. He turned to Ashishire and asked, what the hell was that? It felt like something just pierced into my body. This angered Ashishire inwardly. What do you mean? Surely the darkness ran from him into my body. Before she could say another word, he brought his foot down hard, sending her back to hell once more. This decisive, effortless action left Aquez gaping in astonishment. She stood open-mouthed, snapping a photo of the scene. He reached up and softly hummed a few lines of song after the exhausting battle. The darkness gradually lifted, restoring the clear sky. Feeling the fresh air return, Kettle smiled contentedly. Is the mission complete? Time flowed on and the scene shifted to the kingdom of Jahante, specifically the Barca domain. At that moment, news of the battle with Ashishire had spread everywhere. Breaking news, breaking news. A boy shouted as he tossed newspapers in all directions, and people quickly updated themselves on the news. Of course, as the lord of the domain, Lord Barca had received the information early. After reading the article, he angrily slammed the table and shouted, a demon, with Lick Ashishire's appearance, what on earth is happening? Why would such a calamity befall this small land? Saying that, he sank back into his chair in a daze, his mind in turmoil. He wanted a monster whose name would be recorded even in ancient tomes. Across from him, the soldier also reminded the lord, rumors are spreading like wildfire throughout the domain. Upon hearing this, Barca's face involuntarily broke into a drop of sweat from worry. He thought to himself, the only fortunate thing in this disaster is that the sun god's inquisitor drove it away successfully. With that thought, he spoke in a low voice, we must carefully consider what to do next. In another scene, Kettle was also inside Aquez's resting chamber. The whole domain seems unsettled, he said casually. Meanwhile, Aquez could only pity Lord Barca. Of course, this is no small matter. The Lord must have a headache over this. Having said that, she rose to her feet as if to go somewhere. This made our protagonist curious and he warned, don't tell me you're leaving already. Won't you rest a bit before going? The white-haired girl shook her head slightly in refusal. No, I must not delay, I need to report this to the sanctuary as soon as possible. Hearing that, the burly fellow didn't bother to stop her. If that's what you want, I won't prevent you. Before leaving, Aquaz hesitated a little and offered thanks. Hey Kettle, thank you for saving my life. If not for you, I would have been that demon's plaything. Aquaz spoke with full gratitude. The male lead paid it little mind and waved his hand. No need to thank me. I was just saving a friend. Oh right, we're friends now, aren't we? He scratched his cheek and gave a goofy smile. Aquaz's companion felt awkward at the idea of a barbarian and a servant of the gods being friends. After a few seconds of silence to collect herself, she asked, Sun God's Inquisitor, you still want to be friends with me despite that? Kettle replied bluntly, is there any reason I shouldn't? His unexpected answer made Aquaz's eyes widen with surprise, and she blankly replied, ah no, but. Before she could finish, Kettle cut in and continued, then that's not a problem, is it? Aquaz was momentarily silent, but then she offered a small smile and nodded, you're right. Putting that aside, the protagonist seemed to think of something and asked, by the way, I want to ask another thing. Is it true you mustn't let demons know your name? At that mention, the white-haired girl's expression turned more serious, and she carefully warned. That's because demonic marks use a name to inscribe a dark seal onto a human soul and use that mark to summon evil spirits. Those who bear the mark become like a scent, emitting an aroma that lures wicked entities. Tradition holds that those marked must undergo a baptismal rite to be saved. Otherwise, the dark forces will hunt and destroy them. Opposite them, the burly guy's face went blank. He pointed to himself and asked, so I'm marked too? Fortunately for him, Aquaz immediately denied it. No, it's not like that. You aren't marked, Kettle. However, your name may now be known to entities in the underworld. But even so, there's no need to worry too much. Without a mark, they can't locate you. They can only know the identity. There's no way for them to find you unless they meet you in person. The rest shouldn't be a problem. To the protagonist, although he feared those tiny demons, he was quite surprised by their power. So that's how it is. Truly miraculous. I didn't expect to handle them with just physical strength. To explain, Aquaz began to share what she knew, because they are the very essence of demons. In ancient times, the supreme gods created humankind. Humans are foolish, weak, acting only on instinct, and the gods did not intervene in the human world. Therefore, external entities took an interest in the human world. They crossed dimensions and slaughtered humans brutally. In the end, the gods could no longer tolerate it. So they descended into the human world, sided with humanity, called those entities demons, and drove them away. From then on, humans built temples to honor the gods who saved them and continued to flourish under divine guidance. But over time, for reasons unknown, demons gradually reappeared and interfered in the human world. Thus the gods chose the faithful, bestowed power upon them, and continued the fight against the demons. Demons are creatures that can only be destroyed by divine power. At that, Kettle's simple, muscular mind gradually understood. So that's it. They don't belong to this world, so they can't be defeated by ordinary means. Aquaz nodded in agreement and added, exactly. From the start, they were not creatures of this world. Opposite them, Kettle frowned and remarked, I see. If those things appear frequently, it would truly be a nightmare. Hearing this, the white-haired girl shook her head slightly. Named demons don't appear easily. It seems the demon realm, which should have been sealed, is influencing this world. The cycle that births hells is becoming abnormal, and more dark entities are revealing themselves in the human world. It all started a year ago. She spoke in a grave tone, and the news struck Kettle like a bolt from the blue. He thought to himself, a year ago. If it was a year ago, wasn't I on a mission in the frozen lands then? Kane was striding down a sunlit corridor. He let out a long, weary sigh. Kane complained tiredly that meeting His Majesty always left him exhausted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes at a voice, clearly not having an easy day. Kane jumped and turned sharply to probe behind him. Right behind him stood a man cloaked in black. Kane looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He unconsciously pondered, the Archmage of the Tower of Magic, the gathering place of all mages and scholars in this world, the Tower's mighty master. Kane immediately asked, so what brings you here? The cloaked man replied casually, you know, just routine contact. What about you? Why are you here? Kane turned his face to one side. I'm just here to report the mission's results. The cloaked man stroked his chin and probed, a reconnaissance mission into the demon realm, right? The silent forest where everything lies in silence. He answered yes, and the man continued to ask, how was it? Kane worriedly broke into a sweat and hung his head. It's beyond our understanding of this world, a truly horrific place. He envisioned the gloomy scene before him. True to its name, the silent forest had no sound at all, even mystical perception spells worked unreliably, and even if I shouted, there wasn't a single tremor. Kane recalled being left alone in that forest and recounted how, by the time we realized it, the soldiers had vanished one by one, a place eerily silent. Finally, he emphasized, it was an extremely unpleasant place. Then Kane worriedly asked what His Majesty ultimately wants to gain by conquering the demon realm. The cloaked man speculated maybe to dominate the whole world, Who knows what mad thoughts a man craving power might have. He smiled faintly, but admitted the demon realm was indeed an intriguing place. The cloaked man folded his arms and pondered, saying he felt a bit interested as well. Kane remained serious. I don't want anything to do with that place. I prefer a normal life. The cloaked man snapped his fingers lightly. Immediately, an image appeared before him of Kane standing in the middle of a green circle. Suddenly, the two of them stood facing each other on a gigantic green circle. Kane watched his surroundings warily. Teleportation magic. What is this? How did this happen? The cloaked man laughed merrily. No need for such formality. Then he strode forward. The cloaked man asked, you encountered a very special person, didn't you? Hearing that, Kane jolted. Impossible. But the cloaked man seemed utterly unconcerned and smiled casually. Kane squeezed his eyes shut and scolded, damn it, the observing eye, when did you place that on me? The cloaked man grinned with narrowed eyes. Since our last meeting, one of the few remaining amusements for this old man. Kane angrily shouted, go to hell. He bowed his head and said, if you've already seen everything, why ask more? Yet he still wanted an answer from Kane. I want to hear your thoughts. The cloaked man suddenly took on a dangerous air as he spoke of someone thought to exist only in ancient legend, the barbarian from that snow-white land. Kane kept his head bowed, worried. I'm still not certain, the cloaked man said coldly, think carefully. The cloaked man folded his arms and explained. A barbarian capable of defeating a sword saint and wiping out Cardos as if swatting flies, appearing from the edge of some snowy region, doesn't that already sound suspicious? Suddenly Kane looked up and asked, wait, did you say he defeated Cardos? The cloaked man was surprised, what, you don't know? Then the cloaked man stroked his chin, well, it makes sense, that matter hasn't been made public. He recalled and recounted, saying rumors had already started circulating within the Tower of Magic. The cloaked man continued, Cardos, the mage who shook the continent, I've heard he tried to be resurrected on the outskirts but failed, so I went there to pay my respects. His face grew ominous. Of the few, a friend of mine had passed away. It's a bit sad. Kane replied bluntly, I didn't expect you to feel sadness too. The cloaked man confessed, of course friends are essential for someone who has lived as long as I have, however. At this, the handsome face from earlier had completely vanished, replaced by a skull. It seemed no relics were found in Cardos's cave. Kane asked solemnly, weren't all relics collected when Cardos died? The cloaked man answered, mostly yes, but he implied the most valuable treasure was not among them. Who knows where it is now? But then he brushed it off and said, let's leave that matter aside for now. The cloaked man cut to the chase. I want to hear your opinion. He probed, do you truly believe that Barbarian defeated Cardos? Kane thought carefully, if it's that Barbarian then, after a moment he answered, I think it's possible. The cloaked man then asked, reminding him, you still haven't informed the Emperor, have you? Kane asked calmly in return, why should I do that? The old man immediately gave his reason. His Majesty is casting valuable manpower into the demon realm like trash if that emperor learns of the barbarian's existence. Kane emphasized that there would surely be a clash, then suddenly paused and pondered. A barbarian acting on his own will and an emperor wanting the whole world in his hand. If that happens, the kingdom will be dragged in. The cloaked man was excited. Really? Sounds intriguing. He strode forward again. The cloaked man asked again, are you implying that the barbarian could single-handedly stand against the empire? Kane hesitated. I'm not sure, but he looked more serious than ever. I felt a sensation very similar to the first time I saw him. Hearing this, the cloaked man jumped. He quickly asked, don't tell me hero rank. Kane worriedly broke into a sweat. I'm not qualified to judge. The cloaked man stroked his chin, but he's very valuable. He emphasized, even more than that. Kane turned pale. Don't tell me you intend to. A beautiful morning in the Barkan territory, kingdom of Jehent. A gentle-looking blonde girl glanced around. Suddenly she tripped over a rock lying in the road. The blonde girl went pale and stumbled forward, but a hand quickly reached out and caught her. A handsome young man smiled. Oh my, you should be more careful. It was Kettle. He gently asked, are you all right? The blonde girl stared but did not answer Kettle. Suddenly he jumped and turned pale. Kettle thought she would run away in fear, but she politely bowed and said thank you. Then the blonde girl turned and walked away, and Kettle watched her go in surprise. He stared after the blonde's retreating figure in bewilderment. Kettle was utterly confused. What is this? What is this strange feeling? Immediately, another beautiful girl appeared right in front of him. It seemed these events left Kettle so stunned that he stood frozen there for quite a while. Then he was shocked and wondered, why does no one avoid me? Aaron slightly bowed his head, stroked his chin, and murmured, need something to verify identity. Then he placed a silver badge on the table. Use this. Rosa glanced down and thought to herself, this is. She was surprised to pick up the badge, the Mercenary Guild's emblem, not something easily obtained. Rosa understood this and immediately raised her guard. Indeed, the identity was not ordinary. Then she set the badge back on the table and said, verification complete. Rosa calmly continued under Aaron's intent gaze. Then I'll proceed to collect the commission fee. He quickly slipped his hand into his sleeve to search for something. After a few seconds, Aaron placed a gold coin on the table. I'll pay with this. The small gold coin lay in the tray, gleaming pure gold, such a sum. Rosa tilted her head, counted briefly, and replied, we can provide one person. Aaron was startled and exclaimed, "What?" He gaped in disbelief and asked again, "Only one person?" Amid Aaron's extreme confusion, Rosa explained matter-of-factly that it was, after all, an escort request. She rubbed her chin and added that he would have the mercenaries accompany him for the entire journey, which is very risky. And besides, the kingdom of Danayan is quite far away. Rosa paused a moment, then held out a hand and added that depending on circumstances it could take nearly a month, so of course the fee would be higher than a normal job. Aaron awkwardly replied, "Well, that's true, but..." He panicked, his face blanching, and asked flustered, "Is there no other way? At least 2 people are needed." Rosa quickly answered that could be possible, but in that case the mercenaries would be of lower rank. Would you accept that? She kindly advised that if he wanted a reliable escort, it's best to choose mercenaries of rank D or higher. Aaron hesitantly uttered, "Very well then." He spoke firmly and made his request, "Please choose one person with that skill." Rosa replied that in that case this sum would only cover one person. Aaron hesitated and said, "Even so, is there no other way?" Rosa frowned inwardly, thinking, really, why the despair? She closed her eyes in compromise. Honestly, in such a remote area it's already hard to find someone willing to take an escort job. I'll try, but finding 2 people will be very difficult. He finally sighed, "I see, understood, I'll leave it to you." The small gold coin drew nearer from afar. Rosa held it in her hand, pondering, small but very pure gold, though its surface was heavily worn. She swallowed uneasily, as if to deliberately conceal its origin. This could be troublesome. Not long after, when night had fallen, at some small house, a pair of brown shoes suddenly stopped in front of a room's door. A mysterious figure in a light cloak gently raised a hand and knocked a few times. Inside the room, the blonde-haired girl timidly called out, "Is someone there?" Aaron, standing outside, slowly removed his hood and replied, "I am your loyal servant." When the girl heard that, she reached out and opened the door. She stood in the doorway and softly called his name, Aaron. "This beautiful blonde was Aline," she said. "Come in." Aaron stepped into the room. Aline looked at him with concern and asked, "How is it?" He quickly answered, "They have accepted the request for now." Hearing this, Aline breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank God, how many people can they provide?" At that question, Aaron couldn't help but hesitate. His answer surprised her, "Only one person." But Aaron remorsefully said, "Sorry, we don't have enough money." Aline lowered her head and eyes, saying, "No, you can't be blamed." He murmured despondently, "If only I hadn't been foolish enough to be deceived." Aline quickly soothed him. "No, that couldn't have been avoided. Even I probably wouldn't have fared differently." At those words, both of them welled up with tears. Aaron and Aline fell to their knees and cried loudly without stopping. But the two had to stop when they heard an angry shout from the next room. Silence. They could only look at each other with tearful, bitter eyes in silence. After a while, Aline suddenly asked, "By the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take?" Aaron answered bleakly, "I don't know. We're trying to find someone trustworthy, so it may take time." Aline lowered her worried eyes. "I see, then we can only wait." Then she forced a smile and said, "It's late, rest a bit. You've done well, Aaron." Aaron bowed his head slightly and replied, "Yes." After a long, black silence, Aline said sadly, "Can't be done again." Aaron twisted his mouth in self-reproach. "I am truly ashamed." He bowed his head deeper and continued, "It seems very difficult to find someone truly trustworthy." Aline couldn't help but sigh. What a nuisance. She suddenly turned and said, "Supplies are also starting to run low. There's no choice. We'll have to endure hunger for a while." Aaron flinched. "It's all because of my incompetence." Aline awkwardly comforted him. "No, it's not your fault, Aaron." He darkened and said, "Still, for the sake of safety, we should tell the Lord here about our situation." She suddenly cut in loudly, "We cannot do that." Aaron looked up in surprise at Aline. She was gripping her hands so tightly they trembled. Aline said firmly, "We can't trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard is very risky. We can't take any more risks." She stared at him with sharp eyes and said, "Aaron, remember why we had to abandon the kingdom and run. We don't even know who is friend or foe." Aline continued calmly, "Even though we've been in hiding for a while, there's been no news from there, even though both of us escaped." Aaron closed his eyes and said remorsefully, "I'm sorry, I have become too weak." Then Aline anxiously asked, "By the way, are you sure the kingdom of Danayan is really safe?" Aaron did not hesitate to assert, "Yes, there they will protect you. The king of Danayan swore when the princess was born." He went on bluntly that they might even help us get revenge. Aline backlit listened to every word Aaron said. "So you must live, Aline Mavrachi, our princess. If even you are lost, our kingdom will truly perish." She suddenly spoke up, "But the mercenaries, can we really trust them?" Aaron stepped forward and took Aline's hand to reassure her. "Don't worry, we paid in gold specifically for trust. They'll surely recommend someone reliable, I hope." Aline widened her eyes and wondered inwardly, who will escort me after all? She blushed, imagining a handsome face in a beautiful flower garden. A mercenary. I hope he's handsome and knightly. Meanwhile, back at Kettle's place, he lay on the bed staring blankly, with nothing to do. He suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "That reminds me." He recalled his friends in the Mandi Ashen tribe and thought, "I wonder how those idiots are doing now. They were the only ones who didn't shun me." But Kettle imagined their unkempt faces. Surely they're still living their foolish lives as always. he suddenly blankly wondered, alright, the quest is over. The image of facing the giant bear rushed back. Since waking in the snowy region, that quest window has always been with him. Then the scenes of Kettle struggling to survive appeared. At first he thought he was only dreaming. But the bone-cutting cold and the monsters made him realize everything was very real. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the first mission was just to survive for a week. Not long after, when Kettle arrived at the guild, he suddenly asked an escort request. Rosa sat at the reception desk and smiled brightly like a flower while holding the papers. Kettle sat coolly with his muscular arms folded on his chest and calmly asked, "What's the mission?" Rosa slowly pushed a pinned board with the paper in front of him. As the name suggests, escort the client to their destination. Seeing only that single sheet clipped there, Kettle kept asking curiously, "Is that all?" She replied gently, "Yes, but it will take at least several days to travel, and preparing for the trip is entirely the mercenary's responsibility." He closed his eyes with a composed air and said, "It seems this will require a lot of effort." Rosa replied softly, "In return the pay is very generous." However, at that she suddenly hesitated. Seeing that, Kettle's eyes opened slightly, unable to hide his curiosity as he asked, however. Rosa's face suddenly changed. She grew serious and her eyes flashed oddly. "It smells like something. Honestly, this is a very rotten-smelling job, so sir, you may refuse." Suddenly his voice sounded as light as a feather, startling the guild receptionist. She knew nothing about it, Rosa. A nonchalant smile briefly appeared on Kettle's calm face. "That's exactly better." Hearing this, Rosa asked uncertainly, "Yes." At that moment, his gaze glanced down, paying attention to the paper she had just handed over. After all, the mission was written clearly on the paper. Escort mission. Subjects: a woman and an elderly person. Destination: the capital of the Kingdom of Denian. Mission rank: D. Reading this, Kettle felt a strange déjà vu. Kingdom of Denian, he thought. It feels like I've heard that name somewhere before. The image of flowing hair and the gentle, sunlit smile of Milena flickered through his mind. Kettle's eyes went blank as if he had discovered an astonishing truth. Milena of the Akasha clan. A stream of memories about that girl suddenly surfaced. The merchant clan woman he met on the snowy plateau. He recalled that she had held a sparkling ring in her hands and said she would welcome him if he ever passed by. Without hesitation, he smiled and replied coldly, "What a coincidence, I'll accept the mission." Suddenly, a faint shadow of the system began to appear directly before his eyes. At the sight of the faint shadow, Kettle's eyes suddenly brightened, showing clear astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he sprang up, knocking the chair behind him over with a loud crash. Light from the system board flared unexpectedly, shining straight into his eyes and leaving him stunned. Words slowly appeared on the system interface. Mission number 785, escort the target and travel to the Kingdom of Denian. Kettle's face showed a momentary speechless shock. No, why is this appearing here? He felt gloomy seeing the mission notice, while Rosa, unaware of what he was up to, called out, "Lord Kettle." At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps rapidly approaching rang out. Someone pounded on the door loudly, leaving Aline inside puzzled. The door cracked open and the foot stepped slowly onto the floor, entering the room. Erin's exhausted appearance and rapid breathing made her start and cry out, "Oh, Erin." Aline immediately became cautious at his condition and asked, "What's wrong? Please tell me it's not the pursuers." Erin's voice rang out as sweat fell. She couldn't help exclaiming. His eyes suddenly shone and he replied strongly, "In this territory, the only rank C mercenary has accepted our mission." She couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. His eyes flared and he answered forcefully that in this territory, the sole rank C mercenary has accepted our mission. Hearing that, Aline couldn't hide her joy and said, "Rank C, a mercenary? That's true." Seeing her so happy, Erin replied softly, "Yes, we arranged to meet tomorrow, so miss, please rest comfortably tonight." Aline exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, yes." Just then, Kettle's face froze, his gaze went dead, and he couldn't speak. He remained motionless, staring at the system notice that had appeared. Mission number 785, escort the target and travel to the Kingdom of Denian. Kettle propped his chin and tilted his head, puzzled. Why is it appearing now after such a long silence? After studying it for a long moment, he frowned slightly, musing over the words that had just appeared. Suddenly Kettle froze, his eyes flared as if he'd realized something. His gaze fixed on the line of text, he frowned in confusion. Could it be that it's not a beast-only quest meant for the snowy plateau? His face shifted color as if wary of something, or could there be some other issue? No sooner had that thought passed than rain began to pour down violently, thunder roaring angrily and tearing the sky. No sooner had that thought passed than rain began to pour down violently, thunder roaring angrily and tearing the sky. Inside the house, a slender hand slammed the corner of the stack of papers down on the table. Aline bowed her head and fell silent, speechless. Before her and Erin was the quiet space with the guild receptionist, Rosa. Aline kept thinking about who had commissioned the task. What kind of person would that be? A string of daydreams appeared. Since they're mercenaries, they'll have a sharp edge or be covered in scars. No matter, they'd look very cool. Amid the downpour, a firm foot stepped out, splashing water everywhere. A bell tinkled as the door swung open. Hearing the noise, Rosa spoke, snapping Aline out of her reverie. You have arrived. A flash of white hair slipped mysteriously behind the door. Seeing Kettle's silhouette, she anxiously turned to look. Finally, at last. A massive, muscular figure emerged through the rain, eyes glowing like two fireflies and sending chills through the room. All of Aline's fantasies vanished in an instant. Her face went deathly pale when she saw him. The moment Kettle appeared, the air felt crushed. Both she and Aaron froze, their bodies rigid. Each step he took closer made Aline startle in alarm. Her face immediately turned ashen with fear. No, could it be? Kettle said coldly, very pleased to meet you. Her eyes showed the whites in terror, nearly wetting herself. My lord, a mercenary. In panic, she fainted at once into Aaron's shocked arms. Seeing Kettle still standing there, he cried out in fear, Wait, aren't you Miss Aline? Who exactly are you? He looked at them with a calm, icy gaze that sent shivers down their spines. Indeed, it's been a long time since anyone treated me with such caution in this territory, Kettle thought. After defeating the demon, the locals no longer avoided me. He then turned to ask the receptionist, Rosa, are these people my employers? Rosa immediately answered yes. She kept her composure and spoke slowly, let me introduce them. Under his cold stare, Rosa said, this is the person who will be responsible for escorting you, Lord Kettle, a man of the wilds. Hearing that, Aaron showed a stunned look and stammered, what? He froze and then shouted, a man of the wilds, what kind of nonsense is that? Immediately, I demand a different mercenary. Suddenly, Rosa's tone became more serious than ever. So you mean to say that now your intention is? She glanced coldly at them and replied without emotion. Are you questioning the decision of our mercenary guild? Aaron panicked and stammered, no, I didn't mean. Rosa cut him off immediately. If you doubt the mercenary guild's verdict. Her eyes flashed with anger and she said in a low voice, then this deal will be as if it never happened. We will refund the deposit. He trembled and protested, that's not what I meant. Kettle's face went blank at the indescribable scene, feeling as if he had just become a ticking bomb. A sudden voice rang out, startling him, I will accept. Aline calmly adjusted her outfit and then leisurely rose after fainting for a moment. Seeing her solemn demeanor, Aaron nervously parted his lips and hurriedly said, Miss Aline, but Kettle showed a flash of surprise at Aline's resolute posture. Her delicate, pale hand reached forward slightly as she spoke, asking for assistance. She maintained an air of haughtiness yet cautiousness as she introduced herself. My name is Aline. The sound of footsteps quietly moved forward. Aaron and Aline followed behind. Kettle seemed to notice something and froze. He turned back suspiciously and said to them, isn't that too far? Kent looked toward the two walking far behind and spoke. I think we should get a little closer. Aaron and Aline awkwardly declined. No, we're fine. They temporarily concluded there were still no signs of anyone nearby. He acquiesced, why, I don't quite understand, but if you're comfortable with it, that's fine. Then Kent continued walking. Watching his back as he walked ahead, Aaron and Aline fell silent and followed. They remained cautious of him. Aline felt awkward, thinking inwardly, how did it come to this? Last night at the Mercenaries Guild, Kent had cheerfully shaken her hand and introduced himself. I look forward to working with you, I'm Kent. Aline pressed her lips and looked at the huge hand before her. Is this really okay? Kent's eyes were full of eagerness as he looked at her. Just trust and rely on me. As long as I'm escorting you, I guarantee your safety. Aline forced a smile and replied yes. She inwardly felt like crying. Was this really the best choice? Kent's voice suddenly brought Aline back to the present. First, we'll camp here tonight. He looked at her and asked if she was all right. Aline replied with a start, yes. He explained again, as you can see, it's dark and hard to see. That's because we left in the evening at your request. Hearing that, she agreed, yes, let's do that. Watching Aline's expression, Kettle thought to himself that she seemed more afraid of barbarians than he had imagined. This trip would probably be a long one. After thinking for a moment, he took the small pouch at his hip. For now, I'll prepare the sleeping area. A huge object was pulled from that tiny pouch, which then formed into a tent. Aaron exclaimed in amazement, a treasure. Aline was also stunned, thinking, such a high-level treasure. How could a barbarian possess it? Kettle calmly looked at the two. She asked, what's this? I earned it by diligently completing quests. Hearing this, both Aaron and Aline were even more shocked. He continued, but there's only one tent, so the two of you will have to share. What do you think? Aline suddenly whispered to Aaron. Kettle immediately reassured them, I'm fine. Anyway, I'm used to sleeping outdoors. He thought to himself that compared to digging into the glacier to sleep on the snow plateau, this was heaven. Guard duty can be left to me alone. On the snow plateau, I once stayed awake for a whole month being chased by monsters. Kent was very pleased, thinking it was far too easy, and reassured them you can sleep calmly. The rest is my responsibility. Aline spoke with some concern. It's fine, you don't have to shoulder so much by yourself. We'll take turns keeping watch. Kent didn't refuse, I'm fine either way. The two chimed in together, we're fine too. If that's the case, then it can't be helped. So they resigned themselves to it. Kent inwardly regretted, I intended to use this chance to gain her trust. What a shame Aaron and Aline are so suspicious. Who knows what he might do while we sleep. Dawn broke, welcoming a new day. Inside Kent's tent, a scene of resentment played out. Eileen's eyes were bloodshot and wide open. She hadn't slept a wink and felt like she might die. She glanced to the next corner, where Mr. Aaron lay, same as him. When Eileen drew back the flap to look outside, her stomach immediately began to growl loudly. "So hungry," a gentle voice spoke up. "Are you hungry? No wonder you haven't had a proper meal. Wait a moment." Eileen jumped and looked over. "Yes, ma'am." Kettle looked at her. "I'll cook for you." The sizzle sounded irresistibly appetizing. Kettle chopped the spices finely and cooked with pleasure. The sight made Eileen open her eyes wide in surprise. Seeing him skillfully stir-fry, she thought to herself, a barbarian who can cook. Both Aaron and Eileen were so hungry their mouths watered. He asked hungrily, "Have you ever learned to cook?" Kettle glanced over and calmly replied, "It's just a hobby." He recalled when he first crossed over, the people on the snow plateau didn't cook. They only filled their bellies with the meat and blood of the monsters they hunted. "I cook using the remains of those monsters. The ingredients on the snow plateau are very toxic and dangerous. So there were times I nearly died. But after countless trials and errors, I learned to cook perfect dishes. I studied cooking in a place where even making a fire is difficult, like the snow plateau. There's nowhere I can't cook." Kettle thought smugly that this was indeed far too easy. After a while, he carried out a plate of noodles. "Here, it's ready." Seeing the glistening, fragrant plate of noodles, the two were almost hypnotized. Eileen suddenly snapped back to herself. She dejectedly lowered her head. "No, it's okay. I'm fine. I just don't like greasy food much." Eileen took a piece of jerky from her bag. "I have this already." Aaron coughed and said, "Me too." Kettle goggled at them. "Really? You prefer jerky?" He bent over, ate a bite of noodles, and said, "What a pity. I'll have to eat it alone then." Watching Kent eat heartily, Eileen clutched her jerky, craving it and thinking she wanted a bite. But food from a barbarian couldn't be trusted. How could she eat it? On the third night of the journey, Eileen curled up feeling cold. She hunched and shivered in discomfort. Aaron worriedly looked at her worsening condition. "Princess, are you all right?" Aaron worriedly thought that 3 days had passed, and they'd been walking this arduous journey without proper food. He bowed his head, pained inwardly. For someone raised with love and indulgence like her, enduring this was probably impossible. "I should have paid more attention." Eileen softly turned to him to reassure him. "Aaron, I'm fine, sorry for making you worry." Aaron replied softly, "It's all right." She smiled and asked again, "What about you, Aaron? Are you okay? You kept watch for both of us, you must be tired." Aaron patted her hand and said, "I'm fine." He gave a reassuring smile. "Old people don't really sleep that much anyway." Eileen nodded sincerely, "Thank you." A little while after Eileen fell asleep, Aaron briefly thought, "She is truly pitiable." He sat solemnly watching over her. Aaron vowed silently to protect her, even if it meant sacrificing his life. A few hours later, outside the tent by the fire where several aromatic dishes were roasting, Kettle stood by the stove and gently flipped a slice of beef on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Eileen were so hungry their mouths watered. The two of them kept staring intently at his grilling. After a while, Eileen's stomach growl snapped Aaron back to attention. She embarrassed hurriedly stood up. Eileen bowed her head and hesitantly said, "I'll be leaving for a bit." Kettle turned curiously and asked, "Going to the restroom?" Eileen snapped lightly, "How rude." He suddenly realized and answered, "Sorry about that." Eileen, still a bit frightened, turned away. "It's okay." She wondered to herself, what was that? A barbarian just apologized to me. Then Eileen spoke in a low voice, and hurriedly turned and walked into the forest behind them. Aaron watched her go with some worry. "Your Highness the Princess," Kettle suddenly spoke beside him. "I know you don't trust me," he continued, "but I am your guard." Kettle added as he flipped the meat, "I hope you'll trust me a little. I'm human too, and I can be hurt." Hearing that, Aaron was momentarily stunned. Then he muttered guiltily, "Is that so?" Kettle turned to Aaron and offered the plate of freshly grilled meat. "It's venison, would you like some?" Aaron looked at the plate hesitantly, but his eyes lit up in surprise. Meanwhile, Eileen was quietly crying by a stream. The clear stream sparkled under the sunlight. Eileen gazed at the beautiful scene while nibbling her jerky and sniffling. She softly complained, "I'm so hungry, and my feet hurt so much." She quickly wiped away her tears and told herself, "No, I must endure. Aaron is surely having it harder than I am." A little later, when Eileen returned, she suddenly froze in fright. Nearby, Aaron and Kettle were leisurely enjoying their food. The atmosphere between the two seemed quite amicable. At the same time, Aaron, who was eating, suddenly stopped. Eileen softly called out to Aaron. Hearing that, Aaron looked up in alarm. Quickly dropping the piece of meat he was holding and rushing to his feet. "Princess, this is just a misunderstanding." Kettle looked a bit surprised at his demeanor. Then he stealthily glanced forward, thinking to himself, "The princess." Eileen clenched her hands, angry. What on earth is going on? She recalled Aaron's words, "Be careful of the barbarian and watch out for each other. We promise that." Aaron stammered to explain, "It's not like that." Then he quietly added, "Actually, he doesn't seem to be dangerous enough to warrant that level of caution." Eileen asked in surprise, "You're saying that now?" Kettle hurriedly cut in, "I hope you both calm down." Only then did Eileen startle and turn back toward him in fear. Kettle briefly reproached, "You refused to eat what I cooked for that reason, and intentionally taking turns keeping watch. Surely that's because you don't trust me, right?" Hearing that, both of them went pale and admitted their mistake. They awkwardly replied, "It's not like that." Seeing their frightened expressions, Kettle pondered inwardly, "How should I resolve this? This world holds heavy prejudice against barbarians. Of course, I'm a barbarian from the snow plateau, so I'm not fully aware of the details. Perhaps those barbarians outside the snow plateau have done many hateful things. If I now say I'm not a barbarian, no one would believe me. Then Kettle thought of a plan and smiled slightly. This will do, he quickly spoke up. You are under a misunderstanding. Aline and Aaron looked at Kettle, a bit puzzled. He smiled faintly and said seriously, I am not a barbarian. Kettle explained gently, more precisely saying, I was born a barbarian. He continued, but I was not raised like one. Aline and Aaron froze immediately upon hearing that. Both of them looked puzzled and bewildered. Kettle quickly fabricated a story and recounted. Just a week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. After that, I was taken in by an adventurer and grew up under his care. He felt a twinge of guilt, thinking to himself that of course he just made that story up, but it was fine. Sometimes a lie, depending on the circumstances, can be an effective medicine. Kettle said softly, so although I'm a barbarian by birth, I was raised like a civilized person. He continued, of course I know it will be hard to believe, but Kettle sincerely asks that you understand I'm just like the two of you, nothing different. He thought inwardly that it was all a mess. Kettle saw their awkwardness and thought, but look, isn't that pitying gaze clearly on display? Aline, slightly embarrassed, said, so that's what happened. She felt a bit remorseful, recalling that out of fear of the barbarian label, she had refused the kindness and food he offered. Even so, Aline felt a fleeting guilt. This person still cares for and respects us. Perhaps his whole life he has had to endure countless prejudices and discriminations simply for being a barbarian. Then she bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, Lord Kettle. To be honest, I still couldn't trust you until just now. Kettle quickly replied, it's all right. I completely understand. He smiled inwardly with delight it worked. Aline, on the other hand, felt regretful, thinking she couldn't believe she had doubted someone like him. I truly feel so ashamed. Kettle gently reached out and said, then from now on I hope to be of more help. Aline, a little surprised, asked yes. Kettle still smiled at her kindly. Aline looked at him somewhat blankly, then she smiled and replied yes. Nearby someone was watching them. Kettle threw a magical screen. What? That person is the master of the Lick Tower's installation. He's a bit curious. Suddenly he seems unusually familiar, doesn't he? The Lick murmured softly, I'm observing with the eye of contemplation, but unfortunately I cannot hear their voices. He propped his chin and said to himself, but that one is indeed as strange as the rumors say. The Lick pondered what could exist on that snowy plateau to produce such a barbarian. He wondered in disbelief. Strange indeed, how does he seem more socialized than the ordinary barbarians outside the snow plateau? The Lick continued to watch Kettle and the group, thinking to wait a bit longer, then he would step closer to observe them. At the same time, Kettle suddenly became alert and turned toward where the Lick was standing. Seeing this, the Lick was startled and panicked. Had their eyes just met? Aline noticed Kettle's vigilant posture and asked, Lord Kettle, what's wrong? Kettle whispered back, someone is here. Aline flinched in fear. Yes, Kettle quietly told her. Stay here for a moment. He quickly moved toward the forest ahead and said he'd return immediately. Kettle pushed off with his foot, and in an instant he darted into the woods. In the forest for a moment, the wind whistled as something ran past at high speed. Kettle swiftly rushed to where the Lick was standing. He widened his eyes in horror. What? No. The Lick hurriedly cast a spell to stop Kettle. In that instant, a great explosion occurred where the two were standing. After the blast subsided, the Lick looked at the scene in terror. Impossible, he thought in panic. Surely I had erected a barrier at that moment. The Lick could hardly believe that the barrier could withstand a shot from a divine crossbow. He fearfully wondered, is it useless again? At the same time, Kettle had already seized the Lick. He warned sternly, you'd better not do anything foolish. Kettle glared down at the Lick below. He quietly said, if there is any abnormal sign, even the slightest, I will snap your neck immediately. Lick hurriedly said, I admire you greatly. Kettle looked at the man on the ground with puzzled silence. He asked again me, the Lick nodded. A few minutes later, Kettle grabbed the Lick by the collar and asked, what's your name? He hurriedly made one up, Patrick. Aline and Aaron stared, a bit speechless at Kettle swinging the Lick before them. The Lick, on the other hand, was quietly weeping in shame. Is that name in the same condition too? After a moment, Aline asked with some concern, Lord Kettle, this person is. Kettle quietly replied, the one who is tailing us, but suddenly he claimed to admire me. Aline, somewhat incredulous, asked again, yes, what does that mean? The cramped Lick suddenly spoke up, literally so. He put on a serious expression and said, I've always wanted to become a powerful adventurer. The Lick praised with admiration to me, Lord Kettle. You assisted the heresy inspector in defeating demons. He continued respectfully, you are my goal and my idol. The Lick thought in fear, just improvise for now. After all, the original purpose was to get close to him, so consider half the job done. Kettle suddenly asked, so that's why you followed me? The Lick scratched his head and replied awkwardly, yes, I unconsciously did it out of admiration for you, Lord Kettle. Kettle was slightly pensive, then said, even so, I cannot let you go. He thought carefully. There was still no definite proof that this person was harmless. Then Kettle suddenly remembered something. He said excitedly, do it like this. The Lick turned pale with fear, inwardly asking, do what? One of the world's most talented mages, the head of the magic tower, inhabiting the body of a wraith, someone like that disguised as a human. To observe Kettle, of course he had prepared a false identity named Patrick. The lick went pale again, looking at the length of rope before him in panic. Kettle grabbed the end of the rope and tightened it. He beamed at him and said, "All right, that's enough." Aaron and Aline watched helplessly, then let's get going. At this moment the lick was still too shocked to speak, and so Kettle set off with him in tow. Aline cast a wary glance at the lick. He sighed and reflected. This is the first time I've fallen into such a situation. But the lick looked up at Kettle with calculation. I've been able to observe him from right beside him. Now I understand what Kane meant. A speed beyond the limits of perception and raw power can even destroy magic. He is both fast and strong. Even here in the body of a mortal, I can easily handle superhuman tears. If that's so, he looked up, his eyes full of murderous intent. Watching Kettle's back, the lick formed a suspicion. Could he truly be at the hero tier? A voice suddenly spoke beside him. "Lord Kettle, I have something to say." Aline was the one to speak. She looked at him hesitantly. Kettle turned his head a little surprised and said, "You finally decided to speak." Aline was astonished by his question. "Yes, could it be you already know something?" Kettle replied, saying he deliberately set out at night to avoid people's eyes, taking a roundabout route and avoiding the main roads. He folded his arms and feigned nonchalance as he looked at her. Whatever you were hiding was far too obvious. Aline froze, hesitating. Is that so? In the end, Kettle reassured her. It's fine, I understand. It's hard to trust someone you've just met like me. Aline bowed her head and spoke with difficulty. I've kept silent until now. She gripped the hem of her cloak. I'm truly sorry. If you don't mind, I'll tell you the whole story right now. Aline didn't dare look up, saying tensely, if after hearing the story you feel you cannot continue this mission, please say it. Kettle suddenly interrupted her. Wait. He glanced to the side, frowned, and said, we have an unexpected visitor. Aline was astonished. Yes. She looked toward where Kettle was looking. Aline judged cautiously. Could it be a pair of grieved legs stepping out from the forest, followed by armored-faced soldiers approaching? Kettle turned to Aaron and Aline. It seems they came looking for you. Hearing this, she went pale and cried out in fear. Impossible. Aline exclaimed the name Rukento in surprise. The soldiers politely bowed. Their leader spoke carefully. Captain of the Verdant Knights, Rukento Edenhamer. I salute the princess of the kingdom of Ludian, Aline Mavrachi Ludian. Hearing that, Patrick thought to himself, the kingdom of Ludian. Rukento stepped closer to them. He addressed her, princess, not knowing where you were. We searched everywhere for a long time. Now please come with me. His Majesty was very worried about you. At those words, she widened her eyes in fear. Rukento turned to Kettle. You look like a mercenary. The person you're escorting is the princess of our kingdom of Ludian. He folded his arms and wide-eyed asked him why the princess would be here. Rukento then explained, the princess had run away from home not long ago. He looked over at Aaron, who even had a loyal attendant with him. In any case, mercenary, from now on this matter is ours. Aline abruptly cut in. No. Rukento asked her suspiciously, princess. Aline's face darkened. Who are you? He frowned in puzzlement. What do you mean by that? Aline clenched her fists and said coldly. She looked straight at Rukento and asked in a cold tone, who exactly are you? He stammered in response, I am Rukento, of the Verdant Knights of the Kingdom. Before he could finish, Aline angrily shouted, don't be ridiculous. I don't know you. I know Rukento Edenhamer, but you are not Rukento. When did you all sneak into the palace and start impersonating my friends and family? She recalled their strange mannerisms, even though they looked identical. Aline, filled with resentment, now shouted, what exactly are you people? Where are my parents and everyone else? The lick, upon hearing this, became somewhat intrigued. He secretly used magic to probe. That red magical flow passed through Rukento and then returned. After checking, the lick was suddenly surprised to think he was human. Aline remained bowed down. You people. She clenched her lips and voiced her thought. You intend to devour me alive to seize our entire kingdom, don't you? Aline shot up, eyes wide, and shouted, but I will never let you succeed. Just wait and see. Aaron looked at her with deep sorrow and continued, I will avenge all those who have vanished. Rukento fell silent for a moment after hearing that. He unexpectedly sighed, full of helplessness. Rukento did not reply to her but turned to Kettle. You heard that. The princess is delusional. Aline retorted at once, what, me delusional? Don't spout nonsense. He calmly explained to her, asking her to think logically, saying that everyone except the princess had become strange. Do you really think that's possible? Aline hesitantly argued back. He wouldn't let her speak further and said the princess needed treatment as soon as possible. Rukento reached out and spoke to her. Without stopping his stride, he said, Princess, please stop and come with us. Aline watched in fear as he steadily closed the distance. She squeezed her eyes shut and prayed inwardly. No, this can't end here, please, someone save us. Kettle calmly asked, what are you doing? He suddenly stepped in front of Aline. Rukento glared and ordered Kettle, move aside. He curled his lip and said to him, no, you won't. Aline stared in astonishment at the back now blocking her. He bowed his head slightly, unyielding. If you don't step aside, I'll have no choice but to use force. With that, Rukento immediately lunged at him. As the distance between them closed, Kettle grabbed his head with one hand, then with a single motion, flung Rukento straight to the ground. The knights in the unit watched in shock and shouted, Captain. They yelled at him, what are you doing? Kettle immediately explained, explained that they had attacked first, and his duty was to deal with any enemies who approached his client's protectee. Rukento struggled to stand. The princess is ill. Do you believe all the princess's delusions are true? Contrary to his hopes, Kettle merely replied Chinese letter ly. You're saying strange things. Isn't it natural for a mercenary to believe what his client says? Aline was stunned and couldn't believe Kettle trusted her. Rukento scowled and said angrily, all of you are insane. Kettle faintly curled a smile. That remains to be seen. Having said that, he turned back and called Aline, and though she didn't understand, she still answered with suspicion, yes. Kettle glanced at Aline and said, they appeared without any sign. She asked in panic, what do you mean? He unhesitatingly exposed them. Simply put, they suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hearing that, Aline went pale. What on earth? Given the situation, the lick was also suspicious. Indeed, Kettle continued expressing his doubts. How did you suddenly appear here? Rukento's group darkened at that and remained silent. He raised his head and asked firmly, does that matter? We're here to find the princess, yet you nitpick about oddities. Seeing Rukento's stubbornness, Kettle had to say, it seems you don't intend to answer, do you? If so, I'll escort her to the kingdom of Denayan. Seeing Kettle take her side, Aline pressed her lips together and thought there was no one else. She recalled everyone's behaviors. Not a single person had believed her, and the situation looked bleak. Rukento drew the sword at his hip, silently signaled the other soldiers, there's no point in saying more. Kettle stepped forward, not forgetting to warn everyone, step back a bit. Aline quietly told him, Lord Kettle, please be careful. They are the strongest knight order in our kingdom. Without hesitation, the whole unit coldly drew their swords. Kettle curled his lip in amusement. Interesting. The lick sized them up with his bloodshot eyes. Second tier, they can all manipulate arcane energy. Moreover, he looked at Rukento, was that one first tier? He then ordered, deal with that barbarian, kill him. Immediately, the soldiers moved in unison. They targeted a single person, Kettle. As all five closed in, Kettle remained calm and still. Then with a single punch, the man on the right was sent reeling in pain. The man on the left met the same fate under Kettle's physical strike. He raised his fist high, preparing to unleash force. A series of 3 soldiers were knocked down by Kettle's consecutive punches. In the end, an entire encirclement was easily wiped out by Kettle. He looked up, slightly irritated. Being ganged up on is truly bothersome. Rukento, seeing this, did not give up. He launched another attack. Don't stop, attack all at once. The soldiers obeyed, yes. Another wave of encirclement approached Kettle. He grabbed the heads of 2 men at once with both hands and threw them. Not only that, Kettle used them to knock back the remaining attackers. Thus another attack ended in an overwhelming victory. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Rukento finally charged at the beast. He shouted with raged eye. The blade closed in on Kettle. Aline cried out anxiously, danger. But the sight before her made her freeze. Kettle used his sturdy jaw armor to block Rukento's sword. He stared in astonishment, watching with his own eyes as the blade was bitten cleanly in 2. He was knocked back and thought to himself, blocked by teeth. Kettle clenched his fist. Do you want to continue? Before him, all the soldiers lay scattered. Rukento struggled to stand and said with difficulty, everyone fall back. At his words, those who had been on the ground vanished as if rooted by a spell. In a voice called out, addressing Kettle, Lord Kettle. Aline stepped forward anxiously and asked if he was all right. Kettle replied, I'm not hurt, no need to worry. He turned to Aline, I will carry out the request as promised. However, I want to hear everything in full. She clenched her hands, nodded at Kettle. Of course, I will tell you the whole story. Aura is the essence of the mystical. It easily tears steel and can even sever magic. Put another way, there is no way to break aura with mundane material. Yet despite biting into the aura with his teeth, there wasn't a single scratch. Lick observed Kettle intently with a judging look. A body that can withstand the mystical. Could his very body itself be a mystery? After the work was done, the group now sat around a fire. He asked, so how did everything happen? The 2 of them fell silent for a while, and Aaron began to recount how our kingdom had been replaced by something else. By the time the princess and I realized the truth, the kingdom had already fallen. He continued, so that's why you 2 fled. He answered, if we had stayed, the princess and I would have been replaced. This corruption began about a year ago. At this, Kettle was slightly startled, thinking, what, a year ago? Coincidence or what? Come to think of it, Aquez had said something similar. He recalled what she had said. It seemed the demon realm, which should have remained sealed, was influencing this world. Dungeon appearances became irregular and countless evil entities began to emerge into the world about a year ago. He kept thinking, at the time he hadn't paid it much mind. But since it was also a year ago, that man had said some strange things as well. The strange name I met on the last mission, I thought it was the flailing of someone about to vanish. Could it be that I was wrong? Aaron interrupted his thoughts. I don't know where it all began. When the princess and I noticed something amiss and asked the mages and mystic scholars to investigate. No one could find the cause. On the contrary, they themselves were replaced. He thought for a few seconds, then turned and asked, how did you 2 realize it? He explained, it's hard to describe exactly, but the atmosphere where they gathered felt very different. For example, even though they spoke and acted as usual, I still felt an unbearable sense of estrangement. You challenged, was it merely a feeling? He replied, at first when the princess spoke, I was skeptical too. But then strange things began to happen. I was in charge of managing and supervising the servants in the royal city. Among them was a timid, easily frightened child named Kathy. If the servants told ghost stories at night, she would be so scared she couldn't sleep and would yawn constantly while working. That kind of child. I found that reaction amusing, so I would sometimes tease her with ghost stories. But at some point, Kathy no longer reacted at all to ghost stories. At that point, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she simply grew up and stopped fearing ghosts. But the real problem happened later. Kathy was responsible for managing the statues in the royal city. Because the statues were large and heavy, Kathy often worried that she might accidentally be crushed. Then one day an accident did occur. A statue toppled toward Kathy, but luckily she wasn't seriously hurt. Yet it was a close call that could have killed her with the slightest mistake. However, Kathy felt no fear or horror about nearly dying. She only worried about being punished. In that moment, I realized that the Kathy standing before me was not the Kathy I knew. The once timid, easily frightened child had somehow lost any fear of death. Her behavior hadn't changed. She still smiled and spoke as usual. But I could no longer consider that child to be Kathy. After that, I probed others in the royal city a few times, but most of them had changed in the same way as Kathy. You interrupted him, so you ran away. He replied, because I feared I would become like them. You continued, then why did you have to come to the kingdom of Denian? If you needed protection, other places could have provided it. Aline beside him clenched her fists and answered, because only the kingdom of Denian can enact the Declaration of Humanity. You were very curious about this. The Declaration of Humanity, what is that? She explained that long ago it was said humans lived alongside other races. But one man wanted to create a purely human kingdom. That man sought out a nameless god and expressed his wish. The god granted him a power, the ability to distinguish who is human and who is not. Afterwards, that man founded a kingdom. You added, and that kingdom is the present-day kingdom of Denian. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's correct. Those with Denian blood can enact the Declaration of Humanity, which left you extremely puzzled. There's even such a thing. You thought to yourself that it's truly an unendingly interesting world. Then you exclaimed, so you too plan to use that power to find proof? That's a good idea. She asked anxiously, is Lord Kettle all right? He smiled and replied, nothing's changed. I will continue to escort you as promised. This moved her deeply. She stammered, truly, thank you. When this is over, I will grant you anything you wish. Anything. He cheerfully replied, all right, I'll look forward to it. After she finished speaking, Aaron was slightly startled. He thought to himself, the princess. After her words, there was a quiet moment, the campfire crackling, when suddenly a voice rang out, Lord Kettle, do you believe her? The voice drew his attention. He glanced at Patrick beside him, who pondered for a few seconds before giving his assessment. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Patrick voiced his thought. The Emerald Knight Order are human. You've clashed with them, so you know better than anyone. Seeing he recognized it as well, he turned and replied, I think so too. Patrick hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke a warning. Lord Kettle, you're effectively standing against an entire nation. His words made him reflect on what he'd done. He continued, even if what she says is true, that's a problem, because they'll find a way to kill people. Did you take this mission simply to fulfill a contract? Did you take this mission simply to fulfill a contract? He then stood up to explain. But above all, a story this interesting. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it? Saying that, his eyes widened, and he stared straight at Patrick, causing him some unease. Thinking, what are you talking about? Barbarian, is this whole situation just a game to you? There was a hint of madness in his voice. What more could there be? Patrick asked curiously. Did you really take the job only to fulfill the contract? He pondered for a few seconds, then answered, you could say that. Then he stood up, adding, but more importantly, a story this intriguing. Wouldn't it be a pity to let it pass? His cryptic remark made Patrick uneasy inside. What the hell is he talking about? Barbarian, is this whole affair merely amusement to him? He asked again, so do I need anything else? He replied, an alternate existence that no one knows about. Truly something special, it would be fascinating. He analyzed these things. Was that mindset characteristic of the barbarians from the Grand Snow Plateau? I really want to study that body. I want to examine every aspect of Kettle's existence bit by bit to understand its principles. The next day, the group resumed their journey. He walked at the rear while he continued to ponder. An entity from three sides that only follows its whims. There are things I want to investigate too, but I must be patient for now. At present, I'm just an ordinary man admiring Kettle. When suddenly, from somewhere, an arrow sped straight toward them. He remained calm, not startled by the situation. Then a loud shout rang out across the space. Immediately, he caught the first one with great ease, which surprised Aline and Aaron greatly. He smiled and ambushed this time, not a bad tactic. At once, numerous soldiers burst from the forest edge, attacking him from behind. He turned his head, voice cold, though it wasn't a perfect explanation. Without hesitation, he flicked his hand. 3 soldiers were instantly thrown backward. Countless cracks appeared on their armor pieces. The force of the attack was so great one of them couldn't help but spit blood. Then the 3 collapsed to the ground as if struck by a shockwave. They then turned to flee. Cough cough, retreat for now, what a monster. He looked toward them and sighed in exasperation. Aline stepped forward to praise him. Incredible, they're not weak, are they? Her compliment piqued his interest. Huh, really? She stared at him now, puzzled. But why did you spare them, if you did it out of concern for us? He cut her off, not exactly for your sake. His blunt answer made her a little embarrassed. Oh, I see. He then glanced at the swords they'd left behind at the scene. I just need to confirm something. A short while later, 3 more soldiers charged out. One of them shouted, "Hand over the princess." There's the barbarian. Their repeated appearances irritated him. Do they ever get tired of sending men? The soldier yelled, "Damned barbarian, release the princess now." He gave them no answer and immediately lunged to grab the soldier by the throat, making him tremble violently. In seconds, he had easily dispatched all 3 soldiers. "That armor is the one I shattered a few hours ago." His statement made Aline curious. "What do you mean?" He explained, "I still remember the scratch on that armor. It's identical down to the smallest detail. Truly fascinating." He then tossed the soldier to the ground. The 3 of them retreated again, turning and heading deeper into the forest. The repeated action worried Aline. "Wait, what does this mean?" He replied, "It's not simply that they're being resupplied, but those shattered armors and swords are being restored intact." He asked, "Can magic do that?" Aaron answered, "It can, but it requires large equipment and at least a day's time." He began reanalyzing the situations that had just occurred. "The armor I smashed 5 hours earlier, so it's probably not that method." He thought to himself that by now he'd vaguely guessed. After being driven back a certain distance, their presence would completely vanish. And then they reappeared. As if being reset, now only the final confirmation step remained. Sure enough, they returned once more, "Hand over the princess." "There's the barbarian." He watched them for a while, then turned and called to Aline. She understood what he meant and nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately he drew his weapon, ready to confront them. In just a few seconds, his weapon was stained with fresh blood. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground, he began to analyze. After all, they still have a human form, so there's a bit of hesitation, right? But doing this will make things more certain. Let's see if my thought is correct. Cut to the afternoon, they continued moving through the forest. Aline now carried an indescribable feeling. Seeing that, he turned and asked, "Is he an acquaintance of yours?" His unexpected question startled her. Then her expression sank slightly as she replied, "Yes, that's right. Sometimes I would pass by and see him training. I know he is no longer the person I once knew." But witnessing an acquaintance die right before your eyes, just as she was saying this, his voice rang out again. "Stop, hand over the princess, you barbarian." They reappeared, causing the whole group to startle and turn around. Aaron could only gape. Aline couldn't believe her eyes. That person was clearly him, now smiling with pleasure. Indeed, it was so. The scene moved into night. They stopped, lit a campfire, and began to rest. Sitting around the fire, Aline murmured, "He was clearly dead." He confirmed that it truly was so. Thinking of those soldiers made Aline tremble all over. "What on earth have we been living alongside?" He paused a few seconds, then began to explain. Aaron had once said that Kathy, even when crushed by a statue, showed no fear of death. I had also suspected it. Is that why they're immortals? He scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to the princess. "Whatever they are, they're certainly not human." Then he looked at her and asked calmly, "Do you have any conjectures about their true nature?" She took the bowl, answering uncertainly, "At least this isn't within my knowledge. Returned from the dead, they're not life in the usual sense. But if there's any possibility, then certainly it is." She asserted the existence of the demon realm. The new term made him a bit uneasy inside. He asked curiously, "The demon realm?" She nodded in confirmation. "Yes. It's a place human consciousness cannot reach, a twisted place. If these entities come from there, this would make complete sense." He then recalled a system panel that had suddenly appeared before him. Mission number 785. Escort the subject to the Denayan kingdom. Could that be why these incidents occurred? Does it only appear when the demon realm is involved? But Aaron beside her immediately dismissed that notion. "That can't be. Your Highness, I told you before, entities of the demon realm cannot step out into the outside world," which only deepened his puzzlement. "What does that mean?" He spoke literally. Entities of the demon realm have never stepped outside even once. Since the demon realm was formed long ago, he understood his point. Aha, an inference based on experience and history. Aline continued, "But Aaron, as you've seen, the world is getting very strange." He agreed with that. "Indeed, that's true." He interrupted them. "The distortions began a year ago. Could that statement have affected the demon realm?" Seeing the princess's slightly saddened expression, he understood the issue. It was highly likely. He stroked his chin, thinking, entities of the demon realm. Are those corruptions seeping out? This is very wrong. Patrick watched him, judging, "You're the one in the know." So a long night passed. The next day, the 3 soldiers returned to confront them. That barbarian give the princess back at once. Seeing them block their path again, the corner of his mouth twitched. Here we go again. This encounter ended like all the others. They were beaten to death. Including this time, they died 3 times already. And each time they returned unharmed. From behind, Aline exclaimed, "Truly disgusting monsters." He was now somewhat intrigued. At this point, he was curious about their purpose. The princess continued, "Surely they want to swallow up our kingdom to quietly expand their power. They intend to use it as a stepping stone to conquer the entire continent." Contrary to her thought, he denied it. "Not necessarily. I don't think it's that simple. If their goal were to swallow a kingdom, they could just kill you." As he spoke, he swept his arm, knocking aside several arrows flying toward them. "They wouldn't need to bother capturing you like this. Over the past year, they've had countless opportunities to kill you. Moreover, they don't attack at night, as if humans need to rest when night falls. On top of that, this hit-and-run tactic is illogical. Why would those immortal monsters split up to attack? They could just charge en masse. If they die, they'd revive. They don't act like animals. Their words and actions don't exceed human limits at all, as if they truly believe they are human. So he said, I have a very good idea. Witnessing the plan he set in motion, the princess's eyes widened. The soldier who revived this time was bound by a rope. He angrily shouted, you there, take that rope off me now. His arrogant voice drew everyone's attention. He clapped excitedly, come on, let's try talking. Facing each other without even knowing what the other wants, what a pity. Seeing this made Patrick dismayed. This guy is truly mad. Aaron asked, what the hell are you doing? He explained, I've said it already. Let's have an honest conversation and see. Are you crazy? Aaron shouted. You want me to talk to those monsters? Being called a monster made the soldier deeply saddened. What are you saying, Lord Aaron? He explained, I am human. You know who I am, right? I'm not a monster. A heavy aura of demonic energy emanated from him. Aline screamed in fear, you people shut up. Disgusting monsters, don't you dare imitate him. You have died and come back so many times right before my eyes, and now you expect me to believe you're human. He continued to explain, that doesn't matter, does it? We are not monsters. We are human. The princess is misunderstanding. She dismissed those words, don't treat me like an idiot. Your voices, do you think I don't know? You swallowed my father and mother and then turned me into a monster, didn't you? Are you planning to replace everyone to conquer this continent? He still struggled. No, it's not like that. The princess will remain as she is. Aline's voice deepened. Then what does that mean? He continued, I don't fully know about that. But one thing is certain, both of you must return to the kingdom. This time she turned away decisively. Enough, there's no point in talking more. They only parrot meaningless, incomprehensible phrases. Indeed, you cannot communicate with monsters. Then her gaze suddenly fixed on him, watching her without taking his eyes off her for a second. She asked, what's wrong? Lord Kettle, is that so? He sighed, this is getting interesting. Aline, do you really think you're human? The strangely phrased question made her start and exclaim, huh, isn't that obvious? A flash of magic lit his eyes. Is that so? She explained, are you thinking I've been turned into one of them? A gush of warm blood suddenly welled up, making Aline's eyes widen. In an instant, she looked down at the wound from which it spurted. It was from her own chest. Because at that moment, Kettle had driven his hand straight through her chest. Seeing this left Aline unable to find any emotion. She cried in fear, what? A voice rang in the Princess Aline's head. The repeated calling made her suddenly open her eyes. She woke up in the tent, breathing heavily, sweaty and exhausted, and the one who called her was none other than Aaron. He asked anxiously, are you awake? She glanced around, puzzled. Aaron. Her gaze suddenly stopped, as if she remembered something. She looked down at her chest. Wait. Clearly a moment ago when she looked down, she found her body had no wounds at all. Kettle's voice came from outside. You're awake, huh? He slowly stepped into the tent, his cold gaze fixed intently on her. This made her slightly embarrassed and frightened. She began to explain, what is going on after all? Obviously Lord Kettle did, he confirmed. Yes, I did that. She had clearly sustained a mortal wound. A normal person would certainly have died. And now the result is before our eyes. Unable to believe this truth, Aline's face turned ashen. What? So what are you saying now? He explained, exactly what you heard. Right now you have been restored as if nothing happened. Just like those nights, moreover, while you were unconscious. I also confirmed that Aaron was in the same state. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably as she tried to stay calm. No, it can't be. Could it be me? He watched her for a long moment, then turned and left the tent. Seeing him step out, Patrick asked curiously, how is she, Aline? He replied, still unharmed as predicted. Of course her mind seemed very shaken. He continued, when did you learn about this? The matter that she is the same kind of being as them. He closed his eyes to think, retracing everything from when, let's see. After a few seconds of thought, he began speaking from the very beginning. These words made Patrick unable to believe his eyes. He froze. He continued, when I first met you two, I felt a very strange yet familiar aura. At first, I didn't know what that aura was. But when I saw the knights pursuing you, I became absolutely certain of one thing. Patrick thought to himself, an aura, even though I couldn't sense it with my observation eye, is there some connection between the demon realm entities? He began to analyze. The suspicious points weren't limited to that. At first, Aline refused the food I offered. If I recall correctly, she ate only one piece of jerky the size of a hand over 3 days while being forced to march relentlessly in conditions that would exhaust even strong young men. A princess raised in silk in the capital certainly couldn't endure that situation by willpower alone. Seeing him scrutinize everything so carefully, Patrick wondered inwardly if he had even observed such trivial details. The more he looked, the harder it was to believe he was a barbarian. While the two of them were talking, the princess stepped out of the tent and called his name, Lord Kettle. She suggested, let's move on, head toward the kingdom of Denayan. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. It seemed she had somewhat sorted out her thoughts. But before we go, you should reveal yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess looked deep into the forest. At a clearing, a slight disturbance began. A voice rang out I clearly did not sense any sign of magic, yet streaks of mana began to appear in the air. His voice continued, could it be intuition? A vague figure gradually appeared. After a few seconds, an old wizard emerged. He replied, intuition. The sudden appearance of this person made both the princess and Patrick turn their gazes toward him. He thought to himself, so it's an invisibility spell. He introduced himself, I am Admant of the multicolored gem school and the archmage of the kingdom of Ludian. I have come here to talk. He asked in wonder, talk, didn't you come here to fight? His voice was calm, perhaps we don't need to do that, since it seems you have already explained everything clearly to the princess. He reached his hand forward. Come now, stubborn princess, please return to the kingdom. If the princess crosses into another nation, it will create a diplomatic incident. The tone of this request made her pause for a few seconds, then she replied, what meaning does that have now? She clenched her fist in anger. I'm just an imitation monster pretending to be Aline. He asked, a monster? It's true we have changed from before, but that doesn't mean I'm no longer myself. I am still Admant archmage of the kingdom of Ludian. If anything has changed, it's only that everything has become more perfect. And you are still the princess of Ludian, and the one who will become our future queen and will be even more perfect. At this point, the ship of Theseus, the Athenians' ship, was carefully preserved by the people of Athens for generations. As the planks of the ship gradually rotted over time, they would remove the old planks and replace them with new, sturdier ones. Would it still be called Theseus's ship then? Those thoughts circled in his mind. The kingdom of Ludian is now a giant ship of Theseus. Then the old man stepped toward the two of them. He continued to invite them. Please return, your highness. The place you belong to is only the kingdom of Ludian. Aline stammered, I was about to answer when. He approached from behind. What will you do, Aline? If you don't want to, I'll drive him away. Seeing him suddenly interfere in his matter made the old man somewhat angry. Get out of the way, barbarian. As you can see, we're of the same kind. There's no reason to stop us. He replied, so what? I don't care what you lot are. I stopped you only to protect the one who hired me. Tears welled in her eyes at that moment. Her voice grew strained. But I'm not Aline. He was immediately cut off. No, to me, you are Aline. I have no knowledge of what the previous Aline was like. You hired me, you who have traveled with me until now. The one I want to protect is the current Aline. He turned to her and smiled. What do you want to do? Aline, those words, like encouragement, moved her deeply. Her voice stammered, I. Her eyes narrowed slightly with determination, and then she spoke decisively. I don't want to go back. Receiving the answer he wanted amused him. He snorted. Then he turned back. Your employer already said so. This left the old man somewhat helpless. He sighed. Then his expression changed, finally ending up like this. He turned to look at the two people behind him. Patrick relied on him. After that, he left the three of them and advanced toward the wizard. His voice was angry. This situation seems to delight you, doesn't it, barbarian? He smiled in response. Actually, it's quite fun. He thought to himself that he did seem like a formidable mage at first glance. Let's see what kind of magic you'll try. Without hesitation, he summoned mana to shield his body. You'll regret blocking me, barbarian. He began chanting some magical incantations. Mana streaks converged from all directions into his palms. He kept chanting, unaware that he was being rushed by a clenched fist. The incredible speed terrified the old man. Eyes wide, the collision was so violent blood sprayed everywhere. He clenched his fist with pleasure. The first way to deal with a mage is to finish them before they complete their chant. But then the blood on his hand turned into dust, then flew off and converged at a point before him. He also understood what was happening. As expected, ending them in the usual way wouldn't kill them. He had anticipated this and was luckily using mana to regenerate his body, but he was still surprised. What the hell is this? What just happened? Such speed that there's no time to react. He praised unlimited regeneration ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath him trembled. When he looked back, countless boulders rose from the earth on all four sides and slowly surrounded him. He was surprised and amused. This trick works too. Admant, without hesitation, used his magic to slam two rocks together. Immediately after, he swung his arm forward with great force, summoning additional spells. From the ground, vines began to grow up, reaching to envelop the rock, pinning him. He snarled loudly, burned to ashes, then added a fireball spell, intending to turn him into roast pork. The large rocks burst into roaring flames, causing those outside to worry greatly. Aline cried out in fear. Lord Kettle, Patrick watched the situation, thinking to himself that he's unleashing a barrage of spells, consuming enormous amounts of mana. Could mana itself be restored to its original state? A mage with infinite mana. If this news got out, it would surely cause a huge stir. But he picked the wrong opponent. Inside, with a single simple punch, he easily shattered the mage's attack. This left the mage somewhat stunned. He immediately closed in from behind. Patrick's thoughts continued. That one is a monster beyond normal bounds. His voice grew excited. A mage this strong, this is truly interesting. The mage turned his head back in fear, and the moment he turned, he took the punch, which smashed his face to pieces, his body dissolving into smoke once more. The streaks of blood on his hand continued to dissolve into nothingness. HMPH, that mage has resurrected again. He exclaimed in fear, this monster, what on earth are you? He smiled and replied, I'm just an ordinary barbarian. His voice turned serious, don't play games here. Saying that, his whole body slowly lifted into the air. All right, the probing ends here. From now on, I'll use full force to send you off. Seeing him hovering in the air, he was greatly amused. This was something to look forward to. When Adamant Lejesh unleashed his magic, the wind was described as sweeping fallen leaves high into the sky. Below, Lick threw up a protective barrier for Alina, Aaron, and one of the soldiers. Kettle tilted his head back in awe, thinking that a truly experienced mage could probably conjure up a natural disaster if they wanted to. As he stood face to face with the wishful vortex that Adamant Lejesh had summoned, he was inwardly amazed at how impressive that kind of magic really was. Then he flashed a bright smile and expressed his gratitude, telling him that thanks to him, he'd been able to witness something pretty cool. After that, Kettle lifted his leg and stomped it hard against the ground. The earth exploded, and mana roared as it tore through the ground, sending a massive shockwave hurtling toward Adamant Lejesh. He crossed his arms to block the impact. Under the blinding glare of the mana, Adamant Lejesh's pupils constricted in sheer terror. A moment later, white smoke filled the air everywhere. Alina collapsed to the ground in fear, even though she was being protected by Lick. Lick frowned in surprise, thinking that he hadn't sensed a single trace of arcane energy at all. And he found himself wondering if that display of destruction was simply the result of Kettle just stomping his foot. On the other side, Adamant Lejesh coughed violently, unable to believe that his magic had been defeated by a barbarian like him. He gritted his teeth, snarling that it was absolutely impossible. But before he could even react, Kettle had already lunged at him. Adamant Lejesh's eyes widened in horror, the exact moment Kettle landed a powerful blow. Amidst the red dust, Kettle's eyes were filled with skepticism, as Adamant Lejesh admitted that he was quite strong, but insisted that he couldn't be defeated. Kettle acknowledged that it was true, and that conventional methods wouldn't be enough. Looking at the torn scrap of fabric in his palm, he contemplated his next move before asking, "How about this?" Adamant Lejesh looked confused and annoyed by the question. Suddenly, Kettle clenched the fabric tightly. A surge of mana erupted around him, sending shockwaves rippling out in every direction. He realized the fabric had turned into multicolored powder, which caught him off guard. Adamant Lejesh stared in horror as Kettle said he finally understood, then showed him the powder and asked if that was his true essence. Livid, Adamant Lejesh roared that Kettle would pay for this, while Kettle calmly asked if he wanted to keep going, warning him that from here on out, he was going to put his life on the line too. Adamant Lejesh broke into a cold sweat, left speechless as his body gradually began to disintegrate into red sand. In a fit of rage, he declared that Kettle would pay the price before vanishing completely. Kettle quietly watched the remaining specks of dust. The next day, Kettle set out with the bound soldier, Alina and Aaron. Aaron trailed behind, his face clearly etched with worry. Kettle curiously wondered if that was really all there was to it. When they finally arrived at the city gates, the kingdom of Dayan, Lick said this was as far as he could go with them, since it was a foreign country and it would be a bit of a hassle for him to enter. Kettle understood and apologized, but Lick reassured him that he had expected it from the start and that traveling together had been fun enough. Kettle said he was happy to hear that and hoped they would meet again. Lick replied that they definitely would meet again, and it wouldn't be a long wait. Kettle stood and watched Lick's retreating figure for a long while, while Alina and Aaron also looked on with a sense of regret. Afterward, inside the city, a soldier shouted for Kettle to stop, warning him that this was the border of the Dayan kingdom and ordering him to back off. Kettle wasn't surprised, thinking it was a typical reaction. But before he could even reply, Alina stepped forward and demanded they open the gates. She introduced herself with authority, saying she was the eldest princess of the Luten kingdom, Alina of Rochai, and that she had come to meet King Barbosa Dayan. The soldier was stunned upon hearing this. Inside the royal palace, Kettle lay comfortably on a large bed, thinking that thanks to Alina, he had unexpectedly been given a guest room. He noted it wasn't bad, and for now, his mission was complete. A system notification popped up, stating that quest 758 was finished and the rewards were being distributed. Kettle wondered seriously what the reward was, since he couldn't remember ever receiving a reward directly before. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Alina entered wearing elegant attire and asked if he was free. A little later, as the two sat across from each other, Kettle asked how the situation was going. Alina lowered her head sadly and said she had decided to have an audience with King Barbosa tomorrow, and once that happened, everything would be over. Kettle mused that perhaps that was only just the beginning. Alina admitted that might be true, then called his name. She asked if he knew what had actually taken over their kingdom. Kettle replied that he already had his suspicions. Finally, Alina, with a look of clear anxiety on her face, asked him to tell her exactly what had happened to their kingdom and what she herself had become. Kettle held out his hand and revealed what was inside his palm. When Alina saw it, she suspiciously asked what it was. Kettle explained that it was the true form of the things that had replaced her people. Hearing this, Alina broke out into a cold sweat, terrified as she said she had never seen anything like that before. Kettle continued, explaining that he had forced them together with great pressure, and that they were normally so small they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. His words left Alina lost in thought. Seeing her like that, Kettle wondered to himself if she actually understood. He thought that even though this was a fantasy world, it still followed a strict medieval setting, and he doubted they had any concept of a microscopic world in an age without microscopes. Suddenly, Kettle was surprised when Alina said she understood. She closed her eyes and explained that mana and aura also couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but they could be seen when concentrated, and she assumed this was a similar concept. Hearing this, Kettle was inwardly amazed, realizing she had grasped the point. He figured this world didn't run on science, but on magic. Alina hung her head anxiously, continuing to speak hesitantly. Kettle told her she could imagine that her entire existence, from head to toe, had been converted into a collection of those tiny particles. From her heart to her brain, from her bones to her blood. Alina became increasingly terrified. She hugged her arms tightly, trembling, and stammered in fear as if being swallowed by the darkness. Realizing her state, Kettle asked if she was okay, which startled Alina back to her senses. She apologized tensely. Kettle reassured her that he understood and that it wasn't a pleasant thought. Observing the glowing powder, Alina asked if those particles were dangerous. Kettle calmly replied that they were fine, their functions were currently paused, and they seemed to crumble under strong physical force. He suggested that for simplicity's sake, they just call them nano. Each nano was an independent entity, not a single organism but countless entities gathered together to form a human shape. That was exactly why they didn't die even when the body was damaged, just like water doesn't die when a lake is slashed by a sword. This made Alina uneasy, and she asked if that meant they were immortal. Kettle calmly replied that one could say that, and perhaps that was why they had no concept of death. Suddenly, Alina cried out that something didn't make sense because unlike them, she was afraid of death. She argued that if what Kettle said was true, then she shouldn't be able to understand death either. Kettle admitted that she made a very good point. After a moment of silence, he concluded that she was likely a mutation. His words left Alina startled and breaking into a sweat. Time passed and sunlight streamed into the magnificent castle. Kettle lay relaxing on the bed with his legs crossed, wondering if they were talking to the king at that very moment. He closed his eyes thinking about the king, a ruler of a fantasy world who was said to receive mystical power from the gods. He was curious what the man would be like and wanted to meet him. Right then, there was a knock at the door and someone walked in. Kettle looked over in surprise when the man called him a barbarian and announced that his majesty wanted to see him. The man introduced himself as the Sword of Dinian. Maximus looked at Kettle with an unfriendly gaze. A moment later, Maximus led Kettle away and warned him that even though his majesty had granted him permission, he should still show basic respect if he wanted to keep his life. Kettle smiled and replied that he would keep that in mind. Shortly after, Maximus announced he had brought the barbarian before his majesty. The person on the throne ordered him to enter. When Kettle stepped into the great hall, the sight before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Alina was already there, standing before the king. The king of the Denian kingdom, Barbosa Denian, asked if he was the barbarian who had escorted Princess Alina. Kettle bowed politely and said it was a pleasure, introducing himself as Kettle the Barbarian. His words left Maximus shocked, and even the king paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Barbosa remarked that just as Alina had said, Kettle was quite different from typical barbarians. Kettle smiled comfortably and replied that he had heard that many times, secretly thinking that the barbarians here were no different from the ones in the White Wasteland. Just then, something caught his attention. He curiously stared at the person wearing a black and red robe standing next to the king and called out, "Patrick." Alina was surprised, while Lick started in shock. The king introduced him as Kettle, the tower master and overseer of the Great Magic Tower. Kettle pointed out that Patrick used to be a citizen of the Barcan territory and asked why he was being introduced differently now. Lick hurriedly bowed, insisting that he was indeed the Tower Master and that he had never heard the name Patrick before, claiming Kettle must have mistaken him for someone else. Deep down, Lick was panicking about how Kettle could have possibly recognized him. While Lick broke into a cold sweat, Kettle looked confused, finally bowing and apologizing that he must have been mistaken. Lick forced a smile and said it was fine, thinking to himself that Kettle was probably just testing him. He reasoned that the puppets he controlled didn't just differ in appearance, but their mana patterns and personalities were also completely different. There was no way Kettle could have seen through the truth with just one look. Even so, Lick remained alert while observing Kettle, thinking that even if he were an entity from the demon realm, he shouldn't be able to see through magic that perfectly. Meanwhile, Kettle noticed the other man's shifty eyes, and concluded that it was clear he didn't want to be exposed, so he decided to let it go. Kettle turned to Alina and asked how the situation with the human declaration was going. She hesitated to answer. Just then, a voice rang out in the great hall declaring that they were humans. Barbosa solemnly said that their ancestors believed that if someone considered themselves human, then that person was indeed human. He affirmed that Alina, Aaron, and the knight she had captured were clearly human. Hearing this, Alina lowered her head in silence. Observing her, Kettle secretly thought that even though she used to call herself a monster, she still truly wanted to be human in the end. He said that he felt relieved and asked why he had been summoned. Barbossa looked at him for a moment. Then he said that Alina had told him about the entity's Kettle called Nano. He quietly acknowledged it, adding that it was a tragedy, but she had lost a close friend and his child because of them. Lick stood nearby in silence as Barbossa explained that the Tower Master was currently sealing them, but it was only temporary, and if things continued this way, the entire continent would sooner or later be replaced by them. Finally, Barbossa stated his purpose. He had heard that Kettle knew how to destroy them. At this moment, Kettle responded indifferently that he understood. Then he looked up at the king with a probing gaze. With a faint smile and cold eyes, he concluded that the king's true goal was conquest. At the same time, a system notification popped up announcing Quest 786. Respond to the entity from the demon realm. Not long after, the soldier was brought in and forced to kneel nervously in the middle of the hall. Barbossa sat on the throne, looking down at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Below Kettle, Aaron and Alina stood in a row, watching. Lick spoke first, saying it was best to gather as much information as possible before confronting the enemy, adding that he had tried many ways, but this prisoner adamantly refused to reveal his true form. Since Kettle had been in direct contact with them, perhaps he would succeed, so Kettle glanced at him and then shifted his gaze toward the bound soldier. Lick reassured him not to worry about safety, as he had erected a completely isolated barrier. Hearing this, Alina looked at the soldier with suspicion. Suddenly, the soldier panicked and cried out, asking why they were doing this to him and insisting that he was human. Kettle closed his eyes and sighed wearily. Then he looked the soldier straight in the eyes, wondering what the best way to handle him was. His eyes suddenly turned purple. He told himself this method would be enough, and at the same time, a massive shadow with demonic eyes appeared before the soldier. The man immediately rolled his eyes back in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Kettle thought to himself that for a creature that had never known death, he would show him the horror of it. Witnessing this, Barbossa jumped up from his throne in shock, asking what the hell he was. The terrifying pressure radiating from Kettle left Aaron and Alina stunned. Lick smiled wryly, his pupils constricting, secretly amazed that just the killing intent alone had such immense intensity. Meanwhile, the soldier was crushed under Kettle's aura, sobbing in extreme terror, and Lick observed and thought that they were only feeling a small fraction of the killing intent directed at the soldier, as he couldn't even imagine the pressure the soldier was enduring. The soldier's eyes bulged, and his body seemed to melt under the pressure as he screamed in horror. In the air, sparkling lights mixed with red sand appeared. Seeing this, Kettle thought to himself that it was finally happening. At this moment, the soldier transformed into a red and black energy creature with glowing eyes. Kettle watched with interest as the creature finally revealed its true form, and the red demon entity facing him roared, asking what the meaning of this was. Alina stood frozen, trying to keep her composure upon realizing this was definitely the true form of the Nano. Kettle calmly greeted the creature, saying it was a pleasure to meet it and that he wanted to talk, asking if that would be okay. Barbossa stood stunned, Maximus frowned in amazement, and Lick quietly observed everything. The creature mocked the idea of talking. Then it agreed and asked why Aaron and Alina were rejecting them. Alina immediately grew angry and replied, asking if they were joking, as the reason was too obvious since they had devoured and slaughtered humans. The creature replied that it didn't understand, claiming they were just making humans perfect, and asked why that caused such resentment. Hearing this, Kettle realized the situation and concluded that this was how the creature perceived the issue, so he asked if the reason it wanted Alina back was to understand why she had rejected them. The creature replied that it had no reason to answer. Kettle advised it not to be like that. He explained that humans never acted without a reason, and depending on the answer, Alina might choose to go with them. The creature looked at him, and Kettle continued to explain that although it wanted Alina, it was clear that in the current situation, she would not go. But if it explained in detail, she might change her mind. Hearing this, the creature finally explained that their goal was to replicate, as their numbers were very few and they needed to replicate to increase. To replicate efficiently, the more individuals gathered, the better. Aaron and Alina frowned as it continued, saying that for some reason, the two of them were refusing the call, which meant an error had occurred. Kettle crossed his arms and asked what they intended to do once their numbers increased. The creature hesitated for a moment. Then it declared that they would bestow perfection upon this imperfect world. Kettle smirked, understanding that this meant they intended to replace everyone. The creature frankly admitted there was no reason to refuse and insisted that the two of them must also become one with them to help the world. Kettle turned to Alina and asked what she thought. She looked at him sharply, thinking for a moment. Then she firmly declared that she refused and had no intention of joining such creatures. This enraged the entity, which accused Kettle of deceiving it. Kettle denied it, asserting that he had never deceived it. In a fit of rage, the creature threatened to devour them all. It suddenly fired a blast of red and black energy toward Kettle, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving it confused. Lick calmly mocked it, saying they hadn't come unprepared. Realizing the situation, the creature cursed them in anger. Lick snapped his fingers and declared that was enough. A blue cube appeared in his hand. It expanded and trapped the entity inside. He said that he had gathered enough necessary information, and they would proceed with the rest in his laboratory. When recovering the cube, Barbosa said anxiously that if these creatures were left to roam free, something irreversible could happen. He asked Kettle if he could destroy them. Kettle answered without hesitation that it was no problem and asked if they should set off right away. However, he remarked that the location was quite far, and even if they left now, it would take time. He glanced at Lick, who reassured him not to worry, as he would assist. Lick told everyone to get closer, saying he would use teleportation to take them, and Kettle was surprised, asking if he could do that too. Lick bowed slightly, saying he had intended to go with them anyway, as they needed measures to prevent the enemy from escaping. Suddenly a voice interrupted, telling them to wait. Kettle's eyes widened in surprise when Alina stepped out, clenching her hands and begging to be allowed to go. Aaron hurriedly objected, but she firmly stated that she had to know. Barbosa frowned in worry as she explained that she wanted to find out if she would lose her sense of self like those other creatures when faced with death. Aaron felt uneasy when she declared that she needed to know if they were truly different and if she could still remain herself. Her determination made both Kettle and Lick watch her intently. Breaking the silence, Lick said he had no reason to stop her, and Kettle also agreed comfortably, leaving Alina surprised and hopeful, asking if they were serious. Suddenly, Aaron shouted that if the princess was going, he was going too. Lick created a magic orb and warned him not to act recklessly. The turquoise light reflected in Alina's eyes as she startled. A moment later, a magic circle appeared beneath the four of them, leaving Kettle amazed. Sometime later, Aaron supported Alina as she slowly opened her eyes, while Kettle looked around in awe. Lick happily led them along the path in midair, signaling that it was time. Stopping before the grand gate of Ludian Royal Castle, he asked if they were ready to begin. Before entering, Kettle carefully confirmed once more by asking if they were truly sure. He was worried that such a commotion would attract a lot of attention. Lick just shrugged and confidently reassured him not to worry, saying he would set up a barrier around the castle to block both sight and sound. Hearing this, Kettle's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in amazement, not believing that was even possible, secretly marveling at how truly wonderful magic was. Meanwhile, Lick focused intensely, squinting as he prepared to cast the spell. The very next moment, a crimson light shone from deep within his eyes, and he calmly announced that it was done. Kettle, who had been excited earlier, now stood confused, asking hesitantly if Lick had really done anything. Seeing his puzzled expression, Lick explained that he had covered the entire castle area with the barrier, and not even an ant could leave without his permission. A spell of that magnitude only took him a moment. Hearing the reassurance, Kettle could only praise it as truly impressive. Lick's majestic figure reminded him of a real tower master. He thought to himself that this was the power of a hero-level mage. Thinking of that, the corner of Kettle's mouth twitched upward, and he admitted to himself that he had truly never felt bored with this world. Kettle slowly walked forward and declared with anticipation that there were no more problems now. Lick curiously asked what he intended to do. Staring at the massive, sealed gate before him, Kettle loudly suggested that since they were guests, they should start by knocking. His words made Alina Rocha hesitate and ask what he meant. But before anyone could say another word, Kettle immediately activated his magic, pouring all his pressure into his legs, causing the ground beneath him to crack deeply. The next moment, he shot forward at a terrifying speed, causing Princess Alina Rocha to cry out in panic. Soon after, the only sound left in the air was the fierce whistling of the wind as Kettle charged straight at the giant castle gate. While charging, he shouted loudly, "Knock, knock, knock, knock," then raised his fist with a savage, bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. The moment Kettle's fist connected, a deafening explosion rang out, the sheer power sending the castle guards and stone fragments from the wall flying into the sky. Looking at the ruin he had caused, Kettle smiled contentedly and casually apologized. The horrifying sight made everyone else turn pale, each of them silently cursing the crazy barbarian. As the dust from Kettle's devastating punch slowly cleared, the castle gate had completely vanished. The ground was littered with the bodies of guards and debris, most notably a giant trench leading from the gate deep into the courtyard. Faced with the chaotic scene before him, Kettle just silently clenched his fist. On the other side, a silent gaze watched the entire scene. Suddenly, Adamant Lejesh roared in anger, claiming that everything was ridiculous, and he accused Kettle of losing his mind for daring to do such a thing. Recognizing him, Kettle greeted him happily. "Adamant, it's good to see you again." However, before he finished speaking, Adamant roared angrily and powerful magic gathered around his staff. But before the attack could be unleashed, Kettle smiled significantly and said it was a pity. With just a snap of his fingers, he sealed Adamant Lejesh, leaving him terrified. Although Kettle was still smiling, his voice became cold as he warned that he had not come to see him today. The moment his words ended, a massive explosion rang out, Adamant took the full force of the blow and was sent flying backward as blood sprayed into the air. Within seconds, his entire body was reduced to ashes. The guards who had survived the terrifying shockwave stared in horror. Looking toward the opposite side, Kettle slowly spoke as if addressing someone invisible, warning them that they had better show themselves soon. At this moment, the ground began to radiate intense heat, and pieces of stone floated into the air. Even the bodies of the living soldiers gradually dissolved into red smoke, causing one to scream in desperate terror. Not far away, Lick silently observed it all. Feeling a distortion in the space around him, he warned that it was finally revealing its true form. The entire castle was slowly disintegrating into a crimson flow, and Lick muttered suspiciously that this must be the entity from the demon realm that had replaced the whole castle. He wondered what on earth it was. Strangely, neither Alina Rochai nor Aaron seemed to be affected by the red smoke. This made Lick think to himself whether the princess and Aaron were safe because they didn't react to the collective consciousness. He finally concluded that the princess's fear hadn't come true, and just as Kettle had hoped, they seemed different from the rest. He added that if they weren't different, then both she and Aaron would have already become a part of that thing. As soon as Nanos appeared, it angrily asked Kettle how he dared to obstruct what it called their mercy in such a way. Completely unfazed, Kettle just laughed loudly and said that mercy was certainly an interesting interpretation. Nanos growled in anger that they had never intended to reveal themselves. They only wanted to respect the will of humanity and grant them freedom. They had shown mercy so that humans could live the way they wanted. Hearing this, Kettle gradually understood its intent, but he still calmly asked what that meant anyway. He openly declared that now, only a monster pretending to be human remained. Kettle's fearless words made Nanos so enraged that it couldn't speak, its fist trembling with fury. After a long moment of composing itself, it challenged him by swearing to erase his existence from this world. Instead of being afraid, Kettle replied nonchalantly that doing so might be a bit difficult. At that exact moment, countless drills overflowing with dark, ominous energy silently emerged from the shadows. Nanos roared for him to die and launched its attack. The moment the eye at the center of its body flared with light, countless daggers shot toward Kettle. From within the thick smoke, a white blur darted out at terrifying speed. It was Kettle. He dodged the strike easily with a simple sidestep. Seeing that he was completely unharmed, Nanos paused in shock for a split second before immediately lunging again. Unlike the frantic Nanos, Kettle calmly dropped into a fighting stance, concentrating his mana into his left arm. Less than 3 seconds later, Nanos launched its second attack, throwing a dense barrage of drills that filled the space ahead. Kettle's eyes widened, carefully tracking the trajectory of every single drill. The moment he pinpointed Nanos' position, he decisively unleashed a devastating punch straight at it, catching the creature completely by surprise. The punch flew with bullet-like speed, even if it only grazed the left side of Nanos' body. Kettle regretfully noted that he had missed by just a little bit. Having barely survived the attack, Nanos could only glare at him, brimming with resentment. Even though it had consumed a massive amount of energy in its previous attack, Kettle remained perfectly unscathed, leading Nanos to curse him as a monster. Kettle looked up, mocking it by saying that sounded rich coming from an actual monster. Without a hint of self-awareness, Nanos continued to spew its hatred, calling him a disgusting creature and declaring that for the sake of the world, he had to be destroyed. It swore it would tear his body into pieces. As Kettle witnessed Nanos' entire transformation process, he couldn't look away. Instead of being afraid, he cheered with excitement, calling it Stage 2. After completing its transformation, Nanos frantically charged straight at Kettle and unleashed another attack. Kettle performed a perfect dodge by sliding to the side, causing Nanos' claws to smash hard into the parched earth. Regaining its composure, Nanos slowly scanned with its eyes to find its target. The moment it spotted Kettle, it stomped its foot, spun in a circle, and leaped high into the air, before viciously kicking Kettle away. Kettle was sent flying into the cliffside behind him, dazed for a moment. However, the second he heard movement from Nanos, his eyes widened, and he focused intensely, preparing to counterattack. The moment he lifted his head, Nanos had already closed the distance and appeared right before his eyes, with only inches between them. Nanos swung its sharp claws, tearing through the air. A crescent blade morphed from its icy claws almost touched Kettle, but luckily, he dodged in time. Even though he was on the defensive, Kettle kept his eyes locked on his opponent as if analyzing something. A strange sound rang out, and something slowly crawled out from Nanos' waist. Before Kettle could even take a breath, Nanos decisively fired a long, sharp blade straight at him. The blade tore through the air at a terrifying speed, stabbing directly into Kettle's stomach and pushing him back. A thunderous explosion echoed out as the attack blasted Kettle through several layers of rock and earth, sending dust swirling everywhere. But the very next moment, Kettle slammed his foot into the ground to stop his momentum. Nanos refused to let up, immediately lunging again, surrounding Kettle from every direction. Sensing something strange, Kettle quickly turned toward the source of the sound. By then, Nanos had finished casting its spell, the giant head of a monster opened its fangs and lunged forward. The vicious fangs snapped shut, swallowing Kettle's entire large frame. Witnessing the horrific scene, Alina screamed in terror that Lord Kettle had been swallowed. Meanwhile, Lick just stood to the side, quietly evaluating the fight, nodding that the creature's strength and speed had at least reached superhuman levels, and its ability to morph at will made it an incredibly difficult opponent to deal with. He even admitted that what surprised him more was that the Barbarian was going head-to-head with such a monster without relying on any arcane power or magic. Although it seemed like the fight would end easily, Kettle just smirked from inside the monster and complimented Nanos, saying it had plenty of moves and was fun to watch. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed his power. In less than 3 seconds, Kettle tore the monster's head apart and lunged straight out. He calmly adjusted his clothes as if nothing had happened, which clearly infuriated Nanos. Nanos scanned the area for its target, but discovered that Kettle had vanished. The very next moment, Kettle suddenly appeared behind it, twisted his body, and raised his fist high. Before Nanos could even register the movement, Kettle's fist slammed directly into its jaw with terrifying force. Taking the hit square on, Nanos collapsed painfully to the ground, unable to utter a single word. The sheer impact sent shards of crystal covering its body flying in every direction. They dissolved into smoke and vanished into the air before they could even hit the ground. Nanos struggled to get up, forcing itself to keep fighting. Seeing its pathetic state, Kettle mockingly asked if that was really all it had. Instead of replying immediately, Nanos silently observed him for a moment, and then growled that it seemed it would have to use its full strength to destroy Kettle, even if it meant sacrificing most of itself to wipe him from this world. Watching Nanos desperately pour out its final drops of mana, Kettle apathetically wondered if this was just a final death throw, or if this was truly everything the entity from the demon realm could do. He even secretly thought that compared to the White Wasteland, it was nothing at all. Nanos roared thunderously and unleashed its ultimate move with terrifying momentum. Completely unfazed, Kettle instead praised it, saying the fight was quite fun. As soon as he finished, the axe in his hand carved a massive arc through the air. The two attacks collided in midair, creating a massive explosion that shook everything in the surrounding space. When the thick smoke finally cleared, only Kettle's majestic figure remained, standing tall. The sight left Princess Elena in absolute terror, and she could only stare at him in fear. Even Lick, a saintly mage, was deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. The final remnants of Nanos feebly muttered that Kettle should not exist in this world. And with those final words, its body dissolved completely. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a new notification. Quest 786 has been completed, and the rewards will be distributed. Lick approached Kettle and coldly remarked that he had certainly made quite a mess. Kettle turned to look at him, slightly surprised. Looking around the now quiet scene, Elena hesitantly asked if everything was finally over. Kettle nodded, replying that it seemed to be the case. Worried, Lick quietly asked if he was all right. Kettle laughed confidently, replying that he was perfectly healthy, then asked him in return if he was okay, because his barrier seemed to have shattered at the end. Even though things had veered slightly off the original plan, Lick still felt the result was very satisfying. He breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that his barrier had indeed been destroyed. Deep down, he bitterly chuckled to himself that his magic had been shattered by an axe swing. Brushing off the small talk, he announced that even though the shockwave had spread, he had managed to temporarily contain the situation. Kettle curiously asked how he had managed that. Lick calmly explained that everyone in the royal capital of Ludian had been put to sleep. Hearing this, both the princess and the royal butler were speechless. Kettle was also stunned, blankly repeating if he had really done something like that. The very next moment, his eyes sparkled with admiration, and he enthusiastically declared that Lick was truly amazing. However, inside, Lick felt conflicted, thinking that praise from Kettle sounded ridiculous. Turning back, Lick reminded everyone that even though things had temporarily ended, the cleanup would be a massive headache, and suggested they head back first. Suddenly, Kettle leaned in close to Lick's ear and whispered to wait a moment. Lick jumped in alarm, asking what on earth was wrong. Kettle pointed to the pile of slime remaining, the only thing left after Nano's true body had vanished, and eagerly asked if he could have it. After saying that, he made the cutest expression he could to beg, leaving Lick helpless and telling him to do whatever he wanted. Barbosa Denayan clutched his head and sighed wearily, saying he had a terrible headache. A moment later, he heard the person beside him remark that he seemed to have a severe headache. When he realized who was standing in front of him, Barbosa Denayan hurriedly coughed, quickly greeted the Tower Master, and admitted that everything had become a complete chaotic mess. He tiredly explained that despite his many explanations, the people still refused to accept the truth. According to him, the nobles were not only applying political pressure but also slandering him as a murderer. Lick calmly crossed his arms and remarked that such a reaction was inevitable. He said that no one could easily accept that the entire royal court had been replaced by creatures from the demon realm. Changing the subject, Lick asked about the girl's condition. Barbosa Denayan hesitated for a moment, then clarified that Lick was talking about Elena. He explained that she looked better than expected. Despite being pressured and threatened by the remaining Lian nobles, she had maintained an astonishing level of composure. He emphasized that she was both the last living royal bloodline and a creature belonging to the demon realm. Barbosa Danayan sighed in admiration and noted that while she herself must have been very confused, she possessed an unexpectedly strong will. Hearing this, Lick speculated that a lot must have happened to her, or there was something supporting her from within. He lowered his gaze, quietly murmuring that it was indeed very strange. Barbosa Danayan heard Lick and asked what he was implying. Lick glanced elsewhere and replied that he was talking about the creatures of the demon realm. Barbosa blankly repeated the phrase, then suddenly remembered someone and wondered just how strong that barbarian really was. Silence immediately filled the air following the question. Lick turned away with an awkward expression, remained silent for a moment, and then quietly muttered about the concept of strength. Finally, he admitted that even he didn't grasp the limits of that man's power. Meanwhile, out in the garden, Alina lowered her head and hesitantly asked Kettle if he was about to leave. Kettle smiled and explained that he knew someone in the Denayan kingdom and intended to meet them. Alina silently nodded, then suddenly offered a sincere apology. She confessed that although she had promised to grant him any reward he wanted, she currently had nothing to offer in return. Kettle looked at her in surprise for a moment, then suggested putting the reward on hold for now. Alina looked blankly at him and asked what he meant. Kettle cheerfully explained that he had heard the kingdom of Lutain was in chaos, but since the royal bloodline still existed, the situation would stabilize soon enough. He would accept his reward then. Alina confusedly tried to protest, but Kettle interrupted her immediately, reminding her that he had once said he didn't consider her a monster. His words left Alina Roach wide-eyed in shock. She remained silent for a long time, finally understanding his heart, and offered a warm, happy smile. She swore on her honor, Alina Mavrosai, that she would repay his kindness one day. Seeing her like that, Kettle also smiled in satisfaction. A little later, Kettle received a card that looked like a seal. He looked at the object with suspicion and asked what it was. Barbosa Danayan bluntly explained that it was the king's identification seal. He said to consider it a reward for Kettle's request. Barbosa Danayan further explained that thanks to this seal, Kettle could enter and exit almost anywhere, except for special places like the imperial capital or the church's holy grounds. Since Kettle intended to travel the world, Barbosa believed it would be extremely useful to him. Hearing this, Kettle's face immediately lit up. He enthusiastically thanked Barbosa Danayan, overjoyed that this item would make his fantasy world journey much easier. Afterward, Kettle left and was quickly amazed by the surrounding scenery. He continuously praised the impressive sights, and then cheerfully noted that the capital of the Denayan kingdom was much larger and cleaner than the Barkan territory where he had previously stayed. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted for him to stop. Kettle quickly turned around and saw soldiers approaching aggressively, demanding to know who he was and ordering him to declare his identity. Kettle stood blankly, not understanding what was happening, while the two soldiers maintained an extremely serious expression. After a moment of silence, Kettle thought there was no other way in this situation. He confidently presented the identification seal. The seal emitted a blinding light that left the two soldiers dazed. The two soldiers immediately bowed their heads in nervous apology. Kettle excitedly took a deep breath and remarked that the effect was truly impressive. As he continued walking, he wondered where the place he was looking for might be. Elsewhere, someone slammed their hand on the table in anger and concluded that the other party was basically saying they had no money to pay their debts. The person opposite them confidently admitted that was indeed the case. The other side helplessly said that meant they couldn't pay their debt right now. Milena of the Akasha family sternly asked why he was acting so arrogant in this situation. The head of the Great Diablo family crossed his arms and arrogantly declared that as the head of the Great Diablo family, he would absolutely not become pathetic over a few coins. Milena narrowed her eyes in annoyance. She coldly pointed out that the Great Diablo family was on the verge of collapse precisely because of those very coins. Hearing this, the head of the Great Diablo family immediately flew into a rage, accusing her of being disrespectful. Not backing down, Milena sharply replied that she was the one who should be saying that. She bluntly criticized the Diablo family, explaining that because they couldn't afford the costs of consecutive parties, they had borrowed a large sum of money from her. Yet he had even poured that money into gambling and betting. She further asked if it was true that he had beaten and driven away the servants who tried to stop him, and questioned if that behavior was worthy of the title of the head of the Great Diablo family. The head of the Great Diablo family roared in anger. He asked how she dared to insult him. Milena calmly replied that insults were only for those who still had honor left to be tarnished. Her words left the man stunned and speechless. Milena then produced the debt contract and firmly declared that he had exactly 1 month left. She warned that if he did not repay the debt within that deadline, he would have to surrender not only the lands and assets of the Diablo family but also his own title, ending with the cold advice that he should be careful so that such a fate would not come to pass. In response, the head of the Great Diablo family could only bow his head in fear. Hearing this, the head of the Great Diablo family immediately objected, asking if she truly believed such tyranny would be tolerated. The very next moment, soldiers rushed in and handcuffed him. He turned back in terror, unable to believe what was happening. Upon realizing he had been restrained, he did not dare to say another word. Milena of the Akasha family calmly said she was only giving him advance notice of the legal procedures according to the laws of the Denayan kingdom. And if anyone was being tyrannical, it was him for refusing to repay his debt, leaving the head of the great Diablo family standing stunned in acceptance. She then turned back and gave a slight nod to the soldiers. The soldier understood the gesture and responded. As the head of the great Diablo family was dragged away by the soldiers, he screamed frantically, asking if they were really not going to let him go. In extreme rage, he roared that the rumors about Milena Akasha losing her honor due to her obsession with money were true after all. And there must have been a reason she abandoned her parents, siblings, and even the retainers who had survived the demon realm with her. Hearing those words, Milena Akasha's face darkened. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving her alone in the room. A voice suddenly spoke up, calling her "my lady" and asking if she was all right. A servant cautiously poked his head through the door with a worried look. Milena Akasha lowered her eyes slightly and wearily replied that she was fine. After a sigh, she asked what was next on the schedule. The servant shyly reported that the next task was to inspect the mansion being held as collateral, about a 20-minute walk away. Milena Akasha quickly decided to inspect it immediately and ordered them to set off. From early morning until sunset, time passed peacefully. Outside a large mansion, Kettle stood admiring the scene before him and remarked that this was the place he had been looking for. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He proudly placed his hands on his hips and commented that it was truly massive, and it seemed she had been a real success. Suddenly, a loud, panicked shout rang out from behind, demanding to know who he was. A guard sternly ordered him to leave immediately, declaring that this was the territory of the Akasha family, not a place for a barbarian like him. His words left Kettle stunned for a moment before he calmly replied that he was in the right place because he was an invited guest, leaving the soldier even more confused as he asked who had invited him. Kettle answered bluntly that Milena Akasha had invited him and told him to visit whenever he was out. The soldier was stunned by the answer and asked again in disbelief. He angrily pointed at Kettle, roaring that it was ridiculous, and asked why the Iron Maiden Milena would invite a barbarian. Kettle confusedly repeated the title Iron Maiden. Thinking back to Milena Akasha's face, he wondered to himself that she didn't look like that to him. He then placed an object into the soldier's hand and explained that she had given it to him and told him to visit. Seeing the object in his hand, the soldier was struck speechless. The stone emitted a sparkling light, causing the soldier's expression to become serious and contemplative. A moment later, the soldier suddenly laughed loudly and remarked that Kettle had presented the object with such confidence that he thought it was something important. He then became strangely enthusiastic, loudly announcing that an honored guest had arrived and ordering everyone to clear the way. Meanwhile, Milena Akasha was sitting quietly in her room. A soldier knocked on the door and entered, reporting that a guest had arrived. The sound of the pen scratching on paper continued without pause, as she coldly replied that she didn't recall having any appointments for today. The soldier became even more confused, stammering as he tried to explain. But she quickly interrupted and said he would have to wait until tomorrow. The soldier stammered in another attempt to object, but Milena Akasha became irritated and asked if what she said was hard to understand. Terrified, the soldier immediately bowed his head, saying he understood and would tell the guest to wait until tomorrow. Once finished, he hurriedly closed the door and left in fear. Milena Akasha set her pen down and sighed wearily. After leaving, the soldier bowed and apologized, explaining to Kettle that he would have to wait until tomorrow. He cautiously added that only a room in the basement was available. Kettle casually replied that it was fine. Looking around with admiration, he remarked that the basement was nice too. In his heart, Kettle thought that this room looked like one used for secret meetings, and he even wondered if there were any hidden rooms. As time passed, night finally fell. A glass of wine sat on the table while Milena Akasha bowed her head sadly, muttering that being abandoned by both her family and her retainers wasn't entirely wrong. She covered her face as if about to cry, quietly acknowledging that it wasn't completely wrong. Finally, dawn broke. Milena Akasha had finished preparing and walked along the hallway with her servant. The guard stood solemnly, and even the nanny looked tense. Suddenly remembering something, Milena Akasha asked if anyone had come yesterday and if it was a debtor. The soldier cautiously replied that it wasn't a debtor, but a barbarian. Hearing this, Milena Akasha's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She spun around, full of confusion, and asked what he had just said, her entire expression betraying her disbelief. Her footsteps quickly became hurried, as she muttered that it couldn't possibly be him. This reaction terrified the soldier, who called out to her with anxiety. Without hesitation, Milena Akasha pushed the door open and rushed in. Her eyes widened in extreme shock. Kettle leisurely turned his head to look at her. He let out a simple greeting and then cheered happily. Milena. Kettle smiled warmly, saying it was good to see her again. Milena Akasha looked at him in shock and called out Kettle's name in disbelief. Immediately after, she bowed deeply to apologize to Kettle, saying she couldn't believe she had dared to put him in such a shabby room. Kettle smiled faintly and replied that the room was perfectly fine, though he added that a secret room would be even better, as he gently touched the wall beside him and said that Milena Akasha apologized in confusion. A while later, the two moved to the drawing room, and Kettle remarked that this was better. Beside them, the servant looked somewhat anxious. Milena Akasha carefully bowed and apologized again, but Kettle smiled and told her not to worry about it. Hearing this, Milena Akasha breathed a sigh of relief and remarked that it really had been a long time since they last met. Kettle agreed happily and wondered how many years it had been. Milena Akasha immediately replied that she thought it was 5 years. Kettle closed his eyes thinking that it had been that long, and time had flown by so quickly. Milena Akasha's eyes lit up as she asked if the problem Kettle had once mentioned as the reason he couldn't leave had been resolved smoothly. Kettle explained that it had been resolved perfectly, which was how he escaped that terrible place. Milena Akasha replied joyfully that she was very happy everything worked out for him. The protagonist also praised her, saying she had been very successful as well, suddenly mentioning that when he was in the basement, he had heard the guards briefly mention that the merchant caravan from all those years ago had been a great success, and rebuilt her family in the blink of an eye. Milena Akasha bowed her head shyly, replying that it was all thanks to Kettle, because if he hadn't helped her back then, she would never have made it over the snowfield. Kettle nodded with a smile, answering that she was the one who had risked her life to take on the challenge, so she deserved the reward. However, Kettle's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked if the butler had been chained. He stared intently at the servant standing behind her, while the servant frowned uncomfortably and looked back at him, then glanced at the sad Milena Akasha nearby. Kettle remarked that it wasn't the old man he had seen at the snowfield. Milena Akasha's face darkened, and she softly replied that he had left to serve other members of the family. Kettle understood and remarked that it seemed like there were personal circumstances. Milena Akasha regretfully admitted that it was because she was still lacking. She added that more importantly, everything was so chaotic that she hadn't been able to welcome him properly. She placed her hand over her chest in a formal gesture. Milena Akasha officially reintroduced herself as Milena Akasha, the 22nd head of the Akasha family. She stood up, slightly lifted her dress in a bow, and declared she would warmly welcome Kettle, the benefactor of both herself and the family, as a most honored guest. With a polite smile, she welcomed him once again. Afterward, Kettle was led to another drawing room where a plate of washed grapes sat on the table. Kettle plucked a grape to eat and, while chewing, looked around the room, commenting that it was truly luxurious. He looked up, commenting that while it wasn't as magnificent as the rooms in the royal palace, it was still excellent. And sometimes a place like this wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, there was a noise and Kettle looked up, slightly surprised, wondering what it was. It turned out to be Milena Akasha poking her head through the door, softly calling Kettle, and asking if she was interrupting his rest. Kettle smiled reassuringly, saying it was fine, and asked what she needed. Milena Akasha pulled out a bottle of wine, and shyly asked if it would be alright to have a little drink. A while later, Milena Akasha's face flushed red as she let out a sigh, and bowed her head, confessing that more importantly, she didn't know he liked to drink wine. Kettle thought of his military unit and laughed, replying that he was used to it. He added that he also didn't know she liked wine. Hearing this, Milena Akasha fell silent for a moment. She lowered her eyes, admitting that rather than liking it, she drank to sleep. Looking at the empty wine bottles scattered on the table, Kettle remarked that it seemed she had a lot of worries. Milena Akasha remained silent with an awkward expression. A while later, she finally asked if Kettle knew what she had done after leaving the snowfield. Kettle calmly replied that he only knew she had made many investments and business dealings. Milena Akasha explained that she had succeeded with the merchant caravan that crossed the white snowfield, and just as Kettle had predicted, she had grasped real power. Using that power, she tried various investments, and luckily, most of the caravans succeeded, helping her quickly earn a huge fortune. However, her voice trailed off as she admitted that those merchant caravans carried extreme risks, and just one small mistake would have been enough to collapse the family in the blink of an eye. Milena Akasha explained that she had started thinking of lower-risk investment methods and reached the final conclusion of currency trading. Thanks to that, her family achieved great success, but the family members had left her one by one, claiming that she had been driven mad by money and had discarded their honor. Abandoned by everyone, she sadly admitted that she had firmly believed those choices were for the family's sake, and asked if all those choices were really wrong. At this, Kettle denied it, saying he didn't think so. He asked confusedly why it would be wrong when she was only lending money to those who needed it and keeping them safe. He further explained that he heard she had been permitted by the kingdom, so there was absolutely no problem. In his heart, Kettle reflected on the concept of finance and thought that, given this era, he could understand why she was treated that way, even though in modern times it was completely normal. Milena Akasha asked in surprise if he truly thought so, and if he didn't consider it dirty work. Kettle calmly confirmed that of course he didn't, explaining that since she wasn't breaking the law, there was no reason to call it dirty. On the contrary, he added that one could even say she had greatly enhanced the family's reputation by accumulating such a fortune. Milena Akasha blushed in embarrassment and softly called Kettle's name. As she recalled the moment, one of her servants had tried to leave. Back then, she had desperately told the servant to wait and cried, asking why even he was abandoning her. But the servant had apologized and admitted that he felt it would be too difficult to keep serving her. As tears fell into her glass of wine, Milena Akasha sadly muttered that she understood now, and perhaps she hadn't been wrong. She wept with happiness, confessing that in the last 5 years, Kettle was the first person to ever speak those kinds of words to her. Meanwhile, outside in the quiet hallway, a maid paced back and forth, looking worried. Earlier, Milena Akasha had told her not to disturb them because she had something important to discuss with her guest today. Even so, the maid remained uneasy, thinking that while her mistress had ordered not to be disturbed tonight, she truly doubted if her mistress understood her own position. Figuring it was already bad enough that an aristocratic lady had brought a barbarian into the mansion, let alone staying together until late at night. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out in the hallway, causing the maid to rush over, push the door open, and call out for her mistress. However, upon realizing there was nothing serious happening, her voice gradually grew quieter. Inside the room, Milena Akasha was sobbing, insisting that she had done everything for the sake of the family, complaining that those people couldn't even pay off their debts yet still talked about honor, which was truly shameless. Kettle smiled in agreement, nodding that they were indeed shameless, though inwardly he felt a bit impatient, wondering how much longer he had to keep listening. Milena Akasha became even more irritated, crying out that she was right and continuing to grumble that there was another person who behaved exactly the same way. From outside the room, the maid witnessed the entire conversation. She quietly stepped back and gently closed the door again, leaving the two of them inside. And she silently told herself to forget everything she had seen today. The next day, Milena Akasha lifted her head and cheerfully welcomed her guest, addressing the man sitting across from her as the great sword master, Lord Maximus, with an incredibly sincere attitude. However, Maximus replied without a hint of warmth, saying there was no need for such formalities as he was visiting unofficially today. Still wearing a smile, Milena said she understood, but inwardly she was surprised and wondered what had brought him there. As she observed the stern aura surrounding Maximus, an answer gradually formed in her mind. She realized that the Sword of Denian, the sword master himself, had come to their family, and she couldn't grasp why a superhuman who had surpassed human limits would come to visit them. After giving her a moment to digest the information, Maximus began to ask if a certain barbarian had come there, and Milena, slightly surprised, cautiously confirmed that he had. While nervously fidgeting with the edge of her skirt, she wondered if he knew Kettle and feared that he had come to drive him away because he was a barbarian. Beyond her expectations, Maximus sighed and explained that she seemed to be misunderstanding something, clarifying that was not the case at all. After a moment of silence, his gaze sharpened as he ordered her to treat that barbarian well, as it was the king's command. Milena, terrified, could only ask what he meant, and after calming herself, she carefully asked for the reason. However, Maximus firmly apologized and said he could not reveal anything other than the fact that this was the king's order. Although slightly disappointed, Milena replied that she understood. Then Maximus suddenly pointed at himself and remarked that he wasn't asking for free favors, and that she could use his name. The bold offer made Milena unconsciously raise her voice, asking if he was truly allowing her to use Lord Maximus's name. Maximus waved his hand confidently, saying he more or less understood the situation and asking if those foolish nobles were causing her trouble. And when the topic hit the mark, Milena shyly admitted that they were, realizing he had caught on. Maximus then painted a bright picture for her, asserting in a tone that allowed for no objection that if she mentioned his name, even those fools would be silenced immediately. Milena was speechless and could only force a smile, but while she kept a pleasant expression on the outside, she was screaming in confusion on the inside, wondering what on earth that man had done. Elsewhere, Kettle was standing in a daze by the window when he heard footsteps approaching. The newcomer respectfully called him Lord Kettle, catching his attention, and he instinctively turned around, responding with an inquisitive hem. Upon recognizing who it was, he carefully asked if it was Milena and what she wanted. Before getting to the point, Milena cautiously confirmed if he had once said he worked as a mercenary, to which Kettle frankly replied that he did. Her next question caught him slightly off guard when she asked what kind of jobs he had actually done. Nevertheless, Kettle tried to choose his words carefully and explained that it was mercenary work, such as escorting others. As he spoke, vivid memories rushed into his mind, from punching his way through other people's territories to taking out notorious villains. But when explaining his past to Milena, he condensed it all into a vague sentence about patrolling villages. The most notable part of his description was his bright expression when he added that he also spent time punching all sorts of things. Milena politely replied that she understood, but deep down, she had a serious misunderstanding. She was convinced that there was no way a sword master would personally come for such a trivial matter, and frustrated with her own assumptions, she decided to let it go, feeling she shouldn't dig any deeper. Quickly shaking off her disappointment, she cheerfully explained that she was just curious, and since they were done, she offered to take him on a tour and asked if there was anything he wanted to see. Kettle answered slowly as if thinking hard, repeating that he was thinking about what he wanted to see. A moment later, he curiously asked if her family was involved in many different types of business. And although she didn't fully understand his intent, Milena admitted they were a family of merchants, which was all Kettle needed to hear before giving his answer. Not long after, the two arrived at the Akasha Trading Company. Amidst the bustling scene of people coming and going, Milena proudly introduced it as their trading company. Acting as a thoughtful guide, she explained that even commoners could borrow or deposit money there, and although not everyone was eligible, Kettle listened with great interest and could only offer a gasp of awe. In reality, he was thinking that the basic structure was just like a modern bank. Above all, what interested him most were the customers coming in and out of the building. He found it fascinating to watch people wearing medieval-style clothing and thought the place was a perfect blend of modern and fantasy. Millionaire Akasha interrupted Kettle's thoughts by asking what he thought, and without hesitation, Kettle gave a thumbs up and said it was quite interesting. The strange description left Milena wondering if it could really be considered interesting. Shaking off any lingering doubts, Milena led him to another location. As soon as he stepped through the door, Kettle excitedly shouted that it was an armory. Milena proudly explained that weapon trading was what had saved the Akasha family, and they had subsequently focused heavily on producing and selling weapons, adding that this place stored some of their most unique pieces. However, Kettle's attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. After staring at a sword on display for a long time, he cautiously asked if he could hold it for a moment, to which Milena immediately gave permission and told him to go right ahead. Unable to hold back any longer, Kettle gripped the hilt tightly. He lifted it from the rack and swung it leisurely. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly flickered at the tip of the blade. The small flame quickly spread across the entire sword. Milena remarked that it was an enchanted sword. The word enchanted hit Kettle like a shot. He repeated that it was an enchantment and gazed at the roaring flames with surging emotions, thinking that this was true magic, and he was so moved that his eyes teared up, thinking the word sounded absolutely fascinating. Seeing his reaction, Milena kindly asked if he wanted the sword, and Kettle looked at her with glistening eyes and asked if she was serious. Instead of answering immediately, Milena smiled and said that more importantly, she had something she wanted to ask him. Watching the flaming sword in his hand, she asked shyly if it wasn't hot, and Kettle froze for a few seconds before answering awkwardly that he was fine. Now calmer, he admitted he wasn't sure if it was okay to accept something so valuable. Milena nonchalantly reassured him that it was fine and confessed that this weapon was completely impractical. She explained that she had commissioned an alchemist to create a fire sword, but the flames had spread to the hilt, making it unusable. Recalling her previous efforts to salvage the weapon, Milena said she had complained to the alchemist, but the person had only blinked and asked if she had ever requested a safety mechanism. Of everything she said, the term alchemist caught Kettle's attention, and he asked in surprise if alchemists really existed. Milena admitted with slight irritation that they did, and explained that the family had hired one for a huge sum of money, though she regretted it a bit. Without knowing, those words had opened up a new possibility in Kettle's mind, thinking that an alchemist sounded incredibly interesting. He asked what that person was like. Although slightly startled, Milena politely replied that the person's personality was quite odd, but their skills were unparalleled. She went on to explain that this was the alchemist who had turned someone who knew absolutely nothing about arcane power into a superhuman-level warrior. The revelation shocked Kettle to the point that his alarm was clearly visible, and he immediately asked if it was true. Milena replied without hesitation that it was, though it was a story only those in the know were aware of. She tried to recall the details and explained that the Empire had once issued a notice searching for superhuman-level warriors to serve them. Her voice turned more serious as she pointed out that such warriors didn't just appear out of thin air, and even the entire kingdom only had one or two who were treated specially, so there was no reason for them to join the Empire. From her perspective, the notice was basically meaningless. However, she continued that one day, an alchemist appeared. According to the story, she could create a superhuman-level warrior in exchange for a favor. After a dramatic pause, she explained that normally she would have been labeled a lunatic, but perhaps out of sudden curiosity, the Emperor had ordered her to turn his own son into a superhuman. The absurd idea made Kettle frown as he asked if the Emperor really put his own son on an experimental table, to which Milena nodded immediately, confirming it was true and adding that in just 1 year, the prince had become a superhuman. Kettle's lips unconsciously curled up as anticipation filled his mind, and he couldn't stop thinking about the alchemist who had turned someone with no arcane power into a superhuman-level warrior. Finally, he turned to Milena and said he had a request, to which she quickly replied he could ask for anything. Though confused, Kettle asked to meet the alchemist she had just mentioned, and after a few seconds of processing the request, Milena's only reaction was a blank stare and an uncertain, The scene shifted to a beautiful house hidden in the forest. The owner of the house was carefully stirring a large steaming pot. Even while focused on her work, her sharp ears caught the sound of someone approaching. The alchemist immediately turned around and remarked that she could feel something extraordinary coming from this person. Kettle and Milena Akasha finally found the wooden cabin hidden among countless trees. After a few seconds of silence, Kettle cautiously expressed his doubt by asking if she really lived in the woods, and Milena Akasha suppressed a sigh and explained that the owner of the place said living here was very comfortable, even though entering and leaving became inconvenient every time she had to move. Having said that, she stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door. The owner of the cabin cautiously called out to ask who it was, and Milena Akasha immediately replied in a familiar tone that it was her, Artemis, which caused Artemis to immediately relax and invite her in. Given the go-ahead, Milena Akasha pushed the wooden door open, the door that was never locked. The first thing she saw was the beautiful alchemist Artemis waving at her, who then mentioned that she had run out of clothes and asked if Milena could get her some new sets. Before Milena Akasha could say anything, she had been asked a favor and was momentarily speechless, asking if she hadn't already brought clothes for Artemis earlier. Artemis scratched her head in embarrassment and explained honestly that the chemical splashes had ruined them all. And when Milena Akasha looked closely, she became even more confused, remarking that even so, those clothes looked like rags. Artemis yawned until she teared up from being scolded, but stubbornly defended herself by saying it didn't matter since she was the only one living there. Not wanting to continue that topic, she changed the subject and asked what the person who hired her wanted, adding that she had completed the request last time, right? As soon as the topic was brought up, Milena Akasha flew into a rage again, repeating the word right with a clearly irritated voice. She then began to grumble at length, reminding Artemis that she had requested a shield that could repel everything, and Artemis kept a completely calm expression, arguing that she had indeed done exactly that, explaining that she had even ensured the hilt wouldn't repel anything, just as requested. Although Milena Akasha very much wanted to teach this annoying alchemist a lesson, she could only bitterly reply that the result was a cursed item. Once someone grabbed it, they couldn't let go. With that shocking revelation still hanging in the air, the atmosphere between the two women became tense. However, operating on a different frequency than regular people, Artemis immediately tried to justify herself, pointing out that Milena had never specified anything about being able to let go. Midway through her justification, Artemis realized Milena Akasha looked like she was about to explode, and she immediately panicked, apologizing repeatedly and insisting she was only joking. Under heavy pressure from her employer, Artemis finally admitted the truth, confessing that she had stayed up all night, was extremely tired, and had made a mistake in the settings. Wanting to completely extinguish Milena's anger, she emphasized that she truly hadn't done it on purpose. Milena Akasha never intended to make things difficult for the only alchemist she had, so she let out a long sigh and let her anger fade, telling Artemis that she knew it wasn't intentional and just asked her to be more careful next time. To which Artemis, surprised she had gotten off so easily, happily promised to remember. After a few rounds of bickering, Artemis finally remembered the existence of the third person and asked who it was that had come with Milena. She added that she had felt an incredible presence even before Milena arrived and noted that the person was standing right outside the door. Wasn't he? While Milena Akasha was still stunned by that terrifyingly keen intuition, Artemis suddenly came up with a reason and asked if Milena had hired a new bodyguard. Deep inside, Milena Akasha felt a growing sense of worry, wondering how Artemis had sensed Kettle Nim, and doubting if it was the elf's intuition since she hadn't planned to hide him, so she cautiously explained that Artemis was quite special and she thought the meeting might come as a surprise. Artemis was completely unfazed. Instead, she responded with suspicious curiosity and asked what was so special. Then, to Milena Akasha's astonishment, she suddenly clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. After laughing her fill, she wiped away her tears and explained that she had met many powerful people before, insisting that no matter how strong the person was, there was nothing to worry about. Artemis kept babbling without realizing the increasingly awkward expression on Milena Akasha's face, even remarking that the fact that Milena was worried about a surprise was what was truly surprising. Deciding that actions would be more convincing than words, Milena Akasha turned toward the door and announced loudly that according to Artemis there was nothing to worry about and called for Lord Kettle. Kettle didn't answer right away, but instead gave a slight cough and replied with an ahem. He deliberately opened the door only a crack to reveal part of his face and spoke in a dark, gloomy voice that sounded like it came from the bottom of hell, politely asking if he could come in now. Just moments before, Artemis had been boasting confidently, but after hearing that simple question, all the color drained from her face. Kettle didn't let the homeowner off the hook but coldly greeted her again, introducing himself as Kettle and saying it was a pleasure to meet her. He stepped even closer before deliberately emphasizing his name, and Artemis was now trembling uncontrollably, able only to emit a series of meaningless sounds. Taking advantage of the situation, Kettle continued by saying he had heard so much about Archimis's reputation from Milena. However, before he could finish, his expression suddenly froze. Confused, he turned to Milena Akasha and asked if this was really the person they were looking for, and without waiting for him to finish the question, Milena immediately confirmed that it was. An awkward silence filled the room as the two guests stared at the homeowner, who had been frightened to the point of fainting. When Archimis regained consciousness, she was so ashamed she didn't dare to lift her head, admitting that after speaking so confidently earlier, this situation was extremely humiliating. Kettle kindly tried to soothe her embarrassment, reassuring her that such things could happen. Not wanting to dwell on the issue, Archimis quickly asked if they wanted to meet him, and Kettle enthusiastically confirmed, explaining that he was interested in alchemy and asking if Archimis would be willing to teach him. Taken by surprise, Archimis instinctively repeated the word alchemy in disbelief. Even Milena, who had been listening silently until then, asked if Lord Kettle really wanted to learn alchemy, and despite their surprise, Kettle firmly confirmed it was true, adding that it was only one of the things he wanted to learn. Naturally, he kept his true reason to himself. Inwardly, he thought that while he was interested in alchemy because it might lead to an understanding of arcane power, it was also a true fantasy art, and he couldn't miss this opportunity, so he vowed to learn alchemy and finally awaken his arcane power. With that thought, he asked if it was impossible for someone who hadn't awakened their arcane power to learn alchemy. Archimis immediately denied that assumption, explaining that it wasn't the case. Afraid Kettle would misunderstand, Archimis carefully explained that swordsmanship and magic drew and manipulated arcane power from within the body. To avoid confusion about her profession, she added that alchemy, on the other hand, borrowed and manipulated arcane power from external sources. As she spoke, she pinched a small sphere between two fingers and noted that there were many objects in the world that contained arcane power. The moment she finished speaking, she flicked the sphere toward the stove. The flame dancing inside was instantly frozen solid. Witnessing the sight, Kettle's eyes sparkled with excitement. He cried out in awe, secretly amazed that Archimis had frozen the fire itself. Seizing the opportunity to regain a little face, Archimis proudly explained that it was a technique using catalysts, and he absolutely did not use mana, and she was about to ask if he was impressed. But Kettle suddenly grabbed both of his hands and enthusiastically declared that Archimis's skill was truly astonishing, leaving Archimis startled by the overreaction and able only to stammer in confusion. Kettle, ignoring her discomfort, continued to shower her with praise, saying that creating such results with just materials was almost a miracle and that he was genuinely impressed. Immersed in the rain of compliments, Archimis began to feel quite proud, though she cautiously asked if Kettle was being sincere, to which Kettle immediately confirmed and declared that this was exactly the kind of skill he had been looking for. At that moment, Archimis felt as though she were about to float away, her heart filled with joy that such a terrifying existence would praise and admire her. Her ears twitched repeatedly as she secretly hoped to hear even more praise for both herself and her alchemy. Unfortunately, Kettle lacked the ability to read minds and instead returned to his original purpose, politely asking Archimis to teach him alchemy. Now far more open to him, Archimis agreed without hesitation, saying it would be quite easy. Milena then interrupted their conversation to express her gratitude that Archimis had accepted Lord Kettle's request, to which Archimis responded with a confused, only for Milena to remind her that the catalyst she had just casually used for her little performance was the very same one she had recently spent a fortune to acquire for her. Unable to argue that point, Archimis could only offer an awkward, forced smile to let the matter slide. While the two were busy settling the debt, Kettle calmly gathered his thoughts, wondering to himself that he hadn't expected the alchemist to be an elf. His mind drifted back to his previous encounters with elves, and he remembered they were always particularly afraid of him, which made him wonder if he looked especially terrifying to them. Meanwhile, Archimis, unable to bear the criticism from Milena, reluctantly apologized once more. Observing Archimis's rather carefree behavior, Kettle felt reassured, concluding that even elves seemed to stop fearing him once they got used to his presence. As the visit drew to a close, Kettle confirmed that he would return tomorrow to begin learning alchemy. Despite still having a rather large lump on her head, Archimis cheerfully saw them off and replied that she would see them tomorrow. After the two guests vanished from sight, Archimis immediately slammed the door shut and leaned against it for a long time. Although she looked calm on the outside, she was struggling intensely on the inside, screaming in her head and asking herself what she had done. Her thoughts repeated Kettle's compliments about how amazing she was and that she was the best, and she clutched her head in frustration, blaming herself for being tricked by sweet words and insisting that she should have had the sense to refuse. Nevertheless, she quickly found a justification for her decision, ultimately concluding that Kettle was not a true barbarian. Recalling Kettle's aura, Archimis reaffirmed her belief that while Milena was human and couldn't sense it, Kettle's very essence had fundamentally been distorted. Even so, she remained confused as to why a being like Kettle would want to learn alchemy. Halfway through her thoughts, she abruptly dismissed her worries, convincing herself that someone like Kettle would never take alchemy seriously and would surely get bored and quit before long. After reinforcing that belief, Archimedes secretly asked herself one final, uneasy question of whether that assumption was actually true. A few days later, Archimedes began guiding Kettle in alchemy, starting by boiling a certain solution in a large pot. Archimedes's expression grew tense, and she muttered, "Good, if you just let it cool down slowly like this, it will surface." Kettle's gaze became more focused than ever. Finally, from inside the pot, a golden orb suddenly appeared. He couldn't hold back an excited shout, declaring that they had succeeded, and in his excitement, he even turned to high-five the person next to him to celebrate the achievement, saying he had done it and calling Archimedes directly to celebrate. Archimedes followed the atmosphere and congratulated him, saying it was fantastic. However, the moment she said it, her inner monologue hardened in disbelief, asking herself what she meant by fantastic, as she realized that even though she had meticulously planned everything beforehand, the reality had clearly gone against her expectations. She secretly admitted that she never expected him to learn so much in just 3 days, especially since she had deliberately taught him in the most boring, difficult, and complicated way possible. While Kettle was busy celebrating beside her, Archimedes remained tangled in confusion, wondering if a barbarian could really be that smart. Meanwhile, Kettle, disregarding her complex emotions, kept his focus on the object in his hand, contemplating deeply that he had never been a barbarian to begin with, and as he stared at the tiny gem he had created, he grew increasingly moved, realizing this was his first alchemical product. And he had finally achieved the fantastical result he had previously only dared to dream of in a fantasy world. Thinking of this, Kettle suddenly turned to Archimedes and expressed his gratitude, saying he thanked her. Archimedes was startled by his sincerity and repeatedly waved her hands to deny it, insisting it was nothing. However, she then honestly admitted that she hadn't expected him to be such a good learner and that halfway through, she had become unusually enthusiastic, eventually teaching him more seriously than normal. Kettle acknowledged this, and without waiting for much of a response, he shifted to another topic, saying there was still something else he wanted to learn. Archimedes, still full of enthusiasm, confidently told him she would teach him anything. However, her smile froze when he asked if she could teach him how to awaken magical power. Archimedes shyly bunched her fingers together and explained that teaching the method itself wasn't difficult, but the real problem lay in the necessary ingredients. Kettle immediately asked what the ingredients were, which led her to explain that high-grade catalysts containing magical power were required, and that it took even the Empire a full year to collect those materials. Hearing this, Kettle deduced that this must be why it took a year to turn the prince into a superhuman. Archimedes, still carried away by excitement, inadvertently revealed more than she had intended, insisting that the story had been distorted and that a genius like herself would never struggle with that for a whole year. Seizing the opportunity, Kettle asked if that type of catalyst was what she was talking about and if what he had could be used as a substitute. Archimedes asked what it was. He handed her the bag he had been carrying, explaining that he thought it might serve as a material and wanted her to take a look. The moment he opened the bag, the contents emitted a blinding light that nearly blinded everyone. Carefully handling the items, Archimedes remarked in astonishment that it was truly unexpected for him to possess such a treasure. She immediately asked where he got it, saying it was nearly equivalent to a philosopher's stone. Kettle, not intimidated, calmly clarified that he recalled the philosopher's stone being something that could turn into any material. Archimedes, overcome by professional enthusiasm, pleaded with him to ask where he got it. However, Kettle coldly replied that it couldn't be disclosed. Archimedes shyly tried to rationalize his refusal, saying it made sense since something so precious couldn't be revealed just like that. But Kettle interrupted her, denying that was the reason, as fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. He said with an indifferent tone that he had used them all up, and it was now very difficult to create more. Hearing this, Archimedes fell silent, staring in horror at the glowing materials in her hands, unable to speak. In the end, Kettle left the lesson feeling quite satisfied with the results. As he walked away, he continued to ponder his own question of whether he could awaken magical power immediately. In the previous moment, Archimedes had enthusiastically told him that the amount he had was more than enough. Although she also carefully added that she was still missing some other ingredients and suggested he ask Milena, it turned out that Archimedes herself felt a bit uneasy about matters concerning her own capital, thinking that if she asked, Milena surely wouldn't listen. Thus, she delegated this responsibility to Kettle, who, however, didn't feel much pressure, thinking everything was going smoothly. In his excitement, he even imagined a bright future ahead, believing that with this, he would soon awaken magical power as well. However, reality quickly showed that something was indeed burning, as a fire flared up violently, illuminating Kettle's face. The fire seemed to have a will of its own, dancing along the roof and windows, turning the entire building into a giant torch despite the panicked cries of of everyone around that there was a fire. It took Kettle a moment to find someone he knew and ask what was going on. Milena Akasha immediately greeted him formally, calling him Lord Kettle, before explaining that someone had burned the warehouse. And unfortunately, that was where the lumber was stored. Kettle saw an unexpected opportunity in the troublesome situation and decided to act immediately, saying he understood and telling everyone to back off. Milena Akasha reacted in confusion, but Kettle didn't intend to hide his plan and explained that he would try to put out the fire with alchemy. Once he said that, he quickly pulled out a treasure he had created during class. He held it for a moment, then activated it and threw it high into the air. As the gem landed on his fist, it resonated with the power he was accumulating, and he directed that force toward the fire in front of him. Those nearby were affected by the shockwave, covering their faces and screaming in panic, not understanding what was happening. Even Milena Akasha couldn't escape the intense wind that swept across her face. After completing the action, Kettle proudly asked Milena how that was, declaring that the fire was out and this was the power of alchemy, asking if it was amazing. Milena, still dazed because the sky had cleared up so quickly, could only respond in a confused and hesitant manner. After taking a few seconds to regain her composure, she began to remark that what she had just witnessed looked less like alchemy and more like something else, but she didn't get to finish her sentence. Kettle, however, didn't let her continue but suddenly changed the subject, saying the arsonist was still nearby and he would be right back. Immediately after speaking, he vanished from Milena Akasha's sight, leaving behind a cloud of dust. He moved at an extremely high speed, racing in one direction as if he were being pursued. Milena remained frozen on the spot, her hair disheveled after enduring 2 shockwaves. Meanwhile, Kettle quickly made the fleeing arsonist realize his presence. When the man realized Kettle was behind him, he was terrified and wondered how Kettle had located him. The arsonist also suspected how someone who looked as foolish as that could track him without using magic. Although confused, he still acted arrogantly, believing that in the face of his great magic, Kettle was just a helpless human. As Kettle rushed forward, he noticed something unusual and observed his surroundings carefully before realizing that mist had blanketed the area. He hesitantly concluded that it was likely magical mist. His gaze then locked onto the arsonist, who stood confidently on a tree branch, where he declared that his magic didn't just obscure vision, but also scrambled the senses. Kettle, however, remained calm and said that if that were the case, there was an alchemical method suited for the situation. He immediately pulled out another gem and crushed it without hesitation before the opponent could react. The arsonist realized Kettle's move and asked what he was doing, but before he received an answer, Kettle smashed his fist into the ground. With just a single powerful blow, the ground beneath his feet shattered, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The shockwave left the arsonist even more disoriented, and he realized Kettle was dispelling the mist. However, he didn't have time to think because he had to try to shield himself from the fierce wind pressure. After adjusting, he tried to mockingly challenge Kettle, declaring that that alone wasn't enough to stop him, and that he would unleash an even stronger mist spell. However, he didn't realize that Kettle had moved behind his back. Meanwhile, Milena Akasha, who had been waiting impatiently, suddenly heard her name called. When she turned back, she saw Kettle returning while carrying the captured arsonist. Kettle said he had caught the arsonist, while Milena reacted with shock and confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Kettle then credited Archimist, smiling radiantly as he declared that if he hadn't learned alchemy, he wouldn't have been able to catch the culprit, thereby giving the credit to his teacher. After the fire, everyone quickly returned to the main mansion. Kettle was standing there looking dazed when someone called his name. As soon as he recognized the familiar silhouette, he asked Milena what had happened to the mage. Milena Akasha sighed wearily before explaining that after the interrogation, they learned he had been hired by a noble who held a grudge against her. Curious, Kettle asked if it was really a vengeful noble. As memories of the noble's aggressive behavior resurfaced, Milena Akasha admitted that it was indeed the case. She explained that the noble had borrowed money but failed to repay it, and added that both the mage and the noble would have to pay for their crimes. Once she finished, she suddenly lifted her skirt and bowed formally to Kettle, expressing that without him, they never would have caught the culprit, and thanked him sincerely. Kettle enthusiastically rejected the credit, saying he was simply happy because he finally had the chance to use the alchemy he had learned. Milena Akasha curiously repeated the word alchemy. But before he could answer, Kettle remembered the real reason he had come there and said he had one more favor to ask. Milena Akasha was ready to agree and encouraged him to go ahead and make his request. When Archimist saw what Kettle had brought back, she couldn't help but exclaim that she had guessed Milena would agree to Kettle's request. But she hadn't expected her to provide such a high-quality catalyst. Growing increasingly excited, she complained that no matter how much she had pleaded in the past, Milena had never given her anything at that level. Painfully recalling what Milena usually said whenever she begged for ingredients, she remembered the reply that it was only because she would just use them to play other jokes. Even in her imagination, that answer left her speechless, making her protest that Milena treated people so unfairly. Kettle ignored that exchange and instead asked Archimist if all the preparations were complete. Archimus quickly composed herself and then enthusiastically declared that everything was more than ready and suggested they start immediately. Kettle was so excited that his face turned red. Not long after, he took off his shirt and sat in the very center of the magic circle. Standing outside the circle with a book in her hand, Archimus said she would briefly explain the method. She first drew Kettle's attention to the stones, explaining that they would grind them into powder to create the magic circle and use the catalyst to alter their properties. She then explained in detail that those altered properties would settle into Kettle's body and create the path leading to magical power. After finishing her explanation, Archimus warned that the feeling of the magical power path forming in his body would be quite strange and asked Kettle if he could endure it. Kettle tilted his head and confidently replied that of course he could, adding that he was actually looking forward to it. Nevertheless, Archimus continued to add warnings, explaining that if the alchemy was successful, Kettle would no longer need those grains, and implicitly suggested that she hoped to use the leftovers. Before she could finish, Kettle interrupted, saying Archimus could use the remainder as she pleased. Archimus was so touched that her cheeks turned red. Barely able to contain her excitement, she asked Kettle if he was being sincere. Kettle firmly reassured her that it was true and urged her to start quickly. With no more hesitation, Archimus agreed and declared that the ritual was beginning. Even so, Archimus couldn't suppress the emotions welling up in her heart. She thought that when they first met, she had even fainted from Kettle's monstrous aura, but after being together for a few days, she felt she understood him a little bit. As the image of Kettle's strong physique surfaced in her mind, Archimus secretly admitted that while she couldn't say Kettle wasn't terrifying, his desire to become strong was no different from any ordinary barbarian. That thought made her smile secretly, concluding that looking at it that way, Kettle could even look a little cute. Keeping that faint smile, Archimus softly called Kettle's name. Those thoughts only reinforced her resolve, and she silently swore that no matter what, she would make the alchemy a success. Setting her personal feelings aside, Archimus immediately took on a solemn tone and called out to the catalysts, summoning the inanimate ones that had been created with clear forms. Spiritual power surged from her hands as she softly hummed for the invisible existences without their own will to listen to her. Focusing all her power on Kettle's back, she declared that he would become their master. As each stone began to glow with her magical power, Archimus moved to the next incantation and ordered them to move according to her will. Afterward, Archimus shifted her focus to the flickering candles and hummed for them to move again, and change shape and structure according to the master's will so they would become tools. Kettle remained completely immersed, seemingly paying no attention to anything other than Archimus's voice echoing in his ears. At this moment, a massive surge of power bestowed by Archimus exploded around Kettle. It ran through his entire body, causing even his hair to fly wildly. Feeling the drastic transformation taking place within his body, Kettle suddenly opened his eyes. Outside, all the candles had gone out, leaving only thin wisps of smoke. The stones around the magic circle had lost their original color and were cracking, while Archimus herself was exhausted and collapsed to the side. After a few seconds of regulating her breathing, Archimus finally raised her head and weakly asked if it had been successful. When Kettle stayed silent, Archimus called his name again. Only after a long silence did Kettle finally exhale a deep breath, then suddenly jumped up and burst into happy laughter. Every cell in his body seemed to be celebrating as he realized he could feel a completely fresh sensation he had never experienced before. Although the answer was clear, he couldn't help but ask himself if this was what true magical power felt like. Observing his reaction, Archimus finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying that judging by Kettle's reaction, the ritual seemed to have succeeded. Overwhelmed with excitement, Kettle suddenly lunged forward and lifted Archimus into the air, declaring that it had definitely been a success. The unexpected gesture left Archimus completely frozen in shock. As soon as she realized how awkward the two of them were, her face turned red and she screamed, telling Kettle to wait. Kettle, however, ignored the formalities and continued to lift her high, enthusiastically thanking Archimus and insisting that it was all thanks to her. No matter how sincerely Kettle expressed his gratitude, Archimus could only stammer and demand that Kettle put her down. Once the moment had finally passed, Archimus asked Kettle seriously how he felt and if he could sense any instability. Kettle clenched his fists and replied firmly that he felt absolutely nothing and that the ritual seemed to have been a perfect success. Hearing that answer, Archimus expressed her relief, admitting that she had been a little worried. Kettle immediately asked if that meant he could use arcane power now. Archimus raised a finger and instructed him to focus his mind inward and check the power within his body. Kettle nodded obediently and decided to give it a try. As soon as he closed both eyes, a massive layer of green aura quickly enveloped his entire body. However, just a moment later, he frowned slightly, remarked that something felt strange, and called out to Archimus. Confused by the situation, Archimus asked what was wrong. Kettle slowly lowered his hands and hesitantly explained that he could clearly feel the arcane power within his body. However, after contemplating for a moment, he admitted that every time he tried to draw the power out, it immediately dissipated, and then asked what they should do. The moment Artemis heard that, she shrieked in complete horror, unable to believe what she had just heard. Leaving their situation aside for the moment, the scene shifted to the city gate, where two guards were standing watch with high alert. Suddenly, one of them muttered something unintelligible as both guards stared fixedly at a glowing figure approaching from afar. Surrounding the mysterious traveler, several bronze pillars spun as fast as a pinwheel. The younger guard couldn't help but shout that the figure looked familiar before the older guard finished his thought, stating without a doubt that it was the wandering merchant. As the wandering merchant approached, he politely asked if they could open the gate. The younger guard immediately agreed and hurriedly replied that he would open it at once. Although pleased with the response, the wandering merchant unexpectedly suggested that they make a deal first. The older guard cautiously pointed at himself and volunteered to go first with a worried expression. Instantly grasping his intent, the wandering merchant cut him off and simply asked what he wanted. He then confidently declared that he possessed everything they could possibly desire and told the guard to just name it. As the vortex swirling around him expanded, he added that as long as they paid the right price, he could get them anything they requested. The wandering merchant was a mysterious entity that roamed the world. One day, he suddenly appeared in the human world, selling rare items and granting people their deepest desires. In exchange, he demanded money or something precious, which could even be their own souls. And now, the wandering merchant had arrived in the Denian kingdom. Melina turned to Kettle and said that the wandering merchant had finally arrived in the Denian kingdom. She asked what he thought, offering to buy him anything he wanted because she owed him a deep debt of gratitude. Kettle nodded and thought to himself that his research into awakening arcane power still hadn't made any progress. If this merchant truly granted wishes, he figured he should give it a try. They quickly arrived at the merchant's location, and Kettle remarked in surprise that this was the person they called the wandering merchant. Kettle observed the mysterious figure granting wishes. Holding a bag of gold coins in his hand, a young man spoke up, begging the wandering merchant to grant him a weapon that could cut through everything. The wandering merchant replied that it wasn't enough, explaining that simple monetary value wasn't sufficient. The boy was surprised, but the wandering merchant activated his magic, telling him that a weapon that could cut through absolutely everything was completely impossible. A small crack opened right above their heads. The small rift glowed brilliantly as a sword began to emerge from it. The wandering merchant added that while a blade that cut through everything was impossible, a weapon capable of cutting through many things was perfectly feasible. The boy stared at the sword in utter amazement. Taking the boy's money, the wandering merchant asked if that was enough and told him to take it. Watching his coins float in midair, the boy agreed it was perfect and thanked him for the sword. The merchant then called for the next person, and a small boy stepped forward. The boy desperately cried out that he wanted medicine for his mother, promising to give anything in return. The wandering merchant observed the boy thoroughly before quietly demanding his sense of taste. The boy stood there confused, so the merchant repeated his demand, telling the child to sacrifice his sense of taste. Only then would he receive the medicine. Overjoyed, the boy was ready to accept. The wandering merchant began to activate his magic, declaring that he would take the boy's sense of taste right now. A layer of purple aura completely enveloped the boy, and the wandering merchant confirmed that he had received it. The boy suddenly realized that his tongue really couldn't taste anything anymore. Handing the medicine to the boy, the wandering merchant said that this was the medicine he wanted. The child thanked him from the bottom of his heart, happy that he could finally save his mother, even if he had lost his sense of taste. Observing the entire scene, Kettle remarked that the merchant really did sell all sorts of things. Melina explained that was why most nations allowed the wandering merchant to visit, though some places still drove him away because he was too suspicious. Kettle found it interesting that someone could pay with things other than money and wondered if one could just keep trading forever. Melina pointed out that if you deliberately sent someone else to trade for you, he would realize it immediately, though at the very least you could ask someone to wait in line for you. This reminded Kettle of a memory, recalling a conversation with Artemis, who had said his arcane power was lacking. Surprised, Kettle asked what she meant, and she replied that it was meant literally. She explained that it was usually impossible, but because his body level was too high, he didn't possess enough arcane power. When Kettle asked if the missing arcane power could be replenished, she replied that it wasn't impossible, suggesting that a catalyst like a dragon's heart could be used, before apologizing to Kettle and promising to find another way. Back in the present, Kettle secretly wondered if the wandering merchant could obtain a dragon's heart. Melina asked if he had decided what he wanted to buy yet. Satisfied with the idea, he replied that he had decided, but noted that the queue was quite long and it would take time. Melina had thought ahead, telling him not to worry because as soon as she heard the news, she had sent her servants to wait in line for him. Kettle praised her for being very thoughtful. A little later, the wandering merchant looked surprised, asking Kettle who he was and why he was here. He said that because in his eyes, Kettle was someone who didn't need anything at all. Kettle replied with a questioning hem, explaining that he had come because he also wanted to trade. The wandering merchant suspiciously asked if Kettle really wanted to trade with him, and Kettle confirmed that he did. Crossing his arms, the merchant gave him a skeptical look and asked if he really needed anything. Kettle asked if there was a problem. After thinking for a few seconds, the wandering merchant said there was no problem and asked what he wanted. Kettle directly stated his desire, saying that he wanted to obtain a dragon's heart. Both Milena and the wandering merchant were completely stunned by his request. Looking at Kettle, Milena was secretly terrified, wondering if he really wanted a dragon's heart, the core of the legendary beast that even the Empire had failed to hunt down. Kettle asked if it was possible. The merchant replied that it was, but the price was simply not enough. Milena quickly chimed in, asking what would happen if she paid with money. The wandering merchant countered that it still wasn't enough, leaving Milena shocked when he added that even her entire family fortune wouldn't be enough. Milena then apologized to Kettle for not being able to help him, but Kettle reassured her that if the price wasn't enough, then there was no other way. The wandering merchant kept staring at Kettle and, after a short silence, said he would offer him a deal. Kettle turned back to look at him, and the wandering merchant explained that if he accepted the offer and succeeded, he could obtain the dragon's heart. Excited by the news, Kettle approached him and declared that sounded great, and he had no reason to refuse. The wandering merchant nodded, telling him to return after he was done with his business for the day. As the wandering merchant left, Milena turned to Kettle, anxiously asking if this was really okay, nodding that an offer involving a dragon's heart certainly wouldn't be an ordinary one. Kettle reassured her that if it wasn't ordinary, that was exactly what he wanted, adding that he hoped it would be an interesting offer. The wandering merchant continued his work, handing out items to the populace in exchange for payment, while Kettle stood right beside him. Finally, the merchant announced that work for the day was finished. With a rather bored tone, the merchant reminded Kettle that just because he told him to wait didn't mean he had to stand right next to him observing all day. Kettle apologized, admitting that he was simply fascinated. The wandering merchant's side said it was fine and suggested they go to the deal ahead. Immediately afterward, he opened a portal, telling Kettle to step inside for now. Kettle was ready to agree and stepped straight through without a hint of doubt. On the other side, it seemed to be night, surrounded by desolate hills, leaving Kettle wondering where he was. Right afterward, another portal appeared above his head, and several others fell from it. 4 people walked through: an old mage, a woman, a child, and a mercenary. Counting Kettle, there were 5 in total. They looked at each other in confusion, and the mercenary with an eye patch spoke up, asking why he wasn't the only one. Kettle secretly wondered if the wandering merchant had brought these people too. Suddenly, the wandering merchant appeared floating above their heads, declaring that everyone had arrived, and announced that from now on, he needed them to go hunt a dragon.